Well,
Let me know if you hear anything about Tim.
I will.
This is my shoulder.
All right.
So excited did you get busy or just forget? We were talking about
Guys ready?
I'm ready. Yes, sir, Chairman. Mr. Chairman. I just like you got busy.
All right, let's start this meeting. Good morning and welcome to the April 20th Board of Supervisors meeting for Trinity County. For Zoom users, please, the chat function is only meant for technical issues. And with that, Supervisor Cox would mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we go into the meeting, we will have public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. With that, Emma, do you mind asking the Zoom users if there's any public comment?
yes, I see Lisa Wright has raised her hand.
Unmute. There we go. Good morning, Chair, board members. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Just a brief comment regarding the ongoing reporting for the cannabis program. I know that in the past we've kind of missed some board meeting reports from the planning director. I think that should really be imperative at each of your meetings until the urgency ordinance has run its course, as well as the transition plan has been unveiled. There's still a lot of issues going on within the cannabis program, and I'm very concerned, certainly. Lack of staff is a huge issue. So I think that the public really deserves a report every board meeting on what has progressed for the program. There's millions of dollars at stake for the county government. Not only that, but of course the economic well-being of our county. So I would ask that you direct staff to have that report be given at each board meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Emma?
I don't see any other raised hands.
All right.
I see Adrian Keys commented. Adrian Keys, please state your name and start when you're ready.
Hey, good morning. This is Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Thank you for the opportunity this morning. I would just like to note that this last week I watched a Board of Supervisors meeting from Mendocino County on Zoom. It's an awesome ability to be able to do that at this point. They had invited and attend. Their meeting was attended by Richard Parrott from Cal Cannabis, Crystal D'Souza from CDFA Legal, and Lindsay Rains, also from Cal Cannabis, to help them clarify some of the issues that they're having transitioning their first round of licensed cultivators or permitted cultivators into annual licensing. It's a very helpful mechanism to take advantage of. The state is there, and the state in some cases is wondering why they're not getting more questions and reach out from counties who are going through this process. So if in the future there's an agenda item that requires that sort of clarification, I would request that the board take advantage of that opportunity. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no other raised hands. And, okay.
Good morning, Supervisors. John Brower from Junction City. And I'd just like to take a brief moment and congratulate both Tello's Farms and Booney Acres on placing very high in this year's Emerald Cup. Trinity County cannabis cultivators continue to really show the rest of the world how to do this right. And it's really a feather in our cap and something everybody can be proud of. You know, in addition to an award-winning winemaker on the Board of Supervisors, we now have multiple award-winning cannabis cultivator. It's a great source of pride for the rest of the community, and it really puts Trinity in a wonderful position. So thank you for your hard work.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment? So no other public comment.
All right. Richard, have you heard it all from Jim?
I have not.
Okay, and is Randy Moore on Zoom already?
Yes, I am.
All right. Randy, would you like to go ahead with your presentation? I was going to switch the order up since you did wait a long time last time, and I want to make sure you get the opportunity.
Okay, great. So thank you, and I appreciate y'all. I'm sorry?
I just need to read the item before I proceed. I just want to check with you.
Great.
So presentations, I'm switching the item around. We're starting with 1.3. Receive a presentation from U.S. Forest Service Regional Forester Randy Moore regarding Trinity County no fiscal impact. Mr. Moore, thank you so much for joining us. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this morning. Not sure what all the specifics you may be interested in, so I'll cover general topics and certainly be open to any questions or comments you might have. So let me start by saying what's not really a surprise. You know, 2020 was really just a tough year, and it's one that was historic in so many different ways. Not only did we have the COVID pandemic to deal with, but we also had historic fires. It is almost, you know, we say this, it seems, every year lately, that each year is historic in nature from the previous year, which was historic from that year. And so last year was no different. We burned, not we, but about 2.4 million acres of national forest burned last year, and that was out of about 4 million acres total across the state. And what happened with that 2.4 million acres is that we have approximately 8 billion board feet worth of timber that needs to be treated in some way. And if we were to look just along roadsides, we have about 1.8 billion board feet of timber. Now, looking at what industry's capacity is, because a lot of private land is burned as well, they don't have the capacity to take the amount of material that we need to treat from the national forest. And in no year would they be able to take that amount. And so we're working with industry to look at where we can make some adjustments, where they can make some adjustments to receive some of this material. But it's a much bigger discussion that needs to take place. And we'll be doing that with the industry coming up here pretty soon in terms of what are some of the options. Just to let you know where we had been previously, you know, for the last 3 years, we've had an increase in what we were producing in terms of timber. We've gone from about 350 million board feet to about 420 million board feet last year. This year, we're looking at about 350 to 400, and it was because of COVID and just trying to find, you know, what's that new normal moving past the pandemic, and we don't know that yet. You all may be aware that both the chief and I signed an agreement with the governor and the Secretary of Crowfoot last August. And in that agreement, we had agreed that we need to treat about 1 million acres between the two of us per year. And we gave ourselves till 2025 to get to that level. One of the things that's not mentioned in there that needs to be a part of it is that as we increase up to 1 million acres a year of treatment, we also need to have a maintenance program where we go back and maintain the acres that we've invested in treating so that we're not going back into that time and time again like what's taking place now. We treated Forest Service about 239,000 acres this past year. That was about a 10% increase from the year before, which is another 10% from the year before that. And so we are increasing the number of acres that we are treating, but as you can tell, to get to 500,000 acres, we need to double what we're currently doing. And so we're looking for new and creative ways of doing a lot of that. We've also signed a memorandum of understanding for fuel reduction with CAL FIRE and National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and over 14 private timber landowners. And, you know, just looking at the work on the ground, that's supported about 3,300 jobs, and it's generating about $111 million in wood product across the area. Some other things that we're doing, because it takes a lot of NEPA analysis to get a lot of this work done. And I want you to know too that we have found ways to decrease the time that it takes to prepare a lot of our fuels management and timber management projects by nearly 15% just from a year ago. And to give you an example, in 2019, we used 72 what we call categorical exclusion. That's the smallest amount of NEPA that we need to do compared to the environmental assessments or environmental impact statements. That 72 CEs was compared to 48 CEs the year before. And so we are having some tools. To give you an example, Lake Tahoe Basin has the authority for a 10,000 acre categorical exclusion. We used that twice last year. The bad thing is that this authority is just restricted to the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. So if we could get the ability to use a tool like that 10,000 acre CE, we think that we could greatly increase the amount of acres that we are able to treat. We're also looking at upgrading our nursery facilities. You know, the fires have been devastating all across the landscape, and we don't have the ability to put trees back in the ground looking at any of the nursery facilities. I think we just don't have capacity anywhere. And so we have taken money and we're upgrading the facilities. We're also looking at the different genetic types of trees that we should be putting back in the ground based on what is happening with the climate. We have a lot of proof that, and you all have seen that, drought over the last few years, disease and insects that are moving in, and it's just a lot taking place. And so we have to increase what we're able to do out on the ground. We were able to get what we call the Great American Outdoor Act monies, and those are monies that have been legislated to look at fixing up a lot of our facilities, including the recreational facilities. And so we have competed for some of those dollars. We're going to be getting quite a bit, I think about $80 million coming into the state this year. We'll have a similar amount, not slightly more, for the next 5 years. So in Trinity County, we have about 6 projects lined up this year in Trinity County that we're going to be working for. And like I said before, looking at trying to improve the amount of acres that are treated as well. So that's kind of a quick overview of where we are. I mean, there's certainly a lot going on across the state. I'm not sure that you're interested in more of that national or statewide perspective. If you are, I'm certainly willing to share that with you. But in terms of Trinity County, that's where we are with that. So if you'd like me to talk about something specific, now would be the time to ask a question.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisors, questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Moore, and thank you very much for being here. This is Supervisor Groves, and I'm in the northern part of Trinity County's districts. So when you refer to these numbers, were these California numbers or Western region numbers, or what when you're looking at 250,000 acres you're treating, what does that represent?
No, that's California.
Okay.
500,000 acres of national forest, and then the state, CAL FIRE, agreed to do 500, private lands.
So when you talk about treating, is that actual going in and thinning, or roadside clearing, or a standard old-fashioned logging, or just all of the above?
Yeah, it's all of the above. And one of the things we've been hearing from a lot of publics is that we need to put more fire on the landscape. And so we are looking at doing that as well. In fact, if we're going to treat the number of acres that really needs to be treated, because we really have to move away from a suppression-oriented focus to a preventive type of a focus. And because, when the fire starts, we have to put them out. So we spend a lot of our time putting fires out, but we're not spending the amount of time that we need or the resources to prevent the fires from occurring in the first place. And I'm talking about the catastrophic fires, large destructive fires. We all live in a fire-adapted ecosystem, so fires are going to happen on the landscape. We just want it to behave when it does happen.
So that kind of leads me into my next ask is, since I think most, at least private foresters, I don't know where your guys' stance is, that in Trinity County we look at 3 to 4 times the amount of fuel load that we would have had naturally over the years of management or non-management, whatever terms you want to use for that. We see that we have to do a lot of fuel removal before you start getting into like controlled burns and that. Is that something that your agency's agreeing with, or you have a different view?
No, absolutely. We have to remove a lot of that, what we call ladder fuels, so small dammers stuff, before we put fires out there. Otherwise, we just create another hazardous type of condition. What needs to take place too, though, is that new industries need to emerge, because a lot of our timber facilities are not set up to handle the small damage stuff. There's not a lot of value in it. And so, and back in the day, if I can say that, timber, harvesting timber used to pay for a lot of that material to be removed. But we're not doing that level of cutting anymore. And so what has happened, because what we used to do has gone down, is that we have a lot of small stuff, almost like kindling for a fire that's growing in there now. So we have to remove that. And what I mentioned earlier is that we have to go back in and maintain it. When we go in and treat an area, thin it or whatever, might be needed for a particular area, we have to come back in there every so often to retreat it. And that's when you'd want to put fires in there to kind of help treat that, to keep this small ladder fuels type stuff down. And you have the larger trees with better canopy cover growing. And so that's where we're trying to get to. It's just, when we did an assessment on national forests here across the state, we recognize that we need to treat anywhere between 6 to 9 million acres altogether, not the 20 million acres that we manage here in the state. And so we have to have a really active program to get to that level again. I will say that we've finding some creative ways to help expand the number of acres that we're treating. We're calling it conservation finance, where we're getting a lot, but starting to get some companies coming in that looking at receiving some kind of revenue from the avoided cost of having a fire in there. And as a result, they're putting money on making those landscapes healthy and resilient. We're calling a watershed be one of those, where you look at the East Bay area, drinking water comes from there, so they're invested in forest resilience work, forest health work that keep that landscape healthy to prevent fires from coming through. And we have some other examples. The Tahoe would be another example where $500,000 and been leveraged to about $5 million to do a lot of work. And there, one of the things that you may be interested in is we're also working with the insurance industry to show where having a healthy forest will reduce the chance of fires, therefore reducing the need to drop people's insurance coverage. So we're trying to demonstrate in a lot of different ways where prevention is the way to go, and it has a lot of other ways and a lot of other areas that benefit from that kind of work and that kind of experiment that we're trying to set up there in the Tahoe area. So we think folks all across the state will benefit from the results of that project.
Honestly, I like what you're saying here. In Trinity County, my estimate is that you guys would need to treat 30 to 50,000 acres a year to kind of get us back on some sort of line. But realistically, that's a lot of money, and especially since we're trying to change our practices of not harvesting big trees that paid for the bills. What can Trinity County do for you to try to speed that process along?
Well, I think a lot of it has taken place. There's just so much to do. If you remember the last time where Secretary Vilsack was in office, he made a visit to Trinity County. And as a result of that visit, there's a lot of attention paid on trying to get a collaborative started up there to increase the opportunities to get more work done. And I think, all across the state and Trinity County, it's no exception to this, we have to find ways to work together. And under the shared stewardship agreement that was signed by the governor and us, there are a lot of opportunities to get collaborative started where we can work together. And your local forest supervisor would be a great person to start that process with. I don't know if you all have met Rachel Berkey yet, but Rachel is the new incoming forest supervisor there. And Carrie Otto is the deputy forest supervisor there. And if you have not met her yet, I really encourage you all to get to know her. She's very capable, and I think you're going to really appreciate working with her and trying to get some of these type projects started. Now, the watershed community there just outside of Weaverville was awarded about, I think, $1 million in a project just recently. And so I think you're starting to see some more activity taking place, particularly up in Northern California, where we have, it's our so-called breadbasket for veg management. And so we are putting a lot of focus in Trinity County, Shasta Trinity National Forest in general, but certainly Trinity County being one of the primary beneficiaries, I think, of what's, I think, based on where we're going, where we're trying to get to. Could I ask you, how would the community want us to be working with them? What can we do better, or what can we do more of from your perspective?
Well, from mine, and I'll finish up here so that supervisors can speak. I think our community still doesn't see enough work on the ground. We see some small projects. Today, when I came in for town, there was on Forest Service land, they were doing like a 50-foot cleanup along the road. Some contract through you guys, I'm not sure what it was, but we see major things that need to be done, and we're just doing little minor issues, 50 acres here, 50 acres there, where the people in Southern Trinity, watch 400,000 acres burn, and I'll let the Southern Trinity supervisor speak for that. So what we really need to see is things happening on a bigger scale.
Okay.
And with that, I'll turn it over to the other supervisors. And thank you very much for your time.
Morning, Randy. Nice to see you again, and thanks for being here. A couple of questions. I guess if anything, I'd like to speak to, you said, what are your thoughts on that? I just finished a meeting with Forest Supervisor Ted MacArthur a week ago, and in that meeting, we had our Trinity County Resource Conservation District Manager was a part of it. And his expression was, we have resources ready to go. And we would really like to be a part of more projects. We feel like we have the capability and are chomping at the bit to be part of projects. And I don't know what the disconnect is, but that was the expression from him. So if we can find ways to bridge that gap, people are very much willing and ready to help get jobs done.
Yeah, so, yeah, that is a challenge. You know, we do stand ready to do more than what we're currently been able to do. And to talk about, you know, why we have not, you know, I don't want to come across with a lot of excuses because that's not something that we really want to focus on. But I'll tell you, one of the challenges that we've had in the last 15 years, I've lost 38%, right about 37% of the workforce, non-fire part of our workforce, and the other people that were working on the ground, putting together timber sales, trails, maintenance, construction, all of that stuff. As that part of our program has gone down, of course, ours has gone up. And so it's not hitting one against the other, but just know that that's a real loss where over the last 15 years, we've lost a lot of our resource-oriented type employees. So we've been trying to leverage that though and look at working with partners, partnering with the state, looking at conservation finances and other opportunities. And so we are seeing some gains in that. And to give you an idea, our partners, prior to 2017, we had about $48 million in partnership contributions. This past year, we had about $148 million. And so it is beginning to increase doing non-traditional type, taking non-traditional ways to get a lot of work done. And the collaboratives have also been a big help as well, but focusing on large landscapes, because as you all know, when fires take place, it really just doesn't care about jurisdictional boundaries. And so we have to be able to treat landscapes, all lands included there, not just federal government, but all lands on a landscape. And I think that's one of the pluses of signing the Sheriff's Stewardship Agreement with the state here, is that, I don't know if you were familiar with NEPA-CEQA, but the governor has agreed through the secretary there to where we have NEPA, you don't have to do CEQA and vice versa. Good Neighbor Authority allows the state to do work on federal lands. And so I think that we are eliminating some of those challenges that we've had from working to be more effective in stopping fires and advancing across the landscape. I still say that we have to have more, I guess, more markets to emerge to take advantage of the material that we have. So we're moving more toward salvage type projects, not so much of the green. We'll always have green, but what we have is a lot of dead and dying trees that really have to get off the landscape. And if we cannot take those trees to the mills, then we have to find some other ways to utilize that material. And so is it about exporting some of this material to other countries even, because we have to get it off the ground. Otherwise, it's just, you know, it's dangerous trap for firefighters that going in fighting fires. And it's also dangerous for publics going in from dead and rotten trees with a wind shift that they may fall. So the problem is huge. I think we all recognize that. And we're looking for ideas from across the spectrum. And part of that is in inviting you all and your constituents to be a part of what we're trying to get done. You know, we've shifted away from doing all of our thinking internally and then asking you, what do you think about what we think? Now we're asking you to say, you know, why don't we sit down and talk about what needs to happen out there, and then let's figure out how to make that happen. And so it may be a slight shift, but it's a fundamental shift from the Forest Service, where we were trying to recognize a lot of expertise and a lot of good ideas in the communities and not just in the Forest Service. And we're trying to invite that.
Thank you for that. We have appreciated the 3 meetings that we've had with Ted MacArthur as he's been, our interim supervisor, and look forward to meeting Rachel and continuing that monthly update. And so I just would ask that, we're able to continue getting status updates on this process. I appreciate you are trying to reduce prep time. You're trying to increase the number of categorical exemptions that you can utilize. These are awesome goals, and they're wonderful to hear about. But status updates to see boxes actually get checked, I think, is what I'm really interested in. And watching our hopes become reality on the ground is, I'm sure, I hear you saying that too, but I think that staying in contact about that is really important. One other question I would ask you would be to do with the 5-year contract that the Forest Service engages in with the different volunteer fire departments, so that, these who are right here working and responding in the moment are able to be compensated. I think we're a little bit maybe past what that renewal date was. Do you know where we're at with that?
Are we talking about the CFAA agreement, the statewide agreement, or are we talking about the local volunteer department agreements?
The local volunteer department agreements.
Yeah, you might want to talk with the forest supervisor on where you are with those. We have about 1,200 agreements across the state, so I don't have any kind of a recall to tell you specifically where any one is at. I'll tell you in general though, with the CFAA agreements working through Cal OES, that agreement has been signed, even though there's still conversations taking place. But those conversations are taking place out of the Washington office and with our Office of Management and Budget, OMB, because they are asking for some language in there that I don't, it wasn't in the original agreement, or at least it's not commonly viewed as being in the original agreement. And so we're trying to work through some of those disagreements, some of those perspectives of what is in the agreement and what is not in the agreement. We have a meeting set up between the state and Washington office people back there. I believe it's the end of next week. I'm not real sure, but I believe it's the end of next week to try to work through those things. Because, when people come to work, we want to make sure that they get paid, and that shouldn't be an issue. And I think we all agree on that, just working through that. It's just a matter now of, okay, you come to work for us, show us your bill, and we reimburse you. And I think that's what the argument is at right now, is that there's different ways to do that. And so without getting into a lot of specifics or details, that's where we are with that CFAA agreement.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, it just does make sense that when they're here to respond, they don't have the resources to not be compensated for that. And we just wouldn't want anybody to ever be in the position of looking to some fire that's, maybe a bit removed, and they say, we're just going to have to call it on that one and not respond because we don't have the margin to do so. And then in some turn of events, that becomes a catastrophic, event, and we just don't want to see that happen. So thank you for realizing we need those, and I appreciate it.
And Supervisor, I think we all agree with that. I mean, for us to come to that kind of a state, it would be a sad statement on all of our parts that, there's a fire that's going to be threatening the community, and then we're arguing over, whether you get paid or not. Everyone is going to get paid. It's a matter of when, and we have to work through those things. And I think we all have a part of, it's almost like a sense of duty to, when there's an emergency on the rise, that we have to all rise to the occasion and get the fire out, and we work through the details, and we will work through the details. So, to say that folks won't come to a fire, that really stings, because I would never allow any employee within the Forest Service to ever make a statement, like that, where they're not going to respond if they're not going to get paid. Because they will get paid. We just, like I say, we just need to work through the bureaucracy and just the stuff that gets in the way of being good neighbors.
Sure, most certainly. And I didn't mean for that to sound a little too stingy. It really was in response to a situation that happened a number of years ago. And so just thank you. It's good. I think we're on the same page, and I appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yeah, Mr. Moore, this is Supervisor Frazier, District 5, and I do have a couple questions. My district was very impacted by the August complex this last summer, and now one of the issues that we're having is with fire salvage and cleanup. And I would like to know what the overall goal is. I know we've had a lot of input from the community and stuff, people who want to see salvage occur not only on roads, hazard tree reduction, but ridge tops. During the fire, we had a lot of issues from 2015 fire scars where fire crews were pulled out because there was too many snags. And that's an issue we don't want to repeat in 2025. So I would like to know what the plan is for that, and then I'll have another couple of questions too.
Okay. Yeah, so thanks for the question. So the August fire, is, you may be aware, burned right at about 1 million acres, and so it covered a really wide area. I had a meeting earlier this morning, just trying to get an update on where we are with the assessment, and that's really looking at not only the August fire, but all of the fire, just really trying to yard up the extent of the damage and putting together a plan for rehabilitation. And so we've been working with our Washington office as well as our northern region, Washington, Oregon, where they also had a lot of fires, and a little bit there in Colorado, trying to look at shifting resources to treat the areas that we've identified and the areas that we've gone through the assessment, and looking at what needs to take place. And a part of the reason I was referring to the nursery earlier is because we don't have enough nursing capacity to do the level of reforestation that it's going to take. Nor we nor the state have capacity, and so we have to increase capacity, and so that's what we're doing. And like I was saying earlier, but as we do that, are we putting the right trees back in the ground? Are we putting the trees in the ground that has the genetic ability to withstand changing and shifting climates? And so I'm not even talking about climate change. I'm not very sure where folks are with that. But we do know that climate is changing and is shifting. So based on what we see, what type of trees would stand the best chance of growing and becoming larger trees? You know, we've hired a person to be, we call it the post-fire recovery. She's currently working with all of the different forest supervisors, putting together a plan for that. We'll be happy to share that as soon as developed. So we have what we call phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is really going out on the ground, doing an assessment. Phase 2 is looking at the type of NEPA that we need to do in order to get projects done. You know, we have a bigger problem that we're trying to work with industry, and that is the state and industry don't have the capacity to handle the amount of material that's available. And last we talked with industry, I think by the time they treat the private areas, they may have a capacity for about 122 million board feet of timber on the federal side. But we have a heck of a lot more than that. So what that means is that we have a problem, and it's all of our problem. And so that's why we're working with industry to see what shifts can we make and what other conversations should we be having, because we have to remove, there's just a strong need to remove the material out of there so that we can start looking at forest health. So that's where we are. We're working through it. Industry is working with us on this, and we're just right in the midst of it, Supervisor.
Thank you. And I do have another couple of questions. I know from your earlier presentation where you were talking about you lost 37% of your workforce, and then the fire side has increased so dramatically. And one of the questions I get quite often from my constituents, we're fairly surrounded by national forest. Most of my district is national forest, like the rest of the county, and people are wondering why we have all these projects that need to be done, and our fire crews are not doing them when they're not on fires. One of the questions I hear a lot is, why are the fire crews running up the road for PT when they could be out there chipping brush and actually doing some of these roadside clearing projects? And to me, that would be something that could be done by the Forest Service internally, and that would be just utilizing the resources that you have, and use the fire crews to do some of these other jobs when they're not on fire.
Yeah, very good question, very good insight as well. I'm not sure where a lot of it's coming from, but our firefighters are doing a lot of that work. Also, as a certified firefighter, they also have to stay in shape. So PT is a part of them staying in shape so that they're ready to respond. And so they are allowed time to make sure that they're in shape for the fires. But they are doing a lot of work out on the ground that's not necessarily fire related, but resource related, whether it's some timber marking, recreation type work. So I don't know what every single unit is doing, but in general, they are doing quite a bit of the work. I'd be interested in knowing specifically, though, if you have locations where you're not seeing that occur, that I can look into that.
All right, thank you. And then I guess make it the final question. Another question coming from your previous statements, where you're talking about removing the ladder fuels and trying to find a way that small diameter wood can be utilized. And my question would be, has the Forest Service done any more looking into removing the trees that can be utilized? And I don't necessarily mean clear-cut logging 1980 style, but I'm talking, okay, if we can't utilize these trees that are 4 inches DBH and 6 inches DBH, we don't have biomass plants and stuff, why aren't we removing the trees that are 18-inch DBH down to 12-inch DBH to still open up the forest some and actually have a merchantable product?
Well, I know you have some timber industry folks within Trinity County there, and that may be a question for them in terms of what size material can their mill operate on. My understanding is the smaller stuff, a lot of them not set up for that, or we don't have enough of those type facilities across the spectrum to really do any kind of a mass production of that small diameter type stuff. Now, biomass is one way that we can use a lot of the small diameter stuff, but the value is so low it don't really pay for itself out of the woods. And so, if there were things like what we used to have is transportation subsidies. And so if there were transportation subsidies that would help pay for the transportation costs, that would be another way of hauling the material to a biomass facility or some other facility, so that it also would be a way to increase, what rate could you got on the ground. We met with CPU, with the state a few years back, and we were looking at, biomass as for energy, and we wanted to support and try and get the state to support using more biomass to create energy. And at the time, there's a lot of conversations going on with, well, it's just too expensive compared to wind, gas, and solar. But we emphasize with them, well, on the surface, that may be true, but when you look at the cost of not being able to use that material, it costs more to not use it. So I think biomass is somewhere around 14 cents per kilowatt hour compared to 6 cents per kilowatt hour with some of the others. And so from the dollars and cents on the surface, it's just not a lot of space for biomass. But we shared with them how much it was costing for us to suppress fires. And I'll give you an example. Last year, we spent about $1.5 billion just Forest Service The state spent that much themselves. So altogether, we spent probably $3 billion just suppressing fires. That's not a cost I guess that people take into account when they make a decision. The other thing is that when you look at the values off of a national forest, it's pretty significant and far-reaching. And when you look at, and I don't want to take a lot of time, but when you look at the values there, recreation values on national forests contribute about $2 billion to the economy here in California. Water contributes, it's worth about $9 billion to the agriculture community. And that same drinking water, it would be at about $323 billion. We also provide energy through national forests. There are about 7 million homes. And so when you look at the values that's affected, it's pretty significant. And so to say that biomass, energy producing biomass is too expensive, it's a huge, well, it's just not true. Because there's other things that are at risk.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, I just have a couple of questions, and then I would love to have some follow-up outside of the meeting. First of all, it would be great if you could help arrange a meeting with our local ranger. I believe her name was Rachel, and I think you mentioned, getting the process started on a stewardship program or something of that nature. Is that similar to what Tuolumne County has done? Are you aware? Is that the same thing?
And we talk about the master stewardship agreement with Tuolumne County?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, sure. I mean, there'd be a lot of interest in doing that if Trinity County was interested in doing some things like that.
Okay, because I think, some of the issues I've heard, and I've only been on the board for 2 years and in the county for about 10 years, but I think the local foresters, they rotate in and out a lot. I'm not sure if it's always a one-year residency or if it fluctuates or if people come here and retire out. But I think sometimes it's challenging having a consistent point of contact within Forest Service. So if we do start a 5-year plan, there's someone who's actually engaged in it and aware of all of the beginnings and the middles and the ends of it, because it's probably intimidating for someone to walk into something that's in mid-progress or just about to get started, but they know they're only going to be in town for a year. It's probably not going to become a priority. But nonetheless, I think that would be a great thing to consider, and again, getting in touch with Rachel and maybe keeping you involved too would be beneficial. I know some of the private timber companies, they might be interested in increasing their capacity for Forest Service timber products. So that would be another potential conversation we could try to arrange. I know your time's valuable, so I think we'll let you go, and we really appreciate you taking time to field questions from us on the spot. I don't think we've had that opportunity in a while, so thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And, I guess in closing, my bottom line is that let's figure out a way to work together. We have a huge problem out there, and a lot of our small communities are affected the most out of us either doing work or not doing work. Either way, we have a huge impact on small rural economies. And so we are interested in it. We don't have all the ideals. That's why we're looking for ideas from you all, looking for ways to engage. I will say, going back to trying to expand our ability to treat more acres on the ground, Cal Fire and I, Tom Ford and I have been talking about turning McClellan into an area where we are training people out of the communities and tribes to do prescribed burning and to do forest maintenance. And so we're looking at trying to expand our ability to engage the community more. So stay tuned for that, and get engaged with your ranger or your forest supervisor there. And I'd be happy to make sure that Rachel gets on your calendar and on your schedule to introduce herself to you, but also for you to kind of share what your expectations are of her, being the forest supervisor there in your community.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Yeah, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Right. Richard, have you heard it all from Tim?
I have not.
Okay. Well, we're trying to hit the 10 o'clock public hearing on time. Susan, is she flexible?
She's flexible, it just can't be before 10 o'clock.
Okay. Then I think, is Senator Brian Dahl's office on the Zoom currently? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I sure am.
All right, Mr. Ross, then we will proceed to item 1.2, receive a presentation from Senator Brian Dahl's office regarding Senate Bill 208, Consumer Call Protection Act, and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. No fiscal impact. You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chairman, Honorable Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to join you and talk about this bill. Just to clarify, SB 208, they recycle the numbers every year, and it gets confusing for everyone in the legislature. This is specifically about the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Oh God, sorry. All right. Bill's about the Sierra Nevada Conservancy expansion. So, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy is a state agency. It was formed in 2004. Covers most of the east side of the state, Sierra Nevada, all the way up to Oregon border, Modoc County. And it was formed, they have a mission, it's kind of broad, it's to promote the environmental, economic, and social well-being of the Sierra Nevada communities and its people. So they do a lot of different work. They do grants for recreational promotion, they do some community grant programs, but the main focus of the organization has evolved into what they call the Watershed Improvement Program. I don't have to tell anyone in Trinity County, it's very appropriate to be following Randy Moore from the Forest Service to know that the wildfire problem in inland Northern California has become an ongoing calamity that it's puts our lives at risk, our homes, our communities. It's wrecking our recreational opportunities when the summer is just dominated by smoke. A lot of work really needs to be done. For the Sierra Nevada, the reason they focus on watersheds is because the Sierra Nevada is the watershed of the state of California. You might go to somebody in Los Angeles and say, hey, where does your water come from? And they'll say, well, the tap, right? We know that it comes from the mountains, it comes from our snowpack, it comes from our hopefully healthy watersheds. And unfortunately, this wildfire problem that has been growing in California, has been growing in the national forest, growing on private lands, really needs to be addressed. So the Conservancy listens to its people, and part of the reason for that is its board. It has a board that includes 6 county supervisors from the different subregions around the state. So it's really locally focused and community driven by those local needs. And so the Wildfire Improvement Program, or the Watershed Improvement Program, they're pushing out grants to communities to do field breaks, to do bidding, doing some of the landscape scale planning that Randy Moore was talking about, so that local collaborative groups like the Trinity Collaborative can do the NEPA and CEQA, do the prioritization, so they can actually say, okay, this is what we need to do, this is the order we need to do it in, and move forward. I did send out the annual report from the organization that just came out about 2 weeks ago. I think you got that last night. If you haven't had a chance to read it, you probably got a lot of papers going on meeting day. But that's their focus. And so Senator Daly, for those of you who don't know, he doesn't represent Trinity County, unfortunately. I'm based in Redding, so I love Weaverville. But he was a county supervisor for 16 years in Lassen County. He served on the Sierra Nevada Conservancy Board. He was there when it was established, and he's become a big supporter. And I want to say he's a pretty conservative guy. He does not believe we should be going around expanding government all the time by any means. But he's found that its community focus really works. It's actually helping communities. I know there's some concern in Trinity County right now about some different federal proposals related to land management. Very important to understand that the Conservancy, they don't own land, they don't manage land, they don't they're not in any way a regulatory body, so they're not going to be telling anyone what to do. They're hoping to serve communities, to be a convener, to bring them together, to say, okay, these are your goals. Who do we know who can help with it? They have great contacts with the Forest Service, with the various state agencies and natural resources agencies. Their priorities this year include, they've just established a biomass utilization fund, which hopes to use some of that small timber that Randy Moore was just talking about, both for biomass power, as well as there's an effort through RCRC, some of you might be familiar with, to expand some pellet mills, building up around the state. Because we have to find creative new uses for some of this small value timber to get it put to use and to develop some markets and develop some of that infrastructure is really critical, because Randy was correct that the infrastructure simply isn't there. The Forest Service has some work to do in terms of kind of long-term contracting so that industry knows they can make investments and not go bankrupt in 3 years if policies change. But that's happening. So SB 208 is a bill that would expand the Sierra Nevada Conservancy a little bit, and including part of Trinity County. It emerged when the Conservancy was formed in 2004, went all the way up to the Oregon border. They were creative at the time about what is actually the Sierra Nevada. If you're a geological purist, it ends somewhere in Plumas County. North is the Cascades, but they decided it's a political designation. They invited Siskiyou County. Siskiyou County at the time simply wasn't interested. They just were suspicious, and another state thing. They didn't want any part of it. Can't blame them in principle, but over the years they've seen that the agency does some good work, and actually a community group in Siskiyou County asked the senator if he would consider carrying a bill to expand the Conservancy into Siskiyou County. The Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors was very supportive of that idea. So is the city of Mount Shasta, local jurisdictions there. So SB 208 would expand it into southern Siskiyou County, the Sacramento River watersheds, and then also expanded into more of Shasta County to take in the Sacramento River watershed, basically above Shasta Dam. All those have water sources. So that was the senator's original plan. And then when he took the bill to the Senate Natural Resources Committee, they suggested, well, hey, if our goal here is to support the watershed improvement program, we have basically the critical watersheds of the state, you should include Trinity Lake, because good, bad, or indifferent, it's all plumbed together now. And the Upper Trinity River watershed is a critical part of this Central Valley project, and it's a key watershed of the state. So they suggested adding that. This happened last year, and then the bill died thanks to COVID kind of just flattening every bills that weren't about the immediate crisis. But it has come back, and so it does include the Upper Trinity River watershed. And so wanted to make sure that, the senator, he was a county supervisor, he's a strong supporter of local government, he's been in seats like yours and understands, the issues you have in a rural community. And so he wants to, this isn't something the state or us are trying to do to you. He hopes this is an opportunity for Trinity County to work on some of the issues we've just been talking about and that your constituents are really dealing with. And if you have any questions or any concerns or any comments, very much love to hear them and see if I can field them. If I can't, I will follow up. And that's that. I will stop talking. Love to hear any questions I can answer.
All right.
Other service.
Supervisor Fisher.
How much of the Upper Trinity watershed does this conservancy encompass?
So the current statutory language says the Upper Trinity River watershed. The map that the Conservancy has drawn is basically everything upstream from Lewiston Dam. I think that it's probably important to get that language precise, just because if you look in different government documents and maps, they have different definitions of what is the Upper Trinity River. But whether it starts at Trinity Dam or starts at Lewiston Dam, but basically, I think the watershed above the federal grounds.
If you can get that spelled out a little bit better for us, that would be great. I think
that's an excellent idea.
I consider the upper Trinity watershed to be above Trinity Lake, north of Trinity Lake.
Sure, sure. And it does go all the way to the northward to the border of Siskiyou County.
Thank you.
Go ahead, because I put this on, so go ahead and let Jill go. Okay. Hi, Mr. Ross, this is Keith Groves. We've had several conversations about this, and
Yes, sir.
thank you for coming today. And I too was a little guarded when you first contacted me about this, I'm in agreement that it should be any watershed above Lewiston Dam, because that all feeds into that whole watershed that's either going to go over the hill or down the river. I think it's important to note what you've said, that this is not a government entity that's going to do things to us. It's a group that's going to try to help us do some of the resource issues that have been overlooked in the Upper Trinity region, because we've put all our focus on issues below Lewiston Dam. I'm in full support of this. I was neglectful in not getting a letter of support for the board to approve today, but my ask today of the board is that you approve a letter of support as the board as a whole, and we'll send that in. So with that, I don't have any more questions of you. I think that's it's a good thing for Trinity County and a good thing for Northern Trinity County. And your timing couldn't have been any better being behind Mr. Moore.
Appreciate the scheduling on that.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Ross. We appreciate it.
Well, with that, thank you very much, and I'll get out of your hair. But you guys have a great setup, by the way. I love this Zoom setup. So thank you. Hope it's working for you.
All right, Richard, do you get the agenda?
I still not.
Okay, I'll go get the
We have the other group out.
planners. You ready? Oh, nice.
General plan. Don't we have a good general plan already?
You're salivating right now.
The only general plan in the state that actually has white out on pages. It should be in the museum.
You guys? We're good. Thank you.
Good morning. Hunter, Building and Planning Director. Excited to be here this morning to introduce our consultants for our general plan and zoning update. With that, this is Jim Harnish. I will hand this over to him to introduce the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Thanks, Kim. Good morning, Chair of the Board and members of the board. My name is Jim Harnish. I'm the principal and owner of Inter Harnish. We're a Sacramento-based planning consulting firm, and we specialize in doing general plans, zoning codes, and housing elements. So we do a few other things, but that's our primary work. I want to introduce the rest of our team, and we have some team members on Zoom as well, but Brent Gibbons is the project manager for the general plan update, and will also be managing the zoning code update, which is a major part of the project. Della Costa next is with Rincon Consultants, and they are responsible for the environmental analysis, EIR, but also will be responsible for a number of the parts of the general plan related to open space and conservation. Amy Yang, next to her, is an associate with Minter Harnish, and she'll be working on all aspects of the project. And standing next to her is Jordan Powell, who is the assistant project manager, and will be working closely with Brent and your planning staff on a daily basis. Will kind of be the daily project managers. Also on Zoom, I think we have several of our other teaming partners. Green Dot Transportation out of Chico is going to be addressing mobility, circulation transportation on the project, and that's Jeff Schwein is leading that effort. Also, we have Dynamic Planning and Science. It's now a Colorado-based consulting firm. Oh, there's Jeff. Hi, Jeff. We have Ethan Mobley, who is the principal and owner of Dynamic Planning and Science. They'll be addressing the safety issues, particularly fire safety. Dynamic Planning and Science actually is working in Shasta County and is has done a lot of work with hazard mitigation planning, so they're a perfect match for us on this project. For economics and fiscal issues, we have applied development economics, and that's Doug Svensson. I think Doug's on the line. There you go, Doug. Doug is also a planner, and we work with Doug on many general plan updates. He works all over California and is one of the top economists working on planning projects in California. And then finally, Martha Miller with Miller Planning Associates is the principal and owner of Miller Planning, and she will be working with Brent on the zoning code update. Did I miss anybody?
Then we have a digital plan at the end.
Oh, that's right. And then we do have Encode Plus is based in Texas, and we have they'll be helping us do a digital zoning code. So it'll be online zoning code, completely accessible, and Brent can answer any questions you have about that if you wanted to hear about that now. So this is we've introduced the team. I don't think we'll go in unless you want to hear more about the project. We love talking about planning, but in about a month and a half, we have a major kickoff community meeting that will involve the board, planning commission, and the general public. They have essentially a forum to discuss all the parts of the general plan, the schedule, and our approach to the plan. Have some discussion about issues and opportunities as well to kind of kick off the overall project. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions now, and if not, we have a lot of other work we're doing today and tomorrow with your staff, getting organized on the project, taking a tour of the county, so that we understand better the nuances of Mariposa County. I guess one last thing I want to say about our planning firm. We've been in business for 35 years, and my now retired partner Larry Matera and I started our planning consulting career by working on the Modoc County General Plan Update, and I think that kind of set the tone for our firm. We've worked on about 20 county general plans and zoning codes as well. We love working for counties. It's a different challenge of working for cities, and you have a lot of challenges that larger urban areas don't, and we're looking forward to working with you to address those challenges and have a comprehensive general plan for Mariposa County, Trinity County. We're working in Mariposa County too on their zoning codes. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any broad questions, non-detailed specific questions?
Why are you looking at me? I would just thank you. It's as you know, this has been 40 years coming to this point, and I'm very excited to have you on board. And my only ask is, this is a big county with diverse people, and everybody in Trinity County is an expert, because that's what we do. and ask you to reach out to everybody, and I can't be more excited. This is a good day for Trinity County.
Great.
Thank you.
I should just point out, part of the project is that we will be having workshops spread throughout the county on several different occasions, dealing with several different of the topics. So we'll be going out to all of your communities and listening to folks. So we'll be making a major effort. We know the rural counties especially have a lot of smaller communities that are spread out, different opinions, different expectations. Each community has its unique aspects, and so we understand that, and we'll do the best we can to hear from everybody that wants to talk to us.
Which will be everybody.
You mentioned your big kickoff date. You know what date that will be?
The date's not set. In fact, one of the things we're doing today with your staff is kind of getting organized on the details of the project. We have a tentative schedule, but we need to kind of talk through what the best time would be. We have we're starting the general plan, but we're also doing some zoning code amendments in advance of the overall zoning code update. And those have their own series of workshops and outreach throughout the community. So there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things to coordinate. So we're hopefully by the end of today, we'll have a better an answer for you about a tentative date.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. We're thrilled to have you here and begin this process, and yeah, look forward to it.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it as well.
All right, well, then we will go to our 10 o'clock. Okay, let's know. So we're going to start our public hearing for grants, item 3.1. Conduct a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution authorizing an application for funding and the execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto from the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program Coronavirus Response Rounds 2 and 3. No impact to the general fund. Funds in the amount of $370,816 for COVID response will be awarded to the grants department. Susie, you there?
I am. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you for having me here yet again to discuss the Community Development Block Grant Program. I am inundated with about 8 different applications with regard to CDBG funds. Today, I'm talking specifically about COVID funds. If you will recall, I approached the board with an agenda item in early February with regard to COVID funding, and since that time and that public hearing and resolution, the program has been somewhat redesigned. They extended the application deadline, allowed us to submit additional applications. We had to make a couple of changes, and that's what I'm here to discuss with you today. We have available non-competitively $370,816. We have earmarked $130,000 of those funds for public services. And in that category of public services, we will be providing funding to both the hospital and to behavioral health to purchase vehicles and pay for transportation of vulnerable individuals, those either with COVID, susceptible to COVID, or just have predominant health conditions that would lead them to be susceptible to COVID. Currently, those services do not exist at those organizations, so this would be a new service, and it does meet the nexus to COVID required for this funding. The largest portion of the funding will be used to purchase emergency shelter trailers under the housing assistance category. Those will be trailers that are at a mobile home park that the Human Response Network utilizes for emergency shelter. We're going to be replacing travel trailers and single-wide mobile homes that are, probably met their life expectancy with new units. That is also a direct nexus to COVID and an allowable expense. So with that, we will be spending the full allocation non-competitively at $370,816. So I will entertain any questions that you have at this time or any public input with regard to these applications. And then I want to spend a couple minutes talking to you about additional CDBG applications that are coming on the horizon.
All right.
I have no raised hands. And I see no chats. Is there anyone with public comment at this time? I see no public comment, Chair.
Okay, any questions here from the board? Seeing none. Back to you, Susie.
Okay, thank you. Emma, I would like it noted that there was no public comment in the minutes for the state, just so they know. Thank you. So as I stated earlier, there are multiple CDBG community development block grant applications that I'm working on, and I just wanted to shed a little bit of light on that because we are doing our very best to spread this money out to meet community needs. As you may know, CDBG funding has to meet a national objective and has to meet the low to moderate income requirement. There are many jurisdictions in our county that qualify for the low to moderate income category. Weaverville does not, just one of those areas, but we can serve low to moderate income households or a presumed benefit of that population within Weaverville. So I want to share with you a couple of the projects. With our CDBG program income dollars, existing funding we already have in our CDBG fund, I'm working on an application right now for operations for the ambulance service to purchase an ambulance. That application actually is in the review process right now. As you may know, Southern Trinity Area Rescue has needed a new ambulance for quite some time. We're going to leverage 3 different sources of revenue, CDBG PI being one of them. Hopefully that application is approved in the next couple of weeks. Move forward with that project. The CDBG, right?
Does this pertain to this item now?
What?
They're all CDBG, yes.
But what you're asking us to approve today, is that part of this item?
No, so just that resolution and public input for the CV funding.
Okay.
The rest of this is just informational for everybody that wants to hear about it. If you'd rather I wait, I can do that too.
Yeah, I personally, I'd like to finish this item and then, you can do that at report time. That's me, Mr. Chair, it's your decision.
Go ahead, Susie.
All right, so thank you. Under the regular CDBG NOFA, which will be due June 15th, we're going to submit an application in support of operations through the Southern Trinity Area Rescue. And then we're potentially going to submit an application for economic development between now and the middle of July. Waiting for new program guidelines for that to come out. And then I already mentioned to you the 3 CD applications. And then on the horizon will be at least 2 additional CDBG program income projects. Again, I'm addressing the needs of our communities and our organizations that have been left unfunded for what I would call deferred maintenance of facilities. So we're trying to address those needs as they relate to also meeting national objectives. And that's it.
All right. Any additional questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one. Susie, this is Keith. Back to the item. So did the hospital request to get some of this money? And that's what?
Yeah, so as part of our community stakeholders group, we were discussing COVID funding that has come into the county and how we could put that money to best use, realizing that we had to have a direct nexus to COVID. And both the Behavioral Health Department and the hospital mentioned that they did not have the proper transportation vehicle to keep drivers and clients or patients safe when they were transporting them. And that's a direct nexus to COVID, whereby there was really no other uses of this funding that we could articulate that weren't being addressed by another source of funding.
Okay, so if the hospital didn't get that, we wouldn't be getting that money. It's not a choice that we sacrifice something else.
Correct. There was nothing else in alignment that met the nexus to COVID.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions from the board? No? So, Margaret, we need a motion on this, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Entertain a motion for this? I'll move to approve item 3.1 as presented.
I will second.
Right. And we have a motion by Chair Brown and a second by Supervisor Gogan. Please call the board.
Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox? Aye. Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Motion passes.
Thank you, board.
unanimously. Thank you, Susie, for your time. All right, and we will go into the consent calendar, and for the record, item 1.1 regarding the proclamation, we are waiting to hear from Mr. Rogers who can ideally present him physically with the proclamation, so it's on hold until further notice. Consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Supervisors, are there any items you'd like to see pulled? Emma, is there anybody on Zoom that is commenting to pull an item?
I do have one.
Okay.
I have no raised hands.
Supervisor Briggs?
Item 2.5.
All right. And if no one is on Zoom, then I would. So we look at 2.5 first, right? All right. So if there's nothing else in 2.5, I'd entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Emma, we've got a motion from Supervisor Groves and a second from Supervisor Cox. Please pull the board.
Supervisor Cox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Clerk of the board, item 2.5, authorize the chairman to sign a letter supporting SB 59 cannabis licenses, no fiscal impact. Supervisor Groves?
Yeah, so last time I asked this to be continued to this meeting because to try to get some clarity on exactly what this bill is. After talking to members of the state and around, I still am not quite clear, or I don't think the state is quite clear what it does. In the end, I will support it, but I do want to make it clear that the benefit to the county program is minimal and possibly negative. So what we're doing is we've passed our EIR here, so we're ahead of many counties. And so those counties are going to get an extension, and by fact, the growers in those counties will be functioning without an EIR, which is something that our growers did not have the benefit of. So, but I will take into fact that our growers here, many of them, or probably most of them, still do not have permanent licenses through the state and are looking at this time period. I will say from a state I'm hearing within the state that this probably will not pass as written because of the length of the time period. I think the time period is quite long, kind of silly long, but for now, it probably doesn't harm us super bad or help us much either. So with that, I'm done with my statement.
All right, is there any public comment on this?
I have no raised hands and no, oh, I do have a raised hand. Lisa Wright.
Okay, unmuted on video, I think. Yes. So just a couple of comments regarding SB 59. I agree with Supervisor Groves. I think it's quite an extensive period of time. But I do see the benefit of some legislation in this form for Trinity County farmers as well, because we're coming up, we don't have the transition plan. We don't have any way to review CEQA. The urgency ordinance goes through September. I don't see how it will be possible if we don't do anything prior to that to review CEQA documents, 300 and some. We haven't processed over 100 applications that the county accepted last year, new applications that need to undergo CEQA, that some of those, because they were accepted by the county, actually obtained CDFA licenses. So what a bill of this nature, again, the time period aside, would enable Trinity farmers to do is if they have provisional licenses, to continue in the provisional license status while Trinity does the review of their CEQA documents, which may go well into next year. So that would be my concern for our local farmers and how that license or that bill could actually benefit them from a licensing perspective. So I hope that makes sense, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Brower?
Good morning, Supervisors. John Brower. Familiar with this proposed legislation, the fact that Trinity has spoken up for the last two extensions to this important state program has helped them pass. And Supervisor Groves brings up interesting points. There's several different components to this bill. If you have any questions, I could try to answer them. But the most important component is to allow the state the authority to continue with their provisional program. And that's absolutely vital to making this transition. And of course, it also allows for local jurisdictions to have their own provisional programs too. But this is state authorization for the state provisional program. And it's absolutely critical to transitioning this statewide industry, and I think we all know how important it is to Trinity. So I encourage you to pass this. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
Ryan Tarbell.
Hello, Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So in the agenda, I didn't actually see the letter of support that you guys would be voting on. I just saw a summary of SV 59, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that proposed bill has been amended from what is in your packet. And currently now the state would only be able to issue provisional licenses through July 1st, 2022. And that's also applicable to providing local authorization to the state before environmental review is fully complete. So I'm not even, sure that you guys are seeing the most up-to-date amended version of that bill? And then also, I'm wondering what letter of support you would actually be being submitted. And I would also urge the supervisors to possibly, if they do, if you guys do decide to support this, to push that date beyond July 1st, 2022, because that's likely, it's definitely not going to be enough time for the program here in Trinity County to get existing licenses through to full CEQA compliance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Just for the record, it is in the backup. The letter of support is in the backup.
Yes. Any other comments on Zoom?
Deidre?
Good morning, Deidre Brower. Thanks for hearing this item today. I would like to encourage you to support SB 59. It's not only important to all of our licensees here, but it really benefits the whole community to keep the license program going and help alleviate some of the problems with the black market. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else?
I have no more raised hands and no more chats. Is there anyone else with public comment? I have no more public comment.
All right. Hearing none, I'll bring you back to the board for additional discussion. Supervisor Groves, since you brought this up.
Yeah, I think I just want to be clear, we had people tell us that this will give the authority for the counties to issue provisional licenses. That is the question that I've asked through Sacramento, and I get different answers from different people. And so I am not convinced that that's the case. I just think that it's important for us to understand that at this point, that it may or may not do that for us. So in my thoughts, that even with that question, I will still support this. It is true, in one of the committees, they did shorten it down. I'm being told that there's strong environmental group pressure to shorten that number as much as possible. And that's the government's, caving into, or caving, that's what I'm term, listening to that constituency. And that's why it's shortening. But there's no question the state program needs some more time. Because, again, it seems that we're ahead of the state in some of these items. So, that's it for my comment.
All right. Any other questions or comments from supervisors?
Yeah, so I'm reading the letter from April 6th, and I'm looking at some of the time frame here, and it's just in the provisional licensing program until January 1st, 2022. Do we actually have any authority to push that back some, as one of our speakers said today? Or if we add that to our letter?
I think that is the $10,000 question.
Yeah, the 2022 is under SB 79, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So that one's already set in the past. So the next one would be under 59, what the date is. I mean, we can put a recommendation of a different date if that's the will of the board.
Because I think, hearing Kim, that might be a little bit premature for this county.
Well, we do not have the authority to change the state's. If you want to take one aspect of it, and this is for the state only, we have no authority to change that. I mean, we can recommend that timetable is too tight for us to accomplish, and there are counties that have told the state that it's going to take them 10 years to get through this process. I think the original date was thrown out there because they're just tired of doing these, another 2 years, another 2 years, another 2 years, and they're just trying to throw out a number that would last. But again, there's strong pressure. But so the question again then becomes into the county's provisional program and what it means to that. And I don't think there's a clear understanding. I think many people are clear, there's just opposite viewpoints of what their clarity is.
Additional comments?
I do agree.
Go ahead.
I would agree with Supervisor Groves that I have no intention of standing in the way of this. I would be supportive. I just would feel more comfortable if our letter more mimicked the one that this collaboration of folks, including our own Adrian Keyes, has signed, that is just really clear in each of these places that it's the state's timeline, the state's provisional licenses, the program authorizing state licensing authorities, and so forth. And again, I appreciate that there's different perspectives on how you read it, but I'm just seeing a definite difference between local jurisdictions and the licensing authority being defined as I read the bill. Regardless, I just think that our letter should maybe more clearly align with this collaboratives.
Well, sounds like there's some hesitation on proceeding with this endorsement, unless someone wants to correct me if I'm wrong, but.
I've stated that I will support as we've written. I want to make it clear, at this point, I want to make it clear publicly that, because one side's going to hear one thing, and the other side's going to hear something else when I'm done. That one side's going to say, see, same thing, state doesn't, there's no authority for the county to do this. The other side's going to say, the county has perfect authority, we passed 59. I just want it to be clear that this doesn't clear up that conundrum that we've been in for a period of time. And so that's my big, I want people to take away from this. But as a whole, I'm fine with signing on and supporting more time for people to get through this process.
All right, any additional comments?
I actually had issue with this before, and then as we heard from one of our commenters, the latest amendment to this on April 12th did shorten that 2028 timeline considerably, which was my biggest issue with it. It seemed like after what we had done as a county, trying to get through all this stuff, and then to lengthen that out afterward, I didn't think that would be that beneficial for our county. I do like the way the bill's written better now, so I would now support this. If you would like that, I would even say I would make a motion to approve item 2.5.
I will second.
All right. We've got a motion from Supervisor Frazier and a second from Supervisor Gogan. Please pull the board.
Yeah, just real quick, Chair, does the letter need to be amended on the dates? Or do we say something that as the latest version as of today is what we're approving? I don't have it in front of me.
It is dated the 6th. I can update that if that is what you would like.
Yeah, I would support the bill that's written today.
I think the April 20th date would be appropriate for the letter.
All right. Thank you.
So again, we have a motion and a second. Unless there's any further discussion, Emma, could you please pull the board?
Motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Gogan. Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. So, it is 10:40 approximately. Does anyone need to break? I don't know. We can proceed. Looking good. All right. With that, we will go into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. Remember?
Would you like to do reports first?
Oh, I'm sorry. How did I skip over that? Thanks, Supervisor Groves. Reports and announcements. Got ahead of myself. Item 4.1, reports from department heads. Are there heads of departments out there wishing to report?
Yes, this is Liz Hamilton with Health and Human Services.
All right, please go ahead, Liz.
Hi, I would like to yield my time for a quick COVID update from Marcy.
All right, please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Brown and Supervisors. Brief update. So, as you know, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been put on pause. The CDC and FDA have issued a joint recommendation that they pause the use of this vaccine because of a few events of what's called cerebral spinous vascular thrombosis. I probably have that wrong, but it's CVST. It's pretty rare, but it did occur in 6 cases in women under the age of 50 that received Janssen vaccine. That's a 0.00088%, less than 1%, but they will collect more robust data, and that pause will be in effect at least until next week, and we don't know beyond that. We have plenty of Moderna vaccines, so we will not be giving Janssen during this pause. We will provide Moderna vaccine to our population. So the other update would be our vaccination numbers. And excuse me, my video is really slow and it's catching my eyes. Hopefully it's not coming through that way to you. So we have given 5,420 doses, or not we, but residents have been vaccinated, 5,420 residents, which is a rate of about 44% of our population. As you know, we have submitted a request for approval for our ELC grant to be able to provide incentives for 2 primary objectives, those being to increase testing numbers and to ensure vaccination to those communities that are underserved and in the most disadvantaged quartile, which is the Healthy Places Index quartile 1. That includes places like Hayfork, Hyanpom, Kettenpom, Big Bar, Xenia, and there's 8 total. There's 8 total zip codes. So that's where we're going to focus a lot of our vaccination attention beginning in mid-June. We are starting to wind down our mass vax pods in Weaverville as we have saturated this area, and we have partners that are providing the vaccines in our absence. So we're transitioning that to both tribal health. They're going to be having pods and assistance. We haven't got those dates or times. We haven't shored that up quite yet. And then of course, our MCHD clinics continue to provide limited doses. So our next pod is going to be in Hayfork on the 23rd, this Friday. And that will be from 9 to noon. And I think it's 9 to noon, don't quote me. We will be providing Moderna vaccine. And as you know, we will be providing Visa cards for people that are being vaccinated in those low quartiles, primarily to help them offset the costs of traveling and getting vaccine. You know, there can be significant costs. We do have gas vouchers that we provide. Persons must qualify for that, being 300% under the poverty level. And that came through the CMSP grant. That's a different grant. The ELC grant that allows for this incentive funding is designed to increase vaccination rates and testing rates. It is not uncommon for entities to use incentives for persons to to obtain preventative health care. For example, insurances, including ours, will deduct a certain amount of money for persons that do specific things regarding prevention, such as quit smoking, get a mammogram if you're a woman, colonoscopy, and that sort of thing. So incentives are not uncommon. We have a pretty robust justification for that, and I'm happy to share that with any of you. I did provide that information to Tony Reed at the Journal, and I'm thinking they may be putting that in the press release tomorrow. So the other thing is guidance on businesses and travel. There is a lot of new guidance that's come out. A lot of the guidance is going to be contingent on vaccination rates or testing. So venues, and I can't possibly go through all of this because there's a lot. If you go to the covid19.ca.gov website, and again, look at Trinity County and the orange tier, it will tell you the specific guidance. Gathering guidance has been updated on April 14th. Travel guidance has been updated. Travel guidance, you'll see language such as, for travel guidance, there is no travel restriction on fully vaccinated people that can travel anywhere in the United States. Same with venues. If venue promoters or organizers have only vaccinated people, or have persons that are in attendance that have a negative test within 72 hours, they can increase their capacity. So there's an incentive there for persons to get vaccinated and or get tested within 72 hours of those events, so that more persons are able to attend. Masks are mandatory in those environments, even though persons have been vaccinated. And again, without going into a lot of detail, there's just a whole lot of guidance out there. The expectation is that after either on or sometimes near June 15th, that the blueprint for a safer economy will evolve, and we will open up and progress away from the blueprint. So you'll begin to see that, the tiers will go away. So there'll be no color guidance that goes with, specific activities and specific venues that are open. I don't think I have anything else for you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you so much, Marcy. I think we are all set.
I have a question too.
We got a question from Godin here.
Sorry about that. What is the credit card incentive? Dollar amount?
25.
And the gas is 20?
Yes, I believe so, Supervisor Godin.
Thank you. And no travel restrictions, so say between here and Alaska, would I need no travel? But if I am vaccinated, do I need to show anything besides my card in the continental U.S.?
So the travel advisory that's been updated April 1st, it states fully vaccinated travelers are less likely to get and spread COVID and can travel safely within the United States and California.
Thank you.
There is also, Supervisor Godin, there's no required to test or quarantine before or after travel unless someone develops symptoms consistent with COVID.
That applies to all ages?
Fully vaccinated. So all ages can't be vaccinated. Okay, so a lot of the guidance you'll see, it does reference fully vaccinated persons or those tested within a specific time frame prior to the activity. And so children under the age of 16 cannot be vaccinated, so by default they are not included in that.
Okay, do they have to show still a negative COVID test for traveling or quarantine?
So for all the guidance that provides exceptions and expansions for all attendees or travelers that show proof of a negative test within 72 hours of the event, or show proof of full vaccination, which would be their vaccination card. With regard to the negative test, we haven't figured out yet how that's going to happen. We are advocating for persons to be vaccinated. These are safe and effective vaccines, and we just really want to encourage that.
All right, thank you so much, Marcy, appreciate it. Any other department heads wishing to report out?
And this is Shelley Nelson, Human Resources. Good morning. Wanted to inform you Governor Newsom had signed Senate Bill 95, which requires California private and public employers with 25 employees or more to provide new supplemental paid sick leave for qualifying COVID-19 events. This is to be retroactive to January 1st, 2021, and it will be extended through September 30th, 2021. I'm sending a memo out this morning. I did to all employees announcing this. There are some of the reasons for the leave are a little different than what we had last year. So I just wanted to emphasize that reasons for requesting leave, and an employee can submit a request either verbally or in writing. And the reasons would be employee is subject to quarantine or isolation related to COVID-19, or they've been advised by a healthcare provider to self-quarantine due to concerns related to COVID-19. Employees that are attending an appointment to receive a COVID-19 vaccine for protection against COVID-19, or employees experiencing symptoms related to a COVID-19 vaccine that prevents the employee from being able to work or telecommute. The employee is experiencing symptoms related to COVID-19 and they're seeking medical diagnosis. An employee is caring for a family member who is subject to a quarantine or isolation order or has been advised to self-quarantine. Or finally, an employee is caring for a child whose school or place of care is closed or unavailable for reasons related to COVID-19 on the premises. So I'll be preparing and revising our interim personnel policy, which is a resolution I've been taking back and forth to the board since the pandemic started, updating these changes. But these are immediate, and if anyone needs anything that's retroactive, the departments are working right now to implement that.
Any questions for Shelley? All right, thanks Shelley for the update, appreciate it. Any other department heads on Zoom wishing to report? All right, Director Hunter.
Okay, just quickly, I know there's been, I heard comments this morning about having more updates regarding the cannabis program. And at this time, I plan on agendizing updates for the first meeting of each month. So that next update agendized would be, I believe, May 4th, May 2nd. Let's see. Yeah, May 4th. And then should anything come up after that, I'd be happy to report in my department head report. And so there will be updates coming, and we are making progress, good progress, and I'm happy to, I'll be happy to provide more specifics on May 4th on that. Also, we did receive in the Cannabis Division Planning Department, we received an opt-out, a formal opt-out request to extend the Lewiston opt-out area. So that will be coming before you in the future. We'll be reviewing that and getting back to you on that and how to move forward with that request from the community of Lewiston. And with that, I will hand my time over to Environmental Health Director Christy Anderson. She has a few things to update you about with with COVID. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning. I'm very excited to announce that we have some of our restrictions are starting to get lifted for businesses and events. And just checked this morning, I wanted to give you some really basic highlights that I think are important for Trinity County. Gatherings, public gatherings are now maximum 50 outdoor, and this is because we're in the orange tier currently. Max 25 indoor. Private events, max 100 outdoor. If all guests are vaccinated or tested, allowance for 150 indoor. Indoor seated live events, max 15% or 200 people. And this would include a prearranged seating. In-state visitors only, unless vaccinated, and weekly worker testing in this. And this is for max capacity below 1,501 or 1,500. Above 1,501, we have 10% or 2,000 allowed, whichever is fewer. Outdoor live events, max 33% with modifications. Another very exciting one is overnight sleepaway camps. They haven't been able to open in over a year, and as of June 1st, they will be able to reopen. I'm very excited for that. As Marcy had mentioned, June 15th, if everything goes well, we're expected full reopening with no more tiers, but there will be modifications. Masking is still required, and there will be testing and vaccination requirements. I don't want to get too much into that, but I just wanted to let you know what we're looking forward to. Also, everything has to still be in compliance with Cal OSHA, and conventions will be capped at 5,000 until October 1st. Also, just briefly, August fire update, algal blooms, we've experienced a large number of the harmful algal blooms in the Mad River Moose Lake watershed, and I'm getting a lot of questions from the public, so I thought I would let everyone know, Supervisor Frazier's district especially, and everybody's worried about recreation for the summer. And so we have reached out to every state agency we can, trying to get us some help with dealing with that issue so that we don't have to worry about our recreational water there at Moose Lake. That community has been impacted greatly, and we don't want to see tourism go down even more. Phase 2, the cleanup, it's well underway. Property owners, they've been inquiring when they're going to get the official sign-off for site cleanup. This is a little bit complicated, but because of the test results, they have to test and then scrape, and if it comes back hot, they have to test again. So we just have a little delay where we are, but we're expecting around a month wait on that. So hopefully it's a little quicker. I'm hopeful, but I want to project out about a month after cleanup. And then we have 3 teams moving right now, south to north on Bear Creek, south to north in the Three Forks area, and north to south on the east side of the lake. I hope that information helps. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none. No, thank you for your time, Christy. Appreciate it. Any other department heads wishing to report now? All right. Students?
Yes, good morning, Chair, Brown, members of the board. Just a couple real quick housekeeping things. We are still working on the new building, the planning cannabis, and if the board would like during the break or immediately after, we're happy to walk you through and show you progress. Our general services crew is doing an amazing job. And I was trying to track, as Marcy and Christy were talking, but we are working real close with public health to schedule our summer events, including the 4th of July. So I think we can work around the state mandates and have a full event again. So we're looking forward to getting back to our new normal. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before we go to county matters, I'm going to go ahead and recess for 10 minutes, and we will come back at 11:10.
Reports from Supervisors.
You really don't want to report today, do you?
Supervisor Frazier, please report out.
Not a lot. I did attend the North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District Board meeting, where most of this discussion was based around CalPERS and using reserve funds to pay down liabilities in the CalPERS account. So not a lot going on, except in them they were talking about North Coast Unified working toward EPA exemption for air curtain burner in the Mad River area to help with fire cleanup and burning the excessive amounts of dead wood.
And is it open air burning?
Well, kind of.
Yeah. All right. Supervisor Gogan.
So I have a few things here. Yesterday, me and myself and Joe Cox attended the BSA 2 meeting. And it looks like things are going fairly well there, I hope. Also was at the Hayfork Fairgrounds meeting. And they are optimistically cautious about the 4th of July as we are. They are fully prepared to have the county fair and 4th of July celebrations there, which is a great thing that does happen for them. Myself and Keith also attended a TMC meeting earlier in the last week. And then last but not least, I had the honor of having our Congressman Huffman and his assistant John Driscoll in my vote for the date on April 8th. It was a huge success for our county, the river. I think everybody. It was attended by the chairman and vice chair of the Yurok tribe, a lot of their staff, Mike Dixon, the executive director of Trinity River Restoration Program, Brent Gudermuth from Restoration, James Lee from Trinity River Restoration, and the regional director of public relations. For reclamation was there, U.S. Wildlife Service biologists, 2 of them were there, 3 or 4 state fish and wildlife biologists, Mike Warcott and George Kuski from the Hoopa tribe, Justin and Scott McBain from the Hoopa Valley tribe, and Don Bader with Bureau of Reclamation, who was also the chairman of the Trinity Management Council. I think, and Keith Gross was there also, and I think it was a really good, first time in 30 years we've ever got anything like this together, and I think it was a great trip, just a really beneficial trip for all included. So we're thankful for that.
All right. Supervisor Cox.
So yeah, a couple weeks ago, actually just this last week, had another meeting with Forest Supervisor Ted MacArthur, and just really appreciate that interaction, continuing to build the communication there at that level. And so it'll be an exciting transition to meet our new Forest Supervisor Rachel Berkey, and I'm excited to set that up and continue those. So we had members of our volunteer fire department speaking into that meeting, and also Travis Finch just really encouraging this 10-year conversation that's been going on about putting some cameras in some places to be able to identify smoke faster, jump on fires more quickly. And then our RCD manager, Kelly Sheen, speaking into that meeting as well about his desire to see that interaction happen and that partnership and those projects move forward as we discussed today with Randy. And so just good conversations going forward. I'm excited about this. Had a great town hall. Pat Frost was there as our Weaverville Rotary president, talking about some beautification items that are going to come to the downtown area to put some bike racks in. And really important conversation with Caltrans landscape specialist Tom March about the condition of our trees on Main Street, the life of those trees, and what we're going to be looking toward as we consider safety issues. So if you weren't on that meeting, the recording link is on the website, and you can go back and watch and see what he had to say. I think it's just really important that we consider ahead of time what's going on, so that we can speak into that and just know, we've got to obviously, those trees are important and safety first. So those are the conversations there. So the May meeting will be on the 10th, and that will include hopefully. Just have to confirm with her, but our local ranger, Tara Jones, and so if you haven't had a chance to meet her, that's the transition from Ranger Snails, and also our general manager at PUD, Paul Hooser, will be there to continue discussions on our right-of-way project.
All right, so President Rhodes.
Yeah, I apologize. This is going to be kind of a lengthy one for me anyway. So several things had gone on. I want to update the board. If you remember, we signed the letter of support for land exchange buyout in the very northern part of Trinity County. And in that, I had requested that if any of this was going to be turned to wilderness, that, you know, we, Trinity County, would like a seat at the table. I have been contacted by the Forest Service to, they're honoring that. So we're going to have discussions and with community people in the North Lake about what should be wilderness, what shouldn't be, and we're going to move forward with that. SB 12, this is the McGuire bill that we have concerns on Friday afternoon. His staff that wrote the bill is going to explain to us why this is great for Trinity County, and we're going to be allowed to voice concerns there.
Sorry, which we are you referring to?
Well, that's, I left it up to Richard to contact staff that he feels should be part of that. And then I'm announcing today, I don't know how it would work if we had more than 2 supervisors on that, Margaret. Can they Zoom in and listen?
They can listen, but they cannot participate.
Okay, so this will be a Zoom call. Can 2 of the supervisors be designated to be those speakers, ask questions?
I believe that would be the best practice to do so, or else it would be unclear who's participating. And again, those that are listening, if they learn anything, they do need to report it out. If it's part of their department head report or another report, so it's clear what they learned from this meeting.
Okay, so I would request that I be one of the speakers, since or one of the representatives from the county. But I would assume that most people have an interest of this that are on the board. And again, this is at this point is in Richard's court. He was looking at asking road staff, planning staff to be part of this. And anyway, that's it. Friday at 2. So I guess contact Richard if you have more questions or want to participate. Is that okay with you, Richard?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I love volunteering for these things because I can't see you through the screen now, so you can't even give me dirty looks.
Or my mask.
So also, Richard and I went to Siskiyou County and met with our neighboring supervisors and their CAO, Ray Hoft, and her name is?
Angela Davis.
Angela Davis. I should be able to remember that. And this was on discussion of Coffee Creek Road. We have 18 miles of road that we have to maintain to then get people into their very high-end, expensive homes that they get all the money for. So I had 2 asks and was looking for either one. One that we seed that land into Trinity County, or 2, we signed an MOU that they pay us money to maintain that road in there. They seemed to be in agreement to sign an MOU. So that's court, that ball is in Richard's court to follow up on that. Jeremy and I had the NCRP meeting, which is the North Coast Resource Partnership, and I'm new to this. Jeremy has been on it. I think, well, he can speak to that later. But this is a partnership between Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Modoc, Siskiyou, Sonoma, and Trinity, which is a very odd group, but this seems to be a very powerful group. And for example, when Lewiston needed money for their sewer project, this group was doled some of the SB1 monies out for that. But the reason I bring this up is ex-supervisor Morris was chair of that for a while, and basically half an hour of our meeting was them raining honor on her and giving her an award of excellence that's only been awarded to 2 other people in their time period. And her ego was very stoked that day because I'm sure they really, all the supervisors from these areas had high praise for her work and what she's done to help Trinity County on that. And then lastly, as Leanne mentioned, the TMC drift down the river. I will say that I've been on TMC for 5 years, and this is the first time that I have felt encouraged by what TMC is doing to help the river. I think it's important for people to understand what's going on in the process at this point. The Trinity River restoration has been in process for 20 years, and so there's a lot of controversy over what they've done and haven't done. But so for the first 15 years, they did a lot of work, and then for the last 4, they've been doing analysis of what has happened, and so they call this the I'm forgetting the term, but basically the analysis of all the work and the synthesis reports. And so we're now seeing those that aren't finalized, but in this this day that they reported a lot of the preliminary findings, and there's a lot of answers of why we haven't seen the fish. We focused on building habitat, and now for the first time the organization seems to really see that, okay, now we have the habitat, now it's time to be able to get more fish in the river since we've done basically the foundation work. And some of the highlights here is that they have increased by 2.5-fold the amount of fish leaving the river. Are these smolts or fries? I get confused.
They're small.
Smolts, okay. The smolts leaving. But what we have found through the synthesis report is that they are too small and underfed. And so there's a lot of analysis pointing to that the water temperature is too cold during parts of the summer and too warm in parts of the winter. And so the analysis is looking up of how to balance those temperatures, which will raise basically the bugs aren't being produced correctly, and so the fish don't eat as much of the bugs, so they're too small. So we have feed issues that if we can increase the size, if you add 30% to the size, you will double the amount of fish that come back. So it's not a linear progression. It's well, like anything in life, a small thing has less chance to survive. And so working on issues of how to get the water in a more natural flow, and then also using the water more smartly and using some of this water in the wintertime to disturb and get more feed into the system at that side. So finally, I'm hearing things that are past just when we need to build more gravel bars. And so I was very encouraged after that float. And so, as Liam pointed out, having the congressman there, of course, brings a lot of attention to what's going on. So with that, I think I've said more than my share. So on to you, Jeremy.
All right. Can I just ask you a question or two here?
Sure.
So back to your meeting on Friday at 2 o'clock. Obviously, you're going to be one of the participants. Do we want to pick another one for that day? Not that
It's up to Richard.
it's up to Richard.
Yeah, if you're interested, reach out to Richard.
That's perfect.
All right.
And the other thing is, Keith is right. This is the first time we've been seeing a positive push from TMC in restoration. Yeah, it looks like things are moving in the right direction.
So that's some of the best news I've heard in a while, so that's awesome. I'm not being sarcastic, too. Be clear.
Try not to be.
Well, I don't have too much to report out. I was interested, and I was going to recommend that a different supervisor, and I'm going to start with you, Supervisor Cox, take over my position on the SCED board, which is the Economic Development Board. The main reason for that is that a lot of what SCED does is offer small business loans for small businesses, and I don't feel that District 4 really has I have yet to see any interest from District 4 on any participation in what SCED would offer. And my distance from the proximity of downtown is kind of farther than, it's not in my district, so I would feel like it would be an appropriate position for you to have. And you don't need to respond right now, you can think about it, but I just wanted to put that out there for you to consider. Or if someone else feels that it would be practical, but I do feel it would be most practical for you and small business owners. Other reporting out, we had an overhaul at the Burt Ranch dump, and not like an overhaul tipped over, an overhaul cleanup with volunteers, and it was awesome. So big thanks to the solid waste department. I believe it was Keith and Aspen and Ryan and Gary all came out, and Stephen from the road department. So thank you, Rick, for sharing your employees too. It was great to see that kind of community effort. So that is all I have to report out at RCRC next week. So I'll have more information after that. And with that, is there any break? Yeah, we'll go ahead and break and come back at 11:30 for County Matters.
Yeah, we'll talk about it, but we'll be treat them.
All right, we're almost out of recess here. Kind of missing the deal. Come on, Jill. Probably got hijacked out
Yeah.
there.
The lobbyists, this is just like the lobbyists in Washington DC. They sit out in the hallways. And somebody walks by, they grab them.
No, she's getting lobbied.
Apparently, it doesn't look like lobby.
No, like they're working for the highway department.
It's called the lobby.
Are those highway workers?
No, those are Lewistoners. All right.
Wait, hold on. You're muted.
Oh my gosh.
Now go.
Okay. Back in session. Welcome back. Going into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Any requests from the board? Seeing none. Any requests from the public? Seeing none. Staff? Hearing none. We will proceed then. Agriculture, item 5.1, waive the reading of and enact an ordinance implementing a ban of industrial hemp within the unincorporated areas of Trinity County. No fiscal impact. Due to my cannabis cultivation license, I am recusing myself from this item and passing it off to Supervisor Frazier.
Okay, sir.
Good morning. We're another half hour. Okay, to recap, on March 3rd, we introduced this. We had our first meeting March 16th, our second one April 6th. By God, it's 420, and we're doing it again today. We're at the end of the whole cycle. We've had no comments whatsoever in all that time from interested parties, other than people, local cannabis growers who support it. If there any other information we haven't covered, I believe it's a 5-year sunset that we added to, right? Correct? So the ordinance as we crafted it, come back 5 years. Any questions?
Joe, was it not 3? So may come back to the same board?
It started as 3. I believe you made the motion to make it 5.
No, I made the motion to make it 3, I think.
Okay, then my mistake. It's 3.
So it could come back to some of the 3 new board members before they leave.
Oh, okay, that's right. You're right. My bad. 3.
Actually, I'd love it if it was 3, but I don't think it is.
Oh,
I think Supervisor Groves asked for it to be 5 because he said 3 years will go by very quickly.
Yes.
So
I
we
recall
can
that
check,
too.
but I have a feeling that's what the motion and the vote was.
Well, full disclosure, I'm getting old and forgetful, obviously.
I would settle for 3 or anything above that.
Today's the day if we can move, so let's have that discussion. Would Emma know?
I'm looking. I'm
Okay.
looking so I don't.
Let's not bug
The
you.
ordinance will sunset in 5 years from date of adoption of this ordinance.
Okay, perfect.
So, yes.
See, Joe, you're not that old.
And just for the board to know, if at this point you were to make that change, this would revert back to a first reading, we would have to bring it back again for a second reading.
Okay, do you have anything else to add to that?
I think this is the wisest use for the county. It would be one thing if we were the valley and we had lots of flat ground, lots of deep soil, lots of water. That's not what we have. And so in the efforts to prevent it's a little strong language, range war, I believe this is the most prudent action the county can take.
All right, well, if that's what all of you got for now, we can open this item up to public comment.
I have no raised hands and no chats. Is there anyone on Zoom with public comment? I see none. Is there anyone in the lobby with public comment? I'm not seeing any movement, so I'm going to say we have no public comment.
that, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to accept 5.1 as presented.
I will second.
I have a motion and a second.
Motion by Supervisor Groves, second by Supervisor Gogan, excuse me, so sorry. Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have a question for Margaret. So it becomes in that 30 days from now, it's the county ordinance, correct?
That is correct. In 30 days, it will go into effect. It needs to be published one time prior to that.
Okay.
Newspaper of general circulation.
Okay. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. And Jeremy, you can come back in here.
He's outside.
Sorry, you can hear me. You should be able to hear.
Be able to.
Yeah. The stuff we're talking about?
You can probably hear it, but that's not against the rule. He can listen in, he just can't.
He can listen, he can't be in the room because he could be making hand signals to influence you.
He was texting me the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, please, for the record.
For the record, he was kidding.
I was,
For the record, I was kidding. No.
Thank you.
But gets into
Welcome back.
Thank you. You guys fix everything? Working?
He did.
All right. Moving on to next item, Board of Supervisors. Item 5.2, discuss or provide direction to staff regarding limited density of rural dwellings in Trinity County and fiscal impact. Supervisor Frazier, I believe this is your item.
Okay, well, this is an item that I've been working on considerably for, I don't know how many years now, starting in the Planning Commission and then moving on. What I would ask is that the board direct staff to bring this item, or to have the Planning Commission take it up and bring it back to those board of supervisors as soon as we can. There's a lot of impacted areas or impacted homes in my area that would greatly benefit from this. At this point, it's going to be difficult to impossible for some people to build back without insurance and in the economic situation that we're in otherwise. So I don't want to give anyone any more reason to leave the area. We need to keep as many people as we can. So I would ask that the board of supervisors take this up and move it forward.
All right. Is there any technical questions from the board for Supervisor Frazier? And Emma, is there anyone on Zoom wishing to make public comment?
I have no raised hands
All right.
and no chats. Is there anyone on Zoom with public comment? Yes, Lisa Wright. You can start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. It's weird because when you're on Zoom, you just talk to a timer, so it's a little bit strange, but thank you for the opportunity. We had put this forward, well, the Planning Commission had some time ago, maybe 2 or 3, maybe it's been longer, years ago, come up with a really good plan for implementing the Class K housing. It is part of state law that local jurisdictions should be adopting this as well. I know that Trinity chooses at times to do their own thing, but I think it's very important, and it really has been raised again here with the severity of the fires and the ability of people to reconstruct their own homes, etc. So I would urge this board to move forward with adoption of some type of ordinance. I think that needs to be presented yet, but like I said, the Planning Commission had a really good ordinance that they had approved and brought forward. We also had put forth an initiative that was a little bit caught up in some entanglement, but it included Class K housing, and it was receiving overwhelming support in the signatures as well, just didn't make it to the ballot. So I would certainly encourage the board to move forward with Class K housing. I think it's very beneficial for our county as a whole. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Emma, any additional comments from the Zoom?
Is there anyone else on Zoom with public comment? No one else on Zoom, but you can go when you're ready.
John Brower from Junction City. I encourage immediate adoption of the program as presented by the Planning Commission. They had some time to work through it. Commissioners Horde and Frazier put a lot of work into it. It roughly mirrors the Mendocino and state-approved programs. It seems a very good fit for Trinity County, and there is an immediate need with these catastrophic fires to allow people to live in a safe structure by whatever means available to them. And I think most years we're the poorest or second poorest county in this state, and it sure seems like our building department could educate themselves to the state program and these alternative standards in a short time, and implement this program here. So I'm very supportive of Supervisor Frazier's work on this. It seems like following his recommendation should be an easy decision. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comments. Emma, last minute Zoom.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
And Margaret, we don't really need a motion on this, do we? This is just direction.
This is direction item, correct?
I do not have anyone else with public comment.
Okay, well, are there any supervisors that are opposed to Supervisor Frazier's request?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, first off, before we have, I want to give a little background history. Previous boards and previous planning commission are, I think for the most part, were in favor of type K. It's the fact of capacity. And so the last board felt that during the general plan update would be the time to put that through when we had outside help. Asking our planning department to do anything, and I mean, I'm shocked that like a consultant that is telling us, urging us to get things done is saying, okay, stop for 3 weeks doing that and let's do Class K housing. I'm supportive of the concept of this, but to me, we have to find money to hire an outside consultant, and even that is going to take time away from our staff to do the things that they can do. I get the need, but we don't have the capacity. So if we find outside staff that can go through this process and do everything and put up, I mean, we're talking like an hour of Kim's time or an hour of somebody's time is time that we don't have. I just don't know what you're going to bump off. Are we going to bump off the transition plan? Are we going to, what item are we going to bump out of housing or out of planning to get this moved forward? And this is why last time I asked for, if we're going to discuss this, let's discuss this in the totality of the planning department, where we have a list of items going on. Right now we have river restoration can't get things through the process. People can't get building pits through the process. We have businesses, we have subdivisions that have been in the process for eight or more years that can't get through. So I think that it's not good management by the board just to say we need this, make it happen, and damn the torpedoes. So my ask is that we would ask the CAO to come up with a place where we could find funding and a consultant that could work on this process and then try to fit it in, finished product where our staff is only looking at and getting it in front of a planning commission or moving forward.
I have a question, and Director Hunter, do you mind if I ask you a question? Is this already encompassed into any general plan analysis, or would this come up during the current general plans process already? Or is this something that could theoretically be amended into it for the third party to analyze, or?
Well, you heard Jim Harnish speak this morning about the zoning updates, and that there'll be zoning updates ahead of that are much needed for state compliance. And so the zoning is really, you can mention this type of housing in the general plan, but really it's the zoning, it's a zoning ordinance that fits into the zoning code and building that would really be specific. So my thought is, what I'm trying to get at, that would be the place in the zoning amendment possibly to look at that aspect of this type of housing. I'm not sure where in building code, what we would need to do on the building code side. I could definitely find that out, but my suggestion would be with the zoning ordinance update. And that's the first round of the zoning ordinance update. Sounds like a lot of work. I know the Planning Commission did a lot of work on this, and it's been an issue that's come up several times, very often in meetings and discussion, a lot of interest in this topic. So I think that would be an appropriate time.
All right, thank you.
I do have another little, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around why this would be a general plan type deal. Basically what this is the county would be adopting, that's one of the, I'm not even sure why we would need to go through the planning commission. Really, it's basically we're adopting this section of state code as Trinity County code, saying that we're going to allow this to happen. It's more of a building code issue than a planning issue to me. We're going to allow people to build their own house, and the only planning and zoning would be what zones you're going to allow it in, and it's California says it's allowed in all. I'm losing my words here. Any unincorporated rural areas of California, this is already allowed per California code. So basically, to me, all we're doing is saying, okay, we're going to adopt, I think it's section 2 of the California building or residential code that says you can use alternative building methods and alternative stuff, recycled material you don't have to have all the special items that are now part of California code, and you have less requirement to be inspected, which to me would be a benefit to Trinity County right now. I don't know how Jeff Dickey's going to inspect 250 houses on one Friday in southern Trinity. It's not going to happen. You're going to need a lot more building inspectors if we actually rebuild, which at this point I don't see it happening. I get more and more emails from people saying, I've been talking to the building department, I can't do this. I've been talking to planning, I can't do this. I can't rebuild. People are going to take their insurance money and they're moving to Idaho. I don't have many people in my district, and if 250 families, because their houses burned down, decide to move to Idaho, there's not anybody left. And to me, this is a thing that it should have happened 35 years ago when it almost did. I don't know why well, I do know why it has never been done in Trinity County, is because people, especially in South County, don't care. If they want to build a house, if they want to build a barn, if they do it, and they just don't tell the county, so the county doesn't get that tax revenue. To me, it's not so much planning and zoning, it's just, it's building. And so I would really like to see it go forward. I don't know how many people I've had, constantly people are asking me, have you got this done yet? Because for one, people want to be able to build, but they can't afford it. It's financially not, you cannot build in Southern Trinity County financially, it just doesn't work. Or they've already built and they want to pay taxes on their house, and they said, well, okay, if I don't have to go through all the hoops and get everything signed off, it's like, okay, yeah, this is a livable structure, then they'll go pay the fine, get a permit, and start paying taxes on that structure. So I think it's something that I get really irritated. I'm sorry about that, but I brought it up once in a planning commission meeting when this came up in 2015. I don't know, I think you were still on the commission at that time, Keith, when people were saying, okay, we're doing the housing element update, and it came up at time and time again. People thought that's where it should go, and at that time, my director of planning was Rick Pivot. He said, this is not where it goes, it needs a standalone ordinance. So I was working with Supervisor Finley at that time. He didn't really know how to go about what the correct procedure would be, so he said, if you can get the planning commission to take it up, do it. So I took Mendocino's ordinance, and with the help of a local general contractor, we made it fit Trinity County, and I presented it to the planning commission. At which point, Director Tippett told me that needs to go into the housing element. And I almost had a fit in a public meeting because that was exactly what we tried the first time. And so at that point is when Richard Ford, who was District 4 at that time, planning commissioner, really took it upon himself and did an amazing job basically creating an ordinance for Trinity County. It went all the way through the planning commission, we amended, did all that stuff, and then we're directed that we couldn't do that, which was correct because we're not a legislative body. So at that point I tried to get the Board of Supervisors to direct us to bring them this thing that we'd already created, and it didn't happen. So that's basically what I would like to see is like, okay, let's just direct the planning commission. Now we would have new commissioners. They'd want to look at it, I'm sure, and see if they agreed with it, but it's there and it's already been done. The planning staff put time into it. The planning commission put a lot of time into it. Commissioner Horde put way too much time into it. And so it's something I think that it does need to move forward. And I know that even if there are a lot of people in Trinity County who would like to see something besides cannabis go through the planning department. I know that the transition plan is very important. We have to get that done, but there's also other things that haven't been getting through that our world can't only revolve around cannabis.
So one of the big questions, though, is why you're in planning is what zones it's allowed in, because there are areas that will fight having an open zone. So somebody's going to have to decide where I would think the Lewiston area, for example, would not be thrilled with K housing in parts of Lewiston. So, I mean, you do have to make zoning decisions on where this is going to be allowed. And the original issue is a little different, and I very much sympathize with the fire side of this. But the original was there was a lot of people when the grow were having grows and they had illegal houses and they thought they could just turn it into a K house and get signed off. And the reality on that is that really wasn't going to happen.
That's not what the K housing issue is about. I know, and when it went through the planning commission, we did put zoning stuff into the ordinance that was created. That are basically allowed in. We put setback limitations, lot sizes, and it was not allowed in high density. I mean, it's pretty basic. allowed most places in the county, but tried to keep it out of that. And amazingly, I don't know how many planning commission meetings we heard this at, we never heard any negative comments. And we had the Lewiston opt-out crowd at one of those meetings, and there were no negative comments because it's really not about building subpar housing, which some people think that was one of the things. It's about building your own house, and it's not for development purposes. So really, I think the legwork's been done. The only issue, really the only thing holding the process up would be board, and then there would be a time there, which probably wouldn't be really quick, but where the building department would have to come up with said permit. Other than that, I mean that the ordinance part, if the planning commission, they would have to take it up, and I'm sure that ordinance is still there. If the new commission took it up, they could make amendments or whatever, then it would be one planning commission meeting and then 2 board meetings, whatever we would have to do. It's not, I don't think it's the drag on our planning staff that it could be.
Your report from November 29th of 18 is still available online, and it is 23 pages of perfectly valid information, including an ordinance draft that's on here. And in looking online, Mono, Mendo, Amador, Humboldt, Shasta, Butte, and Sonoma, those were the ones that I first found that have already adopted this type of ordinance. In reference to the Butte one was done specifically with the intent of helping fire victims. And if you don't mind, I'd actually like to read in their findings just a quick portion of it. The recent wildfires within Butte County, the Wall Fire in July 2017, Ponderosa Fire in September 17, the Wind Complex fires in October 17, resulted in the loss of many dwellings and outbuildings in the rural areas. The majority of these structures were uninsured or underinsured. A number of other fires in recent history have made an additional cumulative detrimental effect, and the replacement of homes and restoration of these communities has placed an unprecedented financial burden upon the populations of these rural areas. These regulations started as a pilot program in 2009 within the Concal Yankee Hill and Big Bend area after the lightning fire complexes, and was extended to 2012 and readopted in 2016 as a permanent ordinance to facilitate the availability of affordable owner-built homes, which are essential to the continued health and welfare of the residents of these rural communities. The ability to use owner-generated materials such as lumber milled from harvested timber creates an affordable option for building materials not available under current Butte County building codes. There's a nice layouts of all these counties that have done it. I think it's a valid concern and something for Trinity County to consider.
No, I 100% agree. If the board wants to direct staff to do this, I think the board needs to direct staff also what they're not going to do.
And I would ask if I could, Director Hunter, how much time do you think would be required in order to bring this item back to the board?
I'd add too, with the old information from 2018, the Planning Commission having reviewed it, did they have to re-review it with the new commission?
They would.
Yes, I would recommend they do, definitely. They should see that, should come from the group, the new group, the planning commissioners. How many hours, it's hard to say, but it's something that seems very simple and straightforward and ready to go. You know, there is a lot of behind the scenes work that needs to be done. For me, it'd be reviewing that. I have it handy, I have the file, you know, so to review it, comment, contact other counties to get some insight on what they've learned. I think that'd be a very important step of the process. Definitely Mendocino, and I didn't realize that Shasta had gone forward with with that program and adopting those standards, you know, just touching bases with some counties. What's worked, what hasn't worked, what do you recommend? We have that benefit now that sounds like there's a good number of counties that, you know, have experienced this. Learn from those and make any changes to the ordinance. I suspect it would probably take more than one meeting to make sure we get it right. By the way, just historically speaking, staff reports do take a lot of time in addition to the background work that I just mentioned. So I definitely would be more than just a couple hours. I would say at least 10 to 15 hours, maybe upwards to 20.
Question, Kim, is there any possibility that there's somebody that can help you with this? In other words, at the point that it's at right now and what you would need to do to take it from where it is to where you want it to go, is that required that it comes from the planning department? Is this something that you can, I don't even know if you would staff it out too, because, you know, staffing it out within the planning department doesn't make sense. I'm kind of thinking, is there a retired somebody who knows this type of thing that can speak into it effectively and save you, you know, 15 of those 20 hours? Is that even a discussion that's viable?
I don't feel so. I don't feel that it is.
Okay.
I do, I'm open to that, if we could think of that, what that looks like, who that person is, but, you know, we're already looking at, you know, tapping into consulting resources so much for everything. That's a lot of contracts to manage. I just, I don't think we have that person. I think it would be basically fall on Lisa and I to share that, Lisa Lozier, Deputy Director, and take that away from something else. I mean, just, I think what would be a good exercise would be for us to maybe come to you with our priorities. I like more direction, and I defer to CAO Coons here on maybe any thoughts he has, but don't think there's a full understanding. I know there's a lot of complaining about the planning department and cannabis division and things not getting done, and you hear that constantly. We are making substantial progress with planning projects, but there is such a backlog, and there's so many things we do that I don't think you're aware of. Most people are not. And, you know, to show you our workload and our priorities, and maybe you want to move some things around on that list. Maybe that's something we want to look for, so we have clear understanding on our workload, our priorities, and how to go about that, and everybody's on the same page.
So just one more follow-up question, if I could, because I'm hearing this desperate need, and I get it from Supervisor Frazier and from those folks that they've got to have a roof over their head. Does it shorten the process or the workload at all if what you put forward was, say, a temporary fire relief area pilot project with a 3-year sunset clause?
So
is that easier?
Yeah, that could be easier. Yeah, and I think that's an idea worth pursuing. That's what Butte County did with the Concal area, which had been hit hard by many fires right there on Lake Oroville. Yeah, I think due to the urgency of that area, maybe that is something that needs to be considered. Again, it's going to take time because we're creating that, breaking some things out from maybe the draft ordinance, but it is an urgent matter, obviously.
Is it possible that with all of the work that Supervisor Frazier's already put into this, that he, with associated people that have that history, could pare that down into this simpler thing and turn your estimated 20-hour project into 3 hours or 5 hours?
I don't believe Supervisor Frazier could work on that and then take a vote on it.
Oh, sure, that makes sense.
But I'm sure that there's probably somebody that could help.
I would disagree with that. He can work on it and then take a vote on it.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, you create the legislation, then you bring the remainder of the board to vote on it. So
I apologize.
No problem.
Well, I think it'd be appropriate at this time to maybe just allow the next 2 weeks or until the next board meeting brainstorming, and maybe Dan, you have time to look at some of the other counties and how.
I've looked at a lot of them. I mean, it's not something that's only rural counties. I mean, Santa Barbara County has this. It's just because California building code is over restrictive. California building code is meant for developers. People building their own homes don't need to go through the same kind of stuff as somebody building a subdivision. If you're building it for yourself, you know what you're getting into. So, and I don't want to beat a dead horse forever here, but to me, if we pare it down, it's still the same amount of time for staff. Because it might be shorter on our end if we created an urgency ordinance rather than an ordinance. The ordinance is created. So the issue would be if the new planning commission wanted to make changes. So I don't think that by changing it we would save staff a lot of time. They still would be under the same requirements to get it to the commission and back to us and all that. So I really don't see what we would gain by that, other than having just a smaller area of our county affected. And actually, one of the places this started was after the Helena fire. We got a big influx of people. We got to get this done now. I don't see that it's happened, and there's still rebuilding that could have happened there that hasn't.
Okay. Margaret, there's no way to amend our fire urgency ordinance to allow any short-term buildings of these sorts to exist during the lifetime of the urgency ordinance we already have?
So I think what you're referencing
Build a house for 72 days.
I was going to say that the ordinance he's referencing is that after the fire, we did pass an urgency ordinance to suspend certain requirements to allow individuals who lost their house and rebuilding to use modulars in the process. And I would agree with Supervisor Frazier that it would be hard to include any sort of permanent housing in a emergency ordinance, because again, once that expires, the house would go away. So that's why that would likely not be a viable option.
Yeah, real quick. I'm hoping we're not missing the what the concern for staff would be is if it takes 20 hours to create this ordinance and get it through planning commission, that's really not the big issue. What I see the big issue is now we have to administer another program. And it's just going to be something else that the public's going to be very disappointed that we're doing very poorly, because we're not able to, there's still going to be all the inspections and all the whatever the requirements are to get it started. And that's what I'm concerned about, isn't the creation of the ordinance, but the administration of it. So that's kind of what I'm hoping that the board helps with. That is how do we administer it once it is effective.
With all of the folks that showed up to introduce themselves from our consulting firm, they had a variety of areas that they're all going to focus on. Is there any viability to whoever focus point this falls into? They incorporate this into what they're doing. If we were going to hire it out to a consulting firm anyway, then it would be the whole process of researching and selecting and implementing, whereas these people are already on board. And you said that zoning is the first step in all of this?
Yes, that'll be an initial step just to get some things changed in the zoning ordinance to get it in line with state code and make some changes like ADU ordinance, accessory dwelling units.
So help my thought process. Does this strike a chord of any possibility?
But that was my suggestion.
Did I miss that entirely?
There was a question about the general plan and how this relates to the general plan, and when I first got up, I said, well, actually, zoning.
Right, but I didn't hear, like, have these people do it. Did you say that
Oh,
too?
well, they're doing the zoning, so I'm sorry, I assumed that, yes.
They're doing the zoning,
Yeah,
but
they're
could they do
drafting.
this
Well,
Class K
they could-
housing within?
They could amend the zoning, the county zoning to allow Class K type housing in certain zones. But
That still doesn't help.
there still isn't an allowance for Class K type housing in Trinity County. So, my other question.
Building code.
My other
Zoning
question,
and the building
yeah.
code.
My question to you would be, we know you're overworked. Implementing this, to me, falls under building, not planning. Am I correct there?
Planning reviews all building permits, well, most building permits. Obviously, we don't review a remodel, interior remodel, but for new structures, planning does review. So there is some additional work. We have an influx of building.
But you're going to be getting those building permits, whether they're streamlined or not, they still have to be rebuilt.
They still have to be rebuilt,
But
right?
for implementation, for coming up with the, okay, we are going to allow Class K housing and this is what the permit looks like, that permit, coming up with that permit would be the building department's
Majority of
problem,
building.
not yours.
Correct, correct.
Well, seems like we're at a little bit of a standstill from that interpretation of it all. So I would suggest that at least we just continue to head into the next meeting or the following, unless it just doesn't seem like we have the resource to focus on it unless there's some streamlined methodology, or if Richard feels that there's capacity to take it on, I feel that is one of Richard's jobs, is to be aware of what department heads are able to take on and departments as a whole to take on, and to get it to run as efficiently and effectively as possible without missing out on important things. If there are people that have homes that burned down that didn't have insurance and they're just kind of sitting there waiting to figure out what to do, maybe they can't afford a modular home, things like that. I don't know if there's any assistance programs to help acquire modular homes or get temporary modular homes leased out, things like that, as far as a short-term solution. But I know personally, I would put the ball in Richard's court, and you've heard kind of the angles on it, and I would hope you could determine what's feasible.
I'd be happy to meet with staff, and you gotta remember Kim is also the director of building too, so when we say it falls under building, it consequently falls under Kim too. But I'd be happy to meet with staff and really give the board an idea of what, because again, I'm not concerned about the creation of the ordinance. I think there's creative things we can do to get an ordinance through. My big concern is to maintain the program and the time staff will take. So I'll be happy to meet with staff, see what they kind of project as required time to maintain what they think the workload will be. We'll all of a sudden have 300 at least type houses that need to be dealt with, and what the feasibility is. So I feel like we can bring. I'd be happy to come back and come back to the next one, which would be what, first meeting in May. With kind of some estimates of the amount of time it'll take for staff to. And the interest maybe from the public. I mean, maybe it'd be nice to have that too, a discussion to see what the interest would be from the public. I know we did pass a resolution, and it pertained to the August fires, that people can stay in RVs for an extended amount of time on the properties. It used to be 30 days, and I know the board passed that, and I'm not sure when it expires, but we can bring that back if necessary. But if that's the direction of the board, we will discuss with staff and bring back what we feel the maintaining of the program is going to make. Really, that's the biggest issue.
Does anyone object to that initial step on Richard back? Okay.
Well, I would kind of have some issue there. I do. you have to understand this has been something that and this is not just from me personally. I get constantly, I'm asked this. There's a lot of people in my area that this is very important to, even before the fires. But if we're hearing from Richard, okay, the ordinance isn't the problem, implementation is. All right, if we pass an ordinance, people know it's going to take a while for implementation. So why don't we start moving in a direction rather than wait till we get everything done, then try to move, then get a new board or a new planning commission or a new director somewhere, and then start over like we've been doing for the past decade. It would be nice to actually start creating momentum in a direction. If the board, I know I'm only 1/5 of this board, so the board needs to give that direction, but I know that the county is capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. I've seen it happen. So, and I do realize this is a burden on Kim, but it's also something that I think is it's important, and it's not going to go anywhere if we just keep moving, move the goalpost and kick the can down the road another direction. So I do have some issue with that. I would like to see the board direct staff to move on this item, not just to look at it again.
I think it's really important to have the priorities set first.
Supervisor Fraser, do you know approximately how many anticipated structures you think you get out of your district?
I would have no idea, but I know that you're going to have a lot of building permits coming in one way or another. There are people that are trying to rebuild. There's a lot of people that are getting modular homes. I know some people who didn't want to get modular homes, but that's the only option because you don't have to go through. That's the other way to get around California building code that's ridiculous is you buy a modular or a trailer. So there are people who don't want a modular, but they're getting one because that's the only way they can move forward in Trinity County right now.
Yeah, I think this really objectifies a lot of the flavor of Trinity County. Buying a piece of property, cutting down some trees, milling the wood, and building yourself a cabin to raise your family in. I think that is like a historical reality for this county. I do feel that it is important, and over 600 building structures were lost during a fire, so they're gonna need to be rebuilt one way or another. If Richard, if that works for you to do like a analysis here and then report back to us at the next board meeting on the feasibility of that and what it would take to make it feasible. Would the board support that? Any objections from the board in that request?
That was kind of what I said the first time around.
Well, we can say it more than one way around here. All right.
I would be in full support of that, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Supervisor Fraser, any last words? Okay.
I'll shut up for now.
All right. Moving on to the next item, County Council, item 5.3, receive a presentation from County Council Margaret Long regarding the redistricting process, no fiscal impact.
Perfect. I'm gonna go up here, because everyone else does it. Actually, I don't know, my glasses on, I'm not over there.
Can I step in for just 1 second, go back to the last?
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry, I really am, I'm sorry. I was conflicted myself. Knowing that the work that Supervisor Fraser has put into this, and taking into consideration Dr. Kuhn's input, I get a lot of questions about type A housing myself in District 3, and if possible, I would like to move forward as quick as we can, kind of using the prototype that Supervisor Fraser put forward without kind of kicking this down the road anymore, making it be a very long process. If there's anything we can do as a board to expedite this, I think Supervisor Fraser's gone a long way into doing that. I would be willing to do anything that we could to make this work. And thinking that, you know, we're gonna have a good fire season this year. This is not gonna be the end of the type A housing. So I think we should expedite this in any way and every way possible. So I'd be supportive with the moving forward in the way that Supervisor Frazier mentioned.
Okay. Richard, you still clear on direction?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Margaret, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to pull up a quick PowerPoint so we can have some guidance on how to move forward. Thank you. Good morning. This is intended to be just a preliminary overview of what is going on with redistricting and give some information to board members since no board member in Trinity County was involved the last time it came around. Next slide. Redistricting is a process that happens every 10 years in the state of California that follows the census. So after the census information comes out, all agencies that have geographical districts, so you have boundary lines, and you're voted into office based on those lines, is required to look and make sure that the boundaries are still appropriate. And the process is quite a complex process that is dictated by both federal and state law, but it has a huge county component since ultimately we will be the ones drawing these lines and making the determination. Next slide. So what has changed since 2011? And basically everything has changed since 2011. The laws regarding redistricting have on a federal and state level are very different than they were the last time. The federal law has updated the Population Equity, the Voting Rights Act, and the gerrymandering laws. And these are from perspective of the county, that's the county council's responsibility to make sure we're up to date on what those laws are, and we are. And we'll make sure that we follow all those rules going forward. But there's a significant number of state laws that change that are going to affect how you are going to process this information, the data you receive from the state, how you're going to process it and ultimately turn it into boundary lines. There's changes in the timing, workload, hearings, public outreach, and record keeping. Those are kind of the significant ones that are going to affect how we move forward on it. One of the state law is AB 849. That is what has changed, and that's what's dictating the majority of these changes. And one of the biggest changes it includes is that it has new criteria for adopting these lines that they didn't have back in 2011. And basically it lists a priority level in terms of how you make a determination of where these lines go. And the priority is listed on the PowerPoint, but it really, the geographically contiguous, meaning each district has to be connected with each other, they can't be broken apart. But the number two, the communities of interest. This is a new element that wasn't around back in 2011 as significantly, which is that the state really wants you to look at within your jurisdiction, what are the common interests of the individuals within each jurisdiction and try to keep those groups together. There's obvious things such as cities. We don't have any cities in Weaverville, but if we did, the law wants you to try to keep those cities in one supervisorial district. But it also goes things down to if you have a special district, if you share an interest in flood control, if you have, the examples can go on forever, but there's a lot of different factors that go into community of interest, and we have to take that information into consideration. Again, cities are supposed to be kept together. The districts have to be easily identifiable. They have to be as compact as possible, meaning they, we want to keep them as close to each other as possible. And then, of course, there can be no gerrymandering. Next slide. So the real problem we're facing this year, and it's a COVID-related problem. It has something to do with the election, but that is not really the issue anymore. It really has to do with COVID, is that we should have this information from the census already. It should already be in our hand, and we should be starting the process to process it. But of course, with COVID, they have delayed the issuing of this information. It won't be coming out now to projected September 30th, 2021. And then, of course, the state of California, in its ultimate wisdom, has decided that they're actually not going to release their data until October 30th, 2021, because they are now going to look at the community, the home communities of individuals who are in prison. So back in the day where they were in prison, that counted for the census. Now they actually want you to take individuals in the prison population and determine where their home is, and then those get reallocated to that district. So even though we don't have any prisons in Trinity County, if we have any members of our community that are incarcerated in prison, then we have the state is asking for 30 days, or I'm sorry, not asking, is taking 30 days to reallocate those to our jurisdiction. So ultimately, we're not going to get our numbers until October 30th, 2021. Then there are regulations about in terms of when we come out with our first map. So we take this information, we put it into a map, and we have to wait a certain period of time. So this board will not see a map of the new census numbers until November 5th, 2021. And then between November 5th, 2021 and December 15th, 2021, there's a lot that needs to be done that I want to go through, because December 15th, 2021 is the date we have to have our new maps adopted. And it is a drop dead date. There's been talk and new legislation about pushing that back based on the COVID delays, but it hasn't been done yet. So right now we're dealing with a December 15th, 2021 date. So between November 5th and December 15th, there's a lot to do. If we do not get the information, the lines redrawn by December 15th, 2021, the courts will have jurisdiction over it. And I have a lot of folks that say, well, why don't we just let the courts do this and not waste the time going through this process? Well, the courts will charge us for it. They'll charge us a lot for it. And on top of which, we won't have any control in terms of what our jurisdiction looks like. And so it really is not a good thing to miss that date. In fact, it would be a very bad thing to miss that date. And it really cannot be done. So we have a drop dead date, no extensions, no additional time shall be allowed. Next slide. So during that period of time I spoke about, between the November and December 5th and December 15th date, there are some new requirements. Back in 2011, you had to hold one public hearing. Now we are required to hold 4 public hearings. The first one can be held before our maps are drawn. So that one can be held prior to the date of November 5th. And it should be held prior to the date, because there's going to be a lot going on between November 5th and December that we want to get as much out of the way as we can prior to that. So we'll have the first meeting that will mostly talk about communities of interest and make a determination of what globally are issues going on there. But there has to be 3 meetings held after our maps are drawn, and one has to be held on a Saturday, Sunday, or on a weekend. Saturday or Sunday, or a weekday after 6 p.m. And the concept is that allows more of the public to participate, especially those who are working. All the requirements of the Brown Act apply to these hearings. They can be done virtually. We can use our Zoom technology to do them, but we are required to follow by the rules. But on top of which, there's additional notice requirements. So we don't have the 72-hour notice we have for meeting. We now have a 5-day notice. In addition, we have a 7-day regarding when our maps are getting published. Again, there's some new requirements regarding the website and media. I'll talk a little bit about that. But the big thing is that we have to create these websites that have comprehensive information on them, and they have to be maintained for a period of 10 years. Again, we have to publish. It's a 10-day publish before our hearing, 7 days before our final map. And we have to do live translation if the state has determined our jurisdiction to be one that needs live translation. I do not believe Trinity County is currently listed as someone who requires live translation, but that could change at any moment. And so we do need to be prepared for that. And then we have to have a method and a mechanism for our county to take all live testimony, both in writing and live, and provide comprehensive minutes. So we don't, when Emma does her minutes after a meeting, she does action items, but for census hearings, they have to be done verbatim, meaning anyone who stands up in this podium, we have to take accurate notes of exactly what they said, and we have to maintain those for a period of 10 years. So it is a lot of extra work on staff if we're to utilize the staff process, and it's going to be quite a difficult process to maintain all that data. Next slide. So there's 4 different methods in order to start this process. Ultimately, it's the board's decision of what the districts look like, but the state has created basically 4 different paths to get to that ultimate vote before the board. I'll kind of go in reverse order because the first 2 are not really going to be utilized, and I wouldn't recommend utilizing. The first one is we create a commission. This is a separate entity that has the complete power of the board to make these determinations. So essentially taking it completely out of the board's hands, you create this committee, you give them this project, and they redistrict for you. That is only being done in 2 counties, and both the counties that are doing that, I believe it's San Diego and Santa Barbara, they're doing it because the people voted that they had to do it that way, not because the Board of Supervisors chose, but the public actually voted in this process. There's another process that's kind of a hybrid, which is you use this commission, but the board ultimately makes a decision. That is not being utilized by any jurisdictions in the state of California, and it's not recommended because it has basically the difficulties of both processes. The ones that are coming before you, the 2 options that are really viable for Trinity County is, one is you create a redistricting commission. This is a group of individuals who you appoint, who actually sit through these hearings, like a planning commission would, hear the information, gather it, and then ultimately make a recommendation to the board about this. The board will ultimately decide and have a vote, but they'll go through the legwork of actually making that process. The last option that's a viable option for Trinity County is that you, as the Board of Supervisors, sit as that commission. So you will sit and have hear all the hearings, gain all this information, and actually do the drawing yourself, obviously using staff and GIS support to do so. So one of the decisions we really need to discuss and make a decision on is whether this Board of Supervisors wants to do it in-house, what I call it, where you guys sit as the commission, or whether you want to bring in a group of individuals to do it on the outside. Now, I'm always wanting to know, next slide, what other jurisdictions are doing. So I did take a little poll between the counties, and this is the responses we got. The in-house method and advisory method, the two that I'm suggesting are obviously the most popular one. Santa Barbara is the only one that responded that they're doing an independent commission. I do know San Diego is as well because they are required to. But as you can see, it doesn't really have any rhyme or reason about which jurisdiction is doing what. You have small counties that are using advisory committees like Alpine County, and you also have big counties who are using advisory like San Bernardino, San Mateo. So small counties and big counties are doing it differently. I thought Riverside had actually quite a creative way of their doing it, and if Trinity County didn't have a planning commission that had so much on their plate, I'd recommend it, but they're using their planning commission as their independent commission. So the planning commission is actually sitting and hearing the information and making a recommendation, which is allowed because they're an independent body. But that's something to consider as an option. So this is what your other counties are doing. If you have any questions in terms of what you're seeing around, a lot of them are doing more doing advisory committees, but a lot are doing them in-house. Next slide. So that's question one. We're going to have to decide and have a discussion on and decide. I have a couple more questions, but I want to keep that in the back of your mind. The next process, again, we talked about the additional responsibility of clerking because of all the new requirements and maintaining verbatim minutes. There's also a lot of additional responsibility on IT because we do need to maintain a website that is separate and distinct and has all of this information in it. Explains the process, has the procedures, has a calendar, has notices, but also has the drafts of the maps on there. So every single iteration of that draft map has to be posted on the website. So our IT department is going to have a lot of additional requirements for work in terms of keeping this up and running. Next slide. And as I said earlier, the record keeping, we're going to have to keep everything for 10 years and go through the process of maintaining it and make sure that we build a decision for every movement we make on the line. So this, again, it's similar to a planning process, which is we're going to get a draft of where the line should be based on our numbers. And if the board wants to make any moves, if you want to move a line into a different location, we have to justify it. And so again, that's where county council comes in. We'll make sure that there's a justifiable reason for every move, but we need to articulate it on the record. So if you're going to move a line, you need to say, I'm moving this line because we're trying to keep this community of interest together. Or we're moving this line because it crosses a road that would divide it up in a way that's inconsistent with the state requirements. So again, we have to have these justifiable reasons, and the record is going to be quite complex. Next slide. So timeline going forward, we're right on target. We made the presentation to the board about what redistricting is. The next question, so first question is, do we want to do in-house or out-of-house? The next question is who do we want to serve as staff on this? Now, that's not for me to decide, that's for Richard and you to decide whether we want to bring in somebody to do the work globally. There are firms out there and folks that will come in and actually do the whole thing for you. Some counties are using them. Some counties are using hybrid, meaning they're bringing in GIS staff or IT staff to work on it, and then using their in-house staff to handle it. And some folks are just doing it in-house. It really depends on our resources, and I will leave that to Richard and those in his office to make that determination. But if we are going to use outside staff, we really need to get an RFP out pretty quickly on that. I would recommend doing it in May. My recommendation is put an RFP out and see what comes back. Right now, there are very few firms that are doing it. There's about 2 or 3, and they may already be booked up by now, and that would give us an answer. And again, I know that with what we've used was the Watershed Group's GIS consultants before. We did them last time, and they did a fantastic job as well. We need to see what the cost is on that. So my recommendation is giving Richard the authority to at least find out what's available out there for outside services. Looking at in July, having a website created, starting our outreach plan. In August, having our first meeting, the one before we have our information. When we get our information, we'll be quickly drawing our lines and then having, again, 3 meetings after that. Our districts are in our code, meaning they are enumerated in our ordinance. And so in order for us to make changes to it and hit that deadline, we are going to have the 2 hearings, first and second, to amend our code. So it does require, if we run short on time, there will be some suggestions on my part about removing it from code and making it a resolution so we can deal with that. But right now, we do need to look at doing a first and second reading on it. And then ultimately, the deadline of December 15th is the deadline we have to consider. So again, the two issues to present to you kind of for discussion today is who you want to be in charge of being the redistricting committee, and what resources do you think that committee is going to need in order to start this process. So I'm happy to answer questions on this or redistricting in general, and then I'll turn it over to you for discussion.
Any questions as of now? All right.
I do. Okay, so does the state fund this, or this is a general fund?
This is 100% general fund.
Okay. And in the past, I know districts had to have a percentage of, a district couldn't be 10% larger. I'm making that number up in the back of my mind, but population-wise, and I didn't see that mentioned in this.
So there are some still requirements in terms of how you draw your lines and what can be in the population. The state has asked to look at the list in order. So again, there are some exceptions that are allowed to that if you're able to make a justifiable reason that is supported by one of those state requirements. So for example, if you have to divide a city up and you can make a justification why you don't do that, they will accept that. But you're right, there are a number of requirements about how you get proportionality between the districts.
Because I'm thinking Hayfork in specific, it would be impossible to have an equal, to take that one and make it equal.
Correct, but that's a good example of a community of interest. Even though it's not an incorporated city, they do have a lot of interest in common. So that would be something we would have to make a finding on if we were to divide it up.
One way or the other.
One way or the other, we're going to make a
finding. You have to make a finding on population or town of interest.
Correct.
Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
What was the hierarchy between the population and the community of interest? Which ones?
Community of interest are the number 2 priority right now, so that is going to be the highest priority.
Because I didn't even, did I miss it? I didn't even see population on
No, there is about 2,000 rules that go along with this. And so what I wanted to show is the changes from last time to this time. And what the state has done this time is, again, they have set their priorities, their priority list, which is the list that I provided. And so everything has to be done looking at those priorities. And so again, we can modify it each way. We just have to justify it and have a justifiable reason for it.
Supervisor Frazier, any questions? All right. I think that's it on the questions. The next step, you want us to decide?
Direction would be fantastic if you have direction on whether, let's start with the first question. Of the options for who is the redistricting committee, again, my recommendation is to look at 2 options, one being you function as a redistricting committee, the second option being you select a citizen panel to do so. And so I'd like direction in terms of how you would like to proceed on that.
Personally, I think it would be, well, I'm fine with the board taking that position unless the board felt otherwise. And I mean that mostly partly for the sake of time. And also we'll be getting feedback from the public already about this. So I think we'd be good conduits for that. The Planning Commission doesn't probably have capacity and we don't want to spend any money on it. So we're our cheapest laborers.
I would agree with Jeremy.
There you go.
So I have a good direction on that. And actually, from a perspective of continuity, we can do, oh, sorry.
Your hand above your computer, Keith.
You can't see Keith hidden behind there.
Look at 3 people, so, we wouldn't.
I'm not being negative on this. I just had, I agree that it's probably our job, but I just want to make sure, does Trinity County have a history of doing commissions on this?
I do not believe so. I believe
Okay.
it was
The
done.
historian says no, so.
Yeah, no, I believe it was
I'm
done.
fine going along with the gang.
I can only say in 2011 the board did do it, so, but I guess our historian says
They
either time.
they didn't intend, or zero either.
Yeah, okay, so the last 2 times it has been with the board. And again, there's benefit to that as well, because we can incorporate at least 3 of the meetings as part of board meetings. So we can again, it will make long board meetings, and we probably would want to look at doing like afternoon sessions, but we can do that from a staff capacity. That does increase our ability.
Awesome.
And so the next question is, or the next request is again, this is from a GIS, from an IT, and from a clerk perspective, this is a big burden on your internal staff. It's not, again, I don't make recommendations on that, I can turn it over to Richard, but I would like to have at least the ability to, again, go out for RFP on these to see what services are available to assist staff. This is all general fund, so it would be a cost. I believe Siskiyou County went out and have some full service coming in, and it was something around $44,000. So I do want to make it clear that it would be expensive. A lot of jurisdictions are using their staff internally to do it, but a lot of those jurisdictions have a GIS consultant on staff and have the ability to have a full IT department that can do this. So I think it's important for you to have that information, if nothing else, about what outside services are available.
Is it possible that the RCD has capacity with their GIS?
So Rick Tibbett did reach out to them, and they have capacity. They are welcome to do it. They will put together a formal proposal to us that we will have. But that's just for GIS. There is a thought about maybe looking at doing somebody to cover everything, which is what Siskiyou County did. Siskiyou County hired somebody to come in and hold the meetings, prepare the documents, make the website, do the GIS, and that's why it's so expensive. So again, there's really kind of 3 options. One is to do it all in-house, which I think would be very difficult. The other one is to piecemeal it out, hire somebody to do GIS, hire somebody to provide IT support, and hire somebody to give Emma's wrist massages as she's taking taking the minutes verbatim. And then the other option is just to hire somebody to do it all. Or no, yeah, those 3.
So you're looking for approval to go ahead and put out RFP? Richard,
Yes.
Does that work? Okay. Any objections from the board?
Is that all Richard has to say on the subject?
Well, no.
Okay.
The direction I'd like to have from the board is to do an RFP to see what the cost would be, and then also see if we were to piecemeal it out, if that's something we could do too. I do think it's going to be a struggle to do the entire thing in-house, but if there's ways we can piecemeal some of it out. So essentially, give us a little time to see what is the most efficient and hopefully the cheapest. Sometimes the cheapest isn't the most efficient because we do have a deadline of having to have it completed in December, and I don't think most information comes out until what, September that we need?
October.
Yeah. So that's my big concern, is we're going to be down to 45 days once we get all the information. We also are coming into our budget season, which will be, August and September. We'll be working hard on that, so the admin staff is going to be quite busy on that. So give us a little time, and I can get back to you and tell us what we think is most efficient. I mean, ideally, it'd be great if we could hire and contract it out and just be done, and all we get is a finished product. But I don't know if there's firms out there right now, because a lot of districts are having to do this, so they may have already been in contract. So essentially, asking the board for latitude to see what is the most efficient way of getting this done and get it done correctly.
And what was the county and the cost, the 44,000, what county was that?
That's Siskiyou County. I just use them as an example because they're most likely we would get the same proposals that they had based on location.
So, and I'm fading back where I should ask the question, but so it has to be in by December 15th. Is this adopted for the election cycle 2022?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is why, again, once we all start resuscitating ourselves after going through this process, our elections officials then have to implement it, which is a process for them as well.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
We have the proper timeline between October 15th and December 15th to get all that in there?
We don't. and the state is aware that we don't. No jurisdictions do. And so again, there has been talk about bumping that December date. But again, that involves moving the election, which I believe they have done or already in the process of doing. And so but it's going to take an act of Congress literally to do that. So we have to consider that date final right now. And yes, technically, if you look at the 5-day notice requirements, the 7-day, we can do it, but we are going to be meeting a lot. And again, we have to do a lot of the pre-labor beforehand to get it ready, because it's going to be meeting, adoption. Or sorry, meeting, adoption.
Yeah, it seems like a lot to do. Any idea if they did push it back till when? How much grace period would they give us after December 15th, if it did happen, the act of Congress?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, last in 2010, I think the date was November that we had to have all this stuff done. They pushed it back to December already. I haven't heard that being pushed through. Again, I know all jurisdictions are complaining about this and very concerned, especially the elections officials, because they have a lot of work to do once they get these lines. And so I'm hoping it moves back, but they have not. This has not come through as an item yet.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I would be for running the RFP.
Do we need a formal motion, or is this just?
Nope,
all right.
instruction, thank you.
Oh. All right.
Thank you for the presentation.
Well, next item here, Human Resources 5.4. Take the following actions in the Health and Human Services Department effective April 1st, 2021. 1. Approve job description, set the salary range, and add the alphabetical listing of classifications. A community health worker I at range G168 and the community health worker 2 at range G178. Modify the public health branch departmental allocation list to read 4 health education specialist 1-2 or community health worker 1-2 and 2 health program coordinator 1-2-3. Item 3, remove from the welfare division's departmental allocation list 1 work crew leader allocation. Item 4, pursuant to Trinity County Code section 2.60.360, reclassify employee ID number 01231 from a WIC nutrition assistant 2 to a community health worker 2 at step G. And item 5, delete the WIC nutrition assistant 1-2 from the alphabetical listing of classifications. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for a WIC nutrition assistant 2 at G step is $6,366, and for a community health worker 2 at G step is $6,935. Shelley, you there?
Thank you, Chairman Brown. So Health and Human Services, the Public Health Branch, is requesting to move away from program-specific classifications and toward broad, comprehensive health classification titles. An example is WIC, which is Women, Infant, and Children. So an employee who holds a broader title allows for greater flexibility, improved community service, and response. So public health is responsible for administering numerous state federal programs within its existing workforce base, and specific classification titles often narrow the allowable scope of work to singular programs within time-studying perimeters. A comprehensive use of classifications would enable administration to maximize funding, dollars coming into public health via inclusive time studying, and also allow for diverse workload assignments. So, as you would recall, back in January, the board approved a new classification series that was entitled the Health Program Coordinator 1-2-3, which eventually replaced the WIC Program Coordinator classification for similar reasons. This new series that's being introduced, the Community Health Worker 1-2, would also allow for flexibility and increased production and efficiency. This item is not adding any new allocations, it's just actually replacing the WIC Nutrition Assistant classification series with this newly adopted classification series. In addition to that, the department would like to remove the classification Health Education Specialist Supervisor from their department allocation listing under Public Health. This classification was flexibly staffed with the Health Program Coordinator 1-2-3 series. It's currently no longer needed, and the allocation of 2 would remain unchanged. Additionally, in the Welfare Division of Health and Human Services, there's an allocation for a work crew leader that is no longer needed as well, and the department is requesting to remove that from their department allocation listing. And then finally, there is an incumbent that's holding the classification with nutrition assistant 2, which is the classification we're trying to change. Public Health is also requesting to reclassify this incumbent from their current position as a with nutrition assistant 2 at step G to the new community health worker 2 at step G. And I have reviewed this with the union and they are in full support.
All right, any technical questions from the board? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item? Emma, anybody out there?
I see no raised hands and no comments. I believe we have no public comment.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to this.
I move to accept 5.4 as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Groves and a second from Supervisor Gogan. Please call the board.
Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes unanimously. I'm going to go ahead and call for just a 5-minute break here and check in on the next items.
Go ahead.
I don't think that's supposed to be on there.
We didn't enact it last time. It just said, introduce and read.
Yeah, because the urgency is only one time.
Oh.
I should have told you, my bad.
Well, it didn't say enact, so we had to bring it back so that we could.
Oh, just on a technical?
Just so that we could say
I thought that.
enact.
Okay.
That's okay. Sorry.
You're amazing, you're amazing, you're right.
It didn't say enact, so we brought it back so it could say.
Got it. Okay.
That's the whole reason. Sorry, I didn't explain any of that because I
should have asked earlier.
No, that's okay.
I said, I'm like, I don't quite know how to present this because I thought this was a done deal.
No, I'm sorry. I should have explained that because
So USB copy, okay. That's a good USDA, so that's what I was going to say. I'll reach out to them, let them know. They gave us the money to get this person, and, yeah. Okay. Now we have 7 unallocated, 7 unfilled allocated.
So what's up? What's the consensus?
it just means enacted
So we're
because last time it said like introduce.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Who gave
And then
this
just have my bill. Okay. And I have another copy, or another letter.
Tears are fine, as long as no blood.
Who gave this?
Lori Lillis. So this
I guess I could read the first 3 words.
Yeah,
She's from the Rose and Christian. All right.
Give me just one more minute.
Yeah, no worries.
You're still muted. Okay, you're live.
All right. Resuming meeting. Oh yeah, planning and zoning. Item 5.5, uphold, modify, or overturn the planning commission's decision to deny an appeal of the planning director's approval of commercial cannabis cultivation license number 453 on assessor's parcel numbers 025-290-13 and 29 in the Lewiston area. Planning file P-20-31, unknown fiscal impact. And yes, that goes to you, Director Hunter.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes, it's working good. Okay. This is Kim Hunter again, Director of Building and Planning. This is an appeal. This is regarding a cannabis cultivation license renewal and transfer in the Lewiston area. I'll just go by the cover sheet real quickly. Sorry, let me get organized here. Surrounding. Okay. As stated, the requested action today is to uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's decision to deny an appeal of the Planning Director's approval of commercial cannabis license number 453 on assessor's parcel numbers 025-290-13 and 29 in the Lewiston area. It's unknown fiscal impact. The appellants, the Friends of the Lewiston Grass Valley Creek, have appealed the Planning Commissioner's decision to, originally appealed the Planning Commission, have appealed the Planning Commission's decision to deny their appeal of the Planning Director's initial approval of commercial cannabis license 453 in accordance with the Trinity County Commercial Cannabis Cultivation section of the code and the appeals section of the Trinity County zoning ordinance. So the Friends of Lewiston Grass Valley Creek originally submitted their appeal to the Planning Commission on August 6, 2020. This was opposing the approval of the cultivation license. The appellants cited numerous reasons for appealing the Planning Director's approval of this license, including adverse effects to quality of life, health, water resources, environmental quality, traffic, visual degradation, and other nuisances and safety concerns. The appeal occurred after this cultivation license, CCL 453, was transferred to a new owner, Mark Dos Santos, from the prior licensee/owner, Michael Sievertson. At the March 11, 2021 Planning Commission, the vote by the Planning Commission resulted in a 2-2 vote, and therefore the appeal was denied for a lack of majority. The appeal before you today is of the decision of the Planning Commission to deny the appeal based on the 2-2 vote that was taken on March 11th. This appeal was filed March 22nd, 2021, again by the Friends of Lewiston of the Lewiston Grass Valley Creek. Alternatives are either grant or modify the appeal request. The department recommendation is to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision regarding the Planning Director's approval. And it's important to point out that the commercial cannabis license request made by Mark Dos Santos Sabai Family Farms complies with the provisions established by Trinity County Code Section 1743, and that is the commercial cultivation section. There are several attachments to your staff report in addition to some comments received within the last 24 hours. Make sure everybody's received those. These are from the appellant and also from the representation of the licensee, Mr. Mark Dos Santos. I would be happy to go into, if it is the pleasure of the board, more specific information on the site. However, that is an attachment to your report is the Planning Commission staff report. In general, I think I'll just briefly say that these are parcels, 2 parcels contiguous, 2.5 acres in size, totaling 5 acres, total contiguous area. The zoning of the 2 parcels and the surrounding area is rural residential 2.5 acre minimum with a rural residential general plan. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have or go into specifics if you'd like.
I assume that the supervisors have looked at the packets. If they have any specific detailed questions about the content of that information, now would be a good time for those technical questions on that material. Do any supervisors have any technical questions based on the packets we've already received? Otherwise, I would go ahead and open it up for the appellant to speak at the podium.
I'm present by Zoom. Can I be heard?
This is.
Okay. I'm uncertain if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Do you want to go ahead?
Okay.
Curious to
Sure.
clarify.
Good morning or good afternoon.
One moment, please.
One moment, Rachel. So just want to be clear, the appellant will have an opportunity to speak beyond 3 minutes. The respondent or the individual defending will have an opportunity to speak beyond 3 minutes. And then public comment will be limited to 3 minutes each.
Okay.
Typically, we limit the appellant to 10 minutes.
So Rachel is the appellant. Is that my understanding then?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you guys will all be making public comment, assuming? Okay. All right. Please proceed, Rachel.
Right, if I may just clarify, because I couldn't hear very well, I have 10 minutes. Is there any time reserved for rebuttal, or do I need to reserve that out of my 10?
No, you can talk as long as you see fit for now, and then you will have a chance for rebuttal as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for your attention to this item on behalf of my clients, who are the Friends of Lewiston Grass Valley Creek. Planning made a decision here based on inaccurate determination that the site need not be evaluated for environmental impacts. This is one of the early provisional licenses that was issued, and the matter has not been thoroughly evaluated. I'd like to first address the issue of baseline, which was raised in the opposition. So it's important to understand that under CEQA, the conditions that need to be considered are the existing conditions and not the maximum permitted conditions. And at present, there is no operation on the ground that has been stayed pending the outcome of this appeal. In addition, there's no vested right to pollute or cause a nuisance, and those are the issues before the board here, whether or not these activities will pollute or cause a nuisance, including from odor, from light, from noise, from impacts to water quality, to name a few. So the baseline condition here is not maximum operation at the permit limits. It is what's happening. This is analogous to a case that the California Supreme Court has heard, the South Coast Air District, as well as a case in the 3rd District Court of Appeal, which is the one that Trinity County is within, which established that there's no vested right to a licensed activity if it causes a nuisance or pollution. Second, the reliance on a Class 1 exemption here is inappropriate because the activity that's proposed has changed significantly since the last permit was issued. So Mr. Dos Santos has sought and received a Tier 2 mixed light permit from the state. He's graded substantially. In the letter he submitted to you today, he says it's for a second house, but he had reported before to staff that it was for a cannabis-related metal facility. He's also proposed to expand chemical storage and an additional other facility on the site. Under CEQA, the planned activity is not to be piecemeal, but has to be considered in its entirety at the earliest possible time. So based on Mr. Dos Santos' representations to the state and his representations to county inspection staff, I think it's safe to assume that he plans to expand the operation. He has already doubled the graded area on the site over apparently a septic system. So that is not consistent with placing a house in that location. The next issue I'd like to raise is the county's reliance previously on Business and Professions Code 26055, which importantly defers but does not eliminate the obligation to comply with CEQA. I have looked at as much of the file as I've been able to obtain to date, and I haven't been able to find any CEQA analysis for this site that considers its cumulative impacts, including the incremental impacts of this site along with other sites that are permitted in the area. So specifically, there's been no consideration of odor, for example, and the neighbors have complained of odor. This is an area that's fairly close to the central Lewiston area. It's primarily residential in character, and there have been lots of complaints about odor from sites in the vicinity. So there needs to be a consideration of how adding an additional site will exacerbate that situation. The same is true of noise and light impacts to road and habitat fragmentation, all of which are significant considerations in an area of relatively small lots that are being rated for cannabis cultivation and for other purposes. So because this permit is important and different from ones that will be approved by the county in the future, because it was approved under an exemption cited repeatedly in multiple iterations of the early cultivation ordinance by the county for Business and Profession Code 26055. And so the county then basically made the bargain, okay, we will not do a CEQA analysis at the point of adopting the ordinance, but that means we will do a CEQA analysis with each individual permit, and each individual permit then is a discretionary permit. So the county can't treat this as a ministerial permit. Additionally, there are compliance issues with the permit. The permittee has continually exceeded the 10,000 square foot area permitted, and it has pulled back when requested, but then every time it seems the inspector goes out, there's additional area that's been included in. And again, as I mentioned before, the graded area in the site has roughly doubled. Even after Mr. Dos Santos, who alleges he's the present owner, has signed an acknowledgement of maintaining existing site conditions. Additionally, there are other complaints such as operating equipment later in the evening. And some of the neighbors will speak to those in the public comment period. There's also an issue of general plan consistency, and I think this was acknowledged earlier in this meeting that general plan, the land use element is out of date for the county, and so the land use element at present does not mention cannabis cultivation even once. Obviously, that's a significant part of the county's present economy and a significant area of expansion in land use in the Lewiston area. So that needs to be addressed in the general plan, and since it is not presently addressed, the proposal to permit this use is inconsistent with the general plan. The existing general plan does, however, require a balancing of individual and community needs, and does require prevention of nuisance in the rural residential zoned areas. So those are things that should have been considered and were given insufficient consideration in approving this permit. Further, there's at present no path to permit for Mr. Dos Santos, as I wrote in more detail in my written comments, which I think are perhaps a better vehicle for those, because you can look at the information that I found with the California Secretary of State, there's significant confusion about who owns the property and who owns the business that will be seeking the license. There's presently a moratorium on issuing new permits, and at present, and has been the policy of the county for a while now, if a permit applicant failed to submit their application materials prior to the end of the permit period, then they would have to seek a new permit rather than to renew the existing permit. And that was not done here. The application for renewal was not submitted until after the permit had expired. In addition, you can't transfer an application, you have to transfer an actual permit, and the transfer was done out of order here as well. So today, even if the amendments, that the next item on agenda is for amendment to 1355, ordinance 1355. However, that won't solve the problem here because, again, the environmental considerations, the environmental, the changed circumstances and the environmental impacts of this project haven't been changed. And again, there's no vested right to pollute or to create a nuisance. That has to be considered. It can't just be breezed over by stating the words existing conditions, especially when that's not in fact the case. And I would like to address just a couple of points in the letter that was handed to me this morning for counsel for Mr. Santos. Rory LaPointe is listed certainly as the agent for service of process. He is also listed as the sole shareholder for the Two Saints Real Estate and Development Company, which owns the property. And so there is confusion there about whether it is Mr. LaPointe or Mr. Dos Santos who in fact owns the property. Another point that was made was that the cultivation area was too large only because of pathways, but that's not what the inspection report found. The inspection report found that there were 13,000 square feet of canopy, which exceeds the limit by 3,000 square feet, and that the total area, it was in exceedance by 6,000 square feet. So nearly 50% over the allowed permit limit. And Mr. Dos Santos had been cited for this issue previously as well. I've already addressed the issue of this being the first time that it's been alleged that Mr. Dos Santos is expanding the grading on the property for placing a residence. That's inconsistent with his representations to the state and to the inspection staff. And regarding the mixed use, and that is attachment 12 to our original submission, the representations to the state.
All right.
I just want to make sure I've addressed everything, and I just saw this at the end of the Again, there's discussion of the cumulative baseline in this response brief, and the baseline has to be considered the actual environmental conditions, and also that there's no vested right to a permit or a license. So the consideration that would have to be given is reduction, the mitigation available to reduce the impacts that would be anticipated from this project. And this project cumulatively with other projects in the area and in the county, as well as incremental impacts when combined with other adjacent properties. Since this project was not subject to the MMD, the EIR. So in summation, we request that the application, that our appeal be granted and the application for what is a new permit be denied.
All right, thank you for your presentation.
Excuse me, can you identify yourself for the record?
I can. My name is Rachel Doty, attorney for appellant, Green Fire Law PC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and do we have representation here from Mr. Dos Santos? Please state your name for the record, and you'll have your 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniel Cucci, and with the law firm of Abbott and Kinderman, we represent Mr. Dos Santos in this matter. One, I'd like to apologize for a lot of the paperwork you probably just received in the last day or so. Unfortunately, were not aware that there was a letter from the appellant until late Friday night, and so we had to pull together a response that's largely addressed every issue that was raised in Ms. Doty's comments. It's a bit of a fire hose, so I will try to at least summarize a few things that I can recall, and I would like to point out that I'm more than happy to answer any questions if there's anything that stuck out to you if I don't end up addressing it, but please let me know. I'm happy to provide a response. First, I think what's really important is, I'm going to tell you, I actually agree with Ms. Doty on her description of baseline. The problem is that her description is inconsistent with the actual on-the-ground facts. What she talks about when she talks about baseline is, you don't get to just assume that something's built just because you have a permit. Right? She's right about that. But we don't just have a permit. We have an operating that's been around for multiple years at that site. An operation was, as we all know through the paperwork, Mr. Severston operated it before, and then now Mr. Dos Santos purchased the property through the Two Saints Real Estate and is now the operator. And this was a request for a renewal of that permit after it was transferred. There's also a misunderstanding about the timeline of the transfer of the license. As far as I can tell from the letter, Ms. Doty's relying upon a policy set forth after the adoption of the updated ordinance about when you can no longer apply for a new license and another one expires. As you know, from the record, Mr. Dos Santos received approval from the director in August, 4 months before that policy came out. And then there was the appeal, and we've gone through the process as the ordinance calls for. So that policy is not really applicable, and the process, while I think everyone understands, has been challenging and difficult, but it's been the normal practice about how things were able to happen before, but the new ordinance is designed to try to make a more stable process for folks. And any future work Mr. Dos Santos might do would be subject to that new requirement. So in this case, why it matters, why an existing conditions matters in this case is because you have an operating cannabis cultivation project. And because of that, and there was already a CEQA determination made, then that creates a new baseline. That's what you decide and determine about what impacts might be associated with another approval or some other consideration or decision. In this case, Mr. Dos Santos is not asking for anything other than the renewal of the same license that was previously issued, an operation that is under 10,000 square feet of canopy area. Another area I'd like to sort of clear up, there's this representation that the license had 6,000 square feet more than what was allowed. The license calls for 10,000 square feet of canopy area, which only includes the area around the plants and all the spaces between them. This is why, of course, you'll note that there was one, not multiple, only one inspection done that found a violation from Mr. Dos Santos. What had happened is he had spaced out his plants too much. And because the canopy area only counts the outside edge, and it doesn't matter whether you have large walkways or not, you don't get to count portions of them, that he was inadvertently outside of the bounds. But as the ordinance calls for, you have 7 days to fix it. Because they're not planted plants and they can be easily moved, they moved them, and within 7 days the inspector came back and confirmed that he is in full compliance. So that's to answer that. There's a number of other complaints, inspection reports, all these things. None of them, you'll notice when you look very carefully, have nothing to do with Mr. Dos Santos. They have to do with either Mr. Syvertson, and there are also a number of them that point to properties in Hayfork and the other. I couldn't make heads or tails of it, but unfortunately, I do know that this is not Mr. Dos Santos' operation. So to be clear, He recognizes and has to take responsibility for the one violation, but that violation was allowed under the ordinance to be cured within 7 days, and he did so. I'm going to speak a little bit to the mixed light tier 2 license. As I'm sure you've probably heard from many cultivators and operators, it is not an easy task to get started, to get into compliance, to find the financing, to do everything you need to do to make an operation happen. The cannabis laws in California are complex. You have a state program and a state licensing system, but you also have the local permitting system. You can't do anything without both. When you have one or the other, you can't, it doesn't matter. And in the end, the locals are the ones who get to decide whether or not you even want to have cannabis at all. That's a local choice. The state law allows that, provides for the locals to make those kinds of decisions. Mr. Dos Santos has a desire to potentially improve the site. I would argue in many ways that could be beneficial for the community in the sense that that would allow what the outdoor license does not allow now, to have canopies and other things that would allow for better control of odor, perhaps, is one example. But nonetheless, he has this license because it's a relatively straightforward process, and he wanted to get the ball rolling on setting up his application if and when he decides to pull that application. But for now, that decision hasn't been made, and he's working on that question. But I would point out, if he does come in and file it, that of course would be a change in operations, would trigger all the things that Ms. Doty's talking about. It would require a more substantial CEQA analysis, and everything else that comes along with it. But that's because there would actually be a change from the operations. That's something I'd like to point out on, and sort of go back to that baseline question. One of the things that baseline also looks at, there's a case out of San Diego called North County Advocates. Even if there was some sort of delay, maybe they had to take their plants away, and so there was a period of time where you didn't have plants under a canopy at the site. Even if that were true, North County Advocate says that you can consider the recent history of projects as to consider what's the baseline. In this case, I don't even believe that it's true that there's been this any sort of gap between one or the other, but to the extent that there was, even that wouldn't undermine the ability to conclude that the standard of the baseline standard would be the operating cannabis operation license. So the last I would sort of address at this time, given the time constraints, is this notion about the general plan. My looking through the ordinance and all the decisions is that all of these areas of the county allow agriculture. Cannabis is generally considered agriculture. It may be its own beast and its own animal, but that's why you have a cultivation ordinance to address the individualities of that use. But the ultimate decision of whether or not a use is allowed or consistent with the general plan designation is up to you. And the board is the one who decided that we could adopt an ordinance to allow it in certain areas and under certain conditions because we consider it consistent with the agricultural use. And so whether or not it says cannabis cultivation is not really relevant. That's not the standard. The standard is, what did the board decide was consistent? And a court will always stick with that if you have any kind of support for that position. And all agriculture and cannabis, I think, are quite a clear match. And so you should feel very comfortable that this whole system is consistent with your general plan. So with that, if I didn't address something that caught your eye, that you have another question, I'm happy to answer for you. Otherwise, I'll let these good folks have their say here and speak. So if there's anything else.
I think that's it for now. And then Rachel, you can go ahead and...
We typically allow the public to comment and then we allow them to do their
rebuttals
at the end.
Okay, I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So public comment can begin. We'll just start it here in the room before we go to any Zoom. So you'll have 3 minutes and just state your name for the record before you begin.
Nancy Anderson, I'm the appellant on behalf of the Friends of the Lewiston Valley, Grass Valley Creek. Gosh, I don't know how to make sense of all the conflicting legal opinions, but at least this time we have a legal opinion of our own. We obtained lawyers so that we were able to level the playing field and make sense of all of these different ordinances and rules and regulations. So that being said, I just want to say that I represent a group of folks like our new t-shirts. We really want to just preserve a way of life in our community, and that is the emphasis of this group. There are over 70 signatures on an opt-out, which you may be familiar with, and 50 plus members of a Facebook group that just trying to make sense of all this. And many of those members would be here if they could, if they didn't have to work. Many of their comments are in the record for either letters of support or public comments that are also in the record. So just bear those in mind in the absence of the rest of our members. What got me into this was years ago dreaming of someday owning alpacas and llamas, side story. But when I finally got a chance to move to an area where there was land that I could have to do that business, I was trying to research how to purchase more land, how to have that dream come true. Unfortunately, I discovered a little late, I was not notified of a commercial cannabis operation that was going to be licensed in my area because I was not at the time an adjoining property owner. Had I known then, I would have appealed 2 years ago, 3 years ago. My goal in having this business was to have what they call agritourism that would draw in people to visit the farm, to meet the animals, to learn about the business, children and families to come. Someday I hope to have a glamping experience of people that could stay overnight. And so all of that you could see would be impacted by such a business being right next door. So that's my concern, is the safety of having a cash-only business right there with families and guests coming. The dogs running loose and previous owners coming onto my property, harassing my animals was an issue. I was concerned about that being an ongoing issue. The smell, of course, cannabis isn't like corn or grapes where you don't smell them from miles and miles away. So that would affect a business like mine. So looks like I'm out of time. But basically, I just want to say that we don't want to start the Hatfields and McCoys as we've been accused of. We just want what's fair, we want what's legal, and we want to have a say in how our community is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone want to take the podium?
Hi, my name is Gary Griffith. We live at 230 Dirt Road, directly below this site. We've been here since 2004, in a place that we came here to retire. For the last 10 years, first 10 years we were here, we didn't notice anything that was going on in our neighborhood, except for the fact that all of our neighbors are very nice people, and have always done things to improve their property and make our life even better from being there. As of recently, in the last 5 or 6 years, we've noticed our water table has been greatly affected by the surrounding environment, to the extent that we actually had to put a well tank on our property and throttle our well down and just trickle it in order to get enough water to supply for our house and create a small green belt around our property for safety. What really discouraged me a lot is when my wife came home one day and she says, "I'm not walking up the hill anymore because I was just accosted by the people that live at the address in question. And I was not witness to that, but when your family is being threatened by somebody telling you, I know where you live, and she has abstained from actually going that direction anymore at all on a walk. That is discouraging. That is not in a friendly environment. Obviously, the smell goes more and more. We have these grows on both sides of us. As we go with these properties getting bigger and wanting to branch out and do other things, that smell gets worse. The first 10 years that we lived here, we didn't notice it. Maybe he was growing at a smaller rate, and maybe today he's going at full max capacity, and it's being felt by all of us. So no, I do not want this thing to continue and spiral out of control. If this needs to be done at another avenue in terms of trying to change some of the policies that are happening, it's definitely affecting each and one of my direct neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Bring this down a little short here. I'm Phyllis Swanson, and I'm also part of this group here trying to support our community. So I just want to let you know that I support this group, and I speak as a good neighbor. And maybe you wonder, what is a good neighbor? And it's someone who's there for their neighbors, which I think we all are. That's why we're here. It's someone with good moral principles that respect that others live in this neighborhood. And I've referenced the smell. And yes, I've complained several times about the smell, and I do know exactly where that smell is coming from. It's not coming from another location. It's not coming from Hayfork. It's coming from that property. Noise. No one expects total silence in the area, but you know, at least we're asking to respect the basic rules. And I reference that to fans that run all night long, at night, and sometimes the equipment that runs in the neighborhood all hours or into the evening hours. It sounds like an industrial zone at times. The bottom line, it's time for us, this group, to be heard. Enough's enough. These groups, these grows, they don't belong in our neighborhood. We're trying to raise our grandchildren, our children. If there's other locations that are more conducive, then maybe those are things that we need to start looking at. It's our neighborhood, and we just would like to be able to go back to live in preserving our neighborhood the way it was. And so I thank you for this.
Thanks for your comments. Yeah. Anybody else going to make public comment from the group here? As we can check in on the Zoom. Emma, is there anybody on Zoom?
Hi, my name is Sally Barrow. I live on Bear Creek Road. I am here in support of the Lewiston residents who are opposing the issuance of commercial cannabis cultivation license 453. The county has failed these residents. The interests of the commercial cannabis industry have taken precedence over the interests of these people and all the many other people living in historically rural residential areas. I myself live in an area that is fighting this exact same fight. These people who weren't consulted when the ordinance was created or didn't understand how to participate have helplessly watched their neighborhoods essentially rezoned into commercial cannabis areas. We have been fighting for years to rectify that situation, which I have to believe was overlooked unintentionally when the ordinance was first created. Please listen to these citizens who have invested and sacrificed to live in this beautiful place. Please let them determine for themselves what their neighborhood should look like. We are here pleading with you to protect these people from the chaos that the county has allowed. We heard for years that we had to wait for the EIR to be implemented before needed change to the ordinance could occur. Do I now understand that our concerns are being pushed back until the general plan is completed? Isn't there something you can do today to protect our rural residential areas? Please honor this appeal and deny the issuance of the commercial cannabis cultivation license 453. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments. Emma, is there anybody on Zoom?
Rick Lutweiler?
Yes, thank you. Hi, so yes, my name is Rick Lutweiler. I'm also a Lewiston resident and part of the group that is supporting this appeal. And I know you guys have a very difficult situation because you've got opposing views from legal experts. Certainly our attorney has made a strong case to show that there really just is really no legal right for this person to even move forward because they didn't renew at the time that they could have, that by the time they owned the property, it had already expired, so there was no opportunity for them to do so. And even though the supporting attorney for the commercial operator says, well, that's about, the complaints about the property are from previous operation, well, we don't know how this person will operate, but we do know that the operation of a grow on this site has been a major problem for the community. And, as you've heard, and there's a lot more detail to be shared if the time is appropriate, that we have had a major outreach across this community. We have the vast majority of residents who are strongly opposed to cannabis licensing in our residential areas. And we have this opportunity to start to set the path right. And we're very much hoping that you will reflect that in your decision because, we, as has been said, we've invested our livelihoods, our time, our families to make a life here and have a high quality life. The problems with the way this licensing was managed in the early years has caused a lot of problems, and this was one of them. And to me, there's a way out of it for this one, and to do the right thing for the hundreds and hundreds of residents in this area who don't want this here. And we're just looking for your support to make sure that that's handled correctly. It seems that there's sort of a request on the part of the operator to make special allowances. Well, we got approval from someone even though we were past the date or would be past the date. And yeah, we only had this one thing where we broke the rules, but gee, we fixed it. And the bottom line is we're trying to make allowances for them to continue to do something that nobody in the area wants them to do. And that, at least as I understand it, legally they have no right to do. And so I'm just hoping that you can step up, use your insight and your discretion and your commitment to the residents that represent this county and support this appeal. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Veronica Kelly Alves?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And they're right, it's a lot of which side do you believe in, or what your perception is. But sadly, it does seem like CEQA tends to get sidestepped a lot, and I don't know if it's because staff is overwhelmed, and I know that a lot of growers work hard to come into compliance, but in this particular case, it has fallen on the community to provide the enforcement for ordinances. Just ask the residents of Junction City in regards to Smith Pit. Time and time again, community members step forward and provide photos and written evidence of things that are out of compliance and things that should be the counties on the county to see and oversee. And yet the community members come forward and bring proof, and yet it continues to be disregarded. But these ordinances have been put in place to protect everybody in this community, growers in the industry and people that are not in the industry. Every one of us has worked hard to have our life here. Every one of us. And we deserve the same consideration. And as they say, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And so I just ask that you take all of that into consideration. It seems that the appellants have provided some information that deserves some real serious consideration, and their lawyer has provided you overlays showing that serious changes have happened that would enact a new CEQA review. And CEQA needs to be taken seriously for all of us. So please give that
We lost you there, Veronica, but we appreciate your comments. If you have more to say, you can try to chime in. You have another minute left, or we can do it later during the board meeting. Is there anyone else on Zoom with public comment?
I don't have anyone else on Zoom right now, but
Deidre, do you want to make a public comment?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Deidre Brower, and I have been involved in the licensing on this property over the last few years. I hear the concerns of the neighborhood, and they sound like valid concerns. I would point out that in regard to the odor complaint, there are a few factors at play here. One, the ordinance requires a 350-foot setback from neighboring residences unless there's a variance. There is no variance needed on this parcel. In addition, there were 3 parcels located behind this operation that were cultivating illegally, and I'm sure it contributed to the odor impacts. And one of the concerns about the cash business, I will say the Safe Banking Act is working its way through the U.S. Congress right now. That should help everybody. And the ownership is not unclear. The statement of information that was filed for the property ownership states Mr. Dos Santos as the only member of that organization. It is difficult to time all of the documents accordingly, transfer of property, transfer of business. That doesn't all happen in one fell swoop. It takes a lot of different time. So I understand where the neighbors are coming from and their concerns, and I would say that the ordinance allows this activity here, and that he has been operating within those rules. So I would respectfully ask for you to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
we have Lisa Wright.
Okay, I think I'm going. I'm on Zoom, Lisa Wright. I am a resident of Lewiston. I do not live by the Grass Valley Creek. I live by the Trinity River. And, you know, I bought my place, 12 years ago almost, and there weren't houses across the street. And you know what? Now there are houses across the street. Would I rather have an unobstructed view of the river? Absolutely. But my neighbors had every right to build a home and the other buildings that they've put up because they own their property and they're following the rules, following the zoning codes. I don't have any grounds to object. Very nice people, certainly as well. I think that's what this comes down to, is the rules that exist, the ordinance that's in place. This is a legitimate, validly issued license, transferred per the requirements in a timely manner. It falls under the urgency ordinance CEQA extension, period. That means that it's not subject to the whole complete review yet and gets the same privilege as other renewal transfers did. So really this is a moot appeal because they have been granted that CEQA extension. I do sympathize with people who just like operations of their neighbors, certainly, and I've spoken to actually some of you board members who don't really like the car collection across the street, that kind of thing. But people are entitled to do what they can with their property if they follow the law. All the laws have been followed here. This becomes really more a discussion, I think, maybe in the future by the Board of Supervisors in terms of the zoning that you want for the cultivation ordinance. Rural residential, that was hammered back in 2016 or so, was it? Whether that would be allowable. Row crops are allowable. There's quite a bit that's allowable on rural residential. When we go through the zoning, the rezone, or the general plan, I should say, and examine zoning, I think that's the appropriate time. You can't continue to do carve-outs because a group of neighbors decides they don't want, like what their neighbors are doing. It must be zoning based. That's state law. And that should come out in our general plan. I think that would be an excellent time for that. So I also haven't been able to find the Friends of Lewiston Grass Valley Creek anywhere in state records as being a valid organization. That might be a question for our county council, as I know that came up in another legal matter about a corporation not having good standing with the state of California. I would urge this board to please follow the law. Please encourage your planning commissioners as well to not use their thoughts and what they think moving forward. This should have passed at that, or should have been denied outright at that point. But I asked for you to deny this appeal today, allow this operation to continue as it's allowed for in our law. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments. Any additional public comment here from the room?
Yes, I'd like to comment. John Brower from Junction City. And again, the concerns of the community are important, and some of them are very serious concerns. But in this case, the applicant has complied with the ordinance and CEQA and the state licensing and is violation free. And I think many of the concerns voiced by the community are aimed at the prior owner and these adjoining 3 parcels that blew up Large Grove, and has the driveway right next door to this driveway. And I think it'd be very easy to confuse the impacts of those other 3 parcels that I believe had recent enforcement action with the impacts of this legitimate operation. And the ordinance that we have is the only means of the county having some control over this cannabis thing. It is legal now. It has been legal for years now. And it's something Trinity County does and does very well, but can do better. And the ordinance has many protections for neighbors and communities, and also allows for limited commercial activities where appropriate, like an alpaca or llama operation that might bring in additional traffic too, or the neighboring winery, or the fly shop. And I want to encourage this board to support staff's decision, support your planning commissioner's decision, and deny this appeal. And let this operator get to work and continue operating in a lawful way and trying to bring some benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. If there's more public comment, it'd be great to run it through, otherwise we'll end the public comment period. Please proceed.
I'm Dave Wallach. I'm probably involved with about 7 generations living in the area that I do, starting back with my great-grandparents in the Grass Valley Creek area, all the way down to some great-great-grandchildren. I have children coming home and they say, "Grandpa, it stinks out here. This isn't what we remember." I have my own daughters and sons come home and they make the same comment. "We didn't do this. Do you remember when we used to drink out of Grass Valley Creek? Just lay down and drink out of it?" I said, "You guys don't dare do that again." We have water that drains off the hill where this plot is, that comes down and affects many, many residents that can go into their wells. I know of a couple people that are having the water tested. I don't think we should have to do that, but we do, with contaminations. We do have the nice sound of fans running. We do have not a dark night, but we have lights glowing. This isn't what we're here for. We want to raise our family and have a good time doing it, and be able to go ahead and let them get out and wander around, not be afraid to have people come by and do whatever. I also went out to get some names on a petition. It disturbed me to have a couple of the people that I talked to, I can't sign that. I'm afraid. I own property next to that place. What will they do to me? I just heard about somebody that was threatened, his wife. Is this what we're going to contend with? I hope to God that we don't. Please, take care of our appeal and keep it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Is there additional public comment from the room?
I'm going to have to leave my mask on. Hello, my name is Lori Wills. I'm from Lewiston. I have an adjoining property next to this subject property. And I just wanted to bring to your attention, I don't know if you are aware or not, but this is the third commercial cannabis cultivation site in our little neighborhood. And so we had 2 other CCLs go in back in about the 2016-2017 timeframe without any kind of a CEQA analysis. And this particular CCL was approved in 2018, also without a CEQA analysis. So again, I would expect that by the time a third commercial operation goes into our little community, there's some cause for an analysis and a study as to the impacts that's having on our neighborhood and our residents. One of the things I've heard other people comment, I'm going to have to talk fast because I have a lot to say, but they asked us why in 2018, number one, we didn't get noticed. In 2019, we didn't file an appeal. Well, we didn't understand what it was all about. And when we did call and ask, we were told by county staff that the exemptions give them certain rights and our appeals would likely be denied, and because of the exemption, and they would renew anyways, and then we're just out a bunch of money. 2020, we started educating ourselves and taking action. And I just want to touch on the grading. I personally witnessed the bulldozer up there working. I heard the bulldozer. I could see the cloud of dirt everywhere it was going. I drove past the site. I saw it from the road. I saw that it was grading to the northwest side of the house where the shop is supposed to be going. At our planning commission meeting, Attorney Kinderman said, oh, he was going to put in a house, but he changed his mind. And now I see in Mr. Cucci, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, in his letter, he's saying now that they're putting in a house. So I think Veronica, I don't know her last name, also stated at a hearing that these are the types of things that happen. They say they're going to do one thing and they end up doing another thing as they start preparing for all of these expansion efforts. So my time's up. I have a lot more to say. I wish I could. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you uphold our appeal.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Crystal Bell from Lewiston. I'd like to ask that you actually view this as a failure to properly apply the rules of the commercial cannabis cultivation ordinance. as it applies to the licensing applications, types, and fees. As submitted by Attorney Doty in her communications, and as well as Lori Wills in her declaration, there's some dates that I think are very important. One, that Mr. Dos Santos purchased this property on 5/13/2020. Two, that the license expired under Syvertson on 5/27/2020. Three, that there's an application in file now, which was not there when I personally went to view the files 3 separate times and even asked for the application, and it could not be presented to me. But now miraculously there is one that showed up, and it's dated 5/15/2020 with Mr. Dos Santos' signature. Then Director Hunter has stated that that the application was actually received June 5th, 2020, and that subsequently it was approved by Director Hunter on July 24th, 2020. There's also Mr. Dos Santos' California state license that was issued August 1st, 2020, and then finally on September 11th, 2020, there was an application fee payment by Mr. Dos Santos for CCL 453. Now, if you want to go back to your application as well as your ordinance, both state that the application fee is to be paid at the time the application is submitted. In this case, this was 3.5 months after the application was submitted that the payment was made. During that time, county was continually doing work on this, evidently, without any payment. So in essence, if you're going to look at it in those terms, you have September 11, 2020 as truly being the application date for this. Regardless of what day he put on it, it's still September when that payment was received. So therefore, yes, the application for 453 expired, the permit expired in May of 2020. It was erroneously renewed as a renewal or transfer, whatever you want to call it, then in September. So ultimately, we ask that you would look at this in terms of this really should have been treated as a new application. They missed their window of opportunity for renewal or transfer. And as such, just like others like CCL 691 that we appealed personally, you know, they and other 2020 licenses, they were put on hold. They were put on hold until the CEQA compliance work can be done on the transition of the renewals that existed at the time. And once your urgency order is lifted, then they're free to apply as a new again. But at this stage, we ask that you listen to how these dates really applied into the legality of when that date was really, or that permit was really issued. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Any additional comments from the boardroom? Public comment, otherwise I'm going to close it out.
We have a couple more on Zoom.
Okay, please proceed with those.
So we have Veronica Kelly Albies, just to finish her comment to make sure we heard all of it.
Okay, she has 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure where I left off, so I'll keep it very brief. And that's really just to follow up with the speaker you just had, is that this really does sound like it goes back to CEQA. There's been an awful lot of changes happening up there, and this is kicking off a new CEQA requirement, and it is absolutely true. I'm doing this, but then all of a sudden it changes, but it has nothing to do with my licensing until it does. But it sounds like the community, once again, is having to do the enforcing and has presented you with strong evidence that CEQA needs to be redone. And I strongly urge you to uphold this appeal, and let's start this process. Let's keep CEQA where it needs to be and follow the ordinance, just as everybody is asking, and that requires a CEQA review. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments.
Okay, we have Ilya.
Hello, I just wanted to make a short comment. I would want to ask the Board of Supervisors to deny the appeal based on the ordinance, and that the gentleman who is growing, I don't know his name, I'm sorry, but he followed all the laws. He fixed everything within the time manner which states in the ordinance. And that's basically, in my opinion, you need to follow the Planning Commission decision, and in the planner's decision. I also wanted to make a small comment because I'm a licensed cultivator, and I am in fear to put my legal documentation, which I have to display in front of the property, in fear for being targeted, and not targeted by the criminals, targeted by the neighbors. In a lot of times, the neighbors who are asking us to be nice and to be legal and all this stuff, they're trespassing the property, they're constantly harassing. It's just must stop. Although I understand a lot of people who talked today from the opposite side. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you for your comments.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Ilya Makarov, and I currently live in Witherville.
Thank you. And we have Sue Lutweiler.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I think I would just piggyback onto, I believe it was Veronica, what she was saying. And, you know, we're hearing a lot of talk from people saying, you know, all we really want you to do is follow the ordinance. And I think if you go back to that 2-2 split decision in the Planning Commission, the two people who voted to deny the appeal were denying it on the base that they really felt strongly that they needed to follow the ordinance. And although many of us who were involved in that didn't necessarily agree with that was the way it should be done, I think the bottom line here is that the attorney for the appellant has established that really truly, according to the actual ordinance, these guys missed some very important deadline dates. They didn't have an active license to be able to be transferred. If you really want everyone to follow the ordinance, and that's the storyline that we're all going to follow here, then yes, we ask you to please follow the ordinance. You know, the CEQA, all of that, I'm not an expert on that. I don't know what, the real issues are on that. I do know that these guys have a strong impact on our neighborhood. I also know that we have a number of people, and yes, we do call ourselves Friends of Lewiston. We don't have to be an organized company. Friends of Lewiston isn't filing any legal documents. We're just a group of like-minded people who really don't want the commercial grows to be in our backyards. And I do agree that this was something that was put together, on the fly back in 2016, and we've all been waiting a long time to get these issues fixed by our Board of Supervisors and by our Planning Commission. And we've grown tired of waiting, which is why we're all trying to move forward and do our own research and try to impress upon all of you guys who have our fates in your hand that this is not what we want in our neighborhoods. And we wish them the best of luck in finding a suitable property, and we truly do hope that the county will work together, the staff and the Board of Supervisors, to carve out appropriate places to have these kinds of operations that have such significant impacts where they operate. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Is there anyone else with public comment? We have no more public comment.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, Margaret, do we go into review those right now, or does the board ask technical questions?
So we close public comment, bring it back to the board for questions, discussions, comments, and ultimately a motion if the board is pledged.
All right.
No rebuttal.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see them. Did they want rebuttal?
I would like rebuttal.
Rachel had asked.
Then they would both get rebuttal. You can limit time.
All right, we can do that right now.
How
All
much?
right, Rachel, go ahead.
How much time would you like to allow for this?
Rachel, how much time do you think you need?
10 minutes.
Usually rebuttals.
A lot of issues were raised. I would like to touch on them.
Okay, well, we'll go with 5 for now and see how you do, and then if you're stressed out, let me know.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to point out first that CEQA is required at the earliest point in a proposed project And it's very clear here that the proposed POP project exceeds what is in the application. First of all, there's been a concession assigned under a perjury, penalty of perjury concession in making the application to the state for transition to type 2 and a lighted facility. In the inspection report, which is an attachment to the staff report from 9/17/20, the applicant said that he was planning a metal building 40 by 100. That does not describe a residential building. On August 24th, 2018, there was also a proposal for greenhouses for the following season. So there's been a long-term plan on this site to expand the operation. And under CEQA, you never wait until the last permit. That's contrary to the entire philosophy of CEQA. So he has started that process by asking the state for an expanded operation. That triggers CEQA. You don't wait until there's an irretrievable commitment of resources. The second issue is the baseline, and it's simply not defensible for this not to be evaluated under CEQA at this point. The county decided to defer CEQA to the applicants. This applicant has not done CEQA. This is a pre-EIR permit. There has never been detailed CEQA done on this. Had there been detailed CEQA done, perhaps there would have been mitigation measures applied to this permit that would have addressed some of the issues that the neighbors are raising, and that may still be the outcome of a CEQA analysis. It may not be a no, you can't grow anything, but it may be a no, you can't expand to mixed light, 20,000 square foot operation in what is essentially a residential neighborhood. That said, there's not a vested right because he once did something on the property or his predecessor once did something on the property. That's fairly clearly established under state law. And think about it for a second. If you could not revisit the terms of a permit under CEQA or under NEPA, then you would always be stuck with the level of pollution that exists at the time. And that would be particularly detrimental when you're trying to bring what has been an illegal industry into the light. That's an admirable effort, but some of the operators are going to do a great job and some of them aren't going to do such a great job. So the county needs to be able to have, and the law does give the county the ability to apply conditions. Again, this is very clearly established. Every time there's an air permit or a water permit issued by the state, there's a consideration under CEQA as to whether or not additional conditions need to be applied so that we have anti-backsliding, so that we have improved environmental conditions over time. There was a statement made that an unincorporated group doesn't have standing. That's simply not true under statute, which was a reaction to a Supreme Court decision in the other direction, and the legislature said absolutely they do. So that is just not an issue. There was a statement that there was a CEQA extension. There was no CEQA extension. There was a deferral. That is what the Business and Professions Code section that the county cited was. It's a deferral, and again, it defers the CEQA analysis and places that burden on the applicant. And here the county has not required that. And we see the outcome of that also with the cumulative effects that were discussed here. Those were there was an effort to dispense with those by saying, well, perhaps those are illegal grows or somebody else's operation. The illegal grows, somebody else's operation, all of those things are part of the baseline that has to be considered. And if the incremental impact of adding another grow that draws down the water table or that causes additional odor or light, those are things that CEQA needs to consider. Otherwise, if you issued one permit, you'd have to issue everybody's permit. And that's not the case. There is a carrying capacity to the environment in any given place, and that is what CEQA is supposed to address. That's what should happen here. Finally, on the general plan, I'd like to remind you that the existing general plan really does require a balancing of individual and community rights. And that's very consistent with the CEQA policy of the state, and that's simply what needs to happen here. A number of the commenters said, let's just comply with the law, and that's truly all that appellants are asking for. They're asking that this project, that the impacts of this project be considered in the organized way the law requires, so that this applicant doesn't get a go, just get a pass, just because something was there before or because he created a larger area. That's not how the law works. So we ask that you grant the appeal, send it back to planning, let them evaluate whether or not this is as a new permit. If it's evaluated as a new permit, by the way, it will come in under the EIR, and it will be an organized way and an easier way in a lot of ways for staff to deal with evaluating the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for squeezing that into 5 minutes. Appreciate that.
I just barely went over. I'm happy to answer questions.
We're going to proceed with other review from the applicant. Or, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Dan Cucci again for Mr. Santos. A couple of things I heard, that again, we're conflating too many things that aren't really relevant. One, this was not an illegal grow turning into, for the first time, proposed legal grow, which might be more appropriate under her description about bringing something out from the dark and into the light. This was already approved and licensed previously, and it was transferred to a new owner to operate the exact same program. It is continually being suggested that it's been expanded, which it is not. It's just an assertion by folks who really have, they've conflated things that people are allowed to do on their property. I'll speak specifically to the grading project. Mr. Doty Ms. Doty talks about, how, we've changed this proposal and that proposal. The point of fact, when it comes to the county, which is the only decision process that is subject to CEQA, the state licensing laws is specifically not required to be subject to CEQA. So that licensing system, the fact that he applied for that license is not relevant to whether then he decides whether or not to actually propose in an application to do a change to the site. He's not asking for that now. Any of that stuff that he applied for at the state he has no right to do that until he's come to you and asked for permission and done whatever's required of him to get that. So if you decide to deny the appeal, you would only be authorizing him to do the same exact operation that's been existing for a number of years, lawfully, had already been subject to CEQA once before and now. And now, speaking specifically about subject to CEQA, there's been sort of a misunderstanding, I think, that's been sort of floated around here. The notion that if you get an exemption, that you have not fully complied with CEQA. That is erroneous. The exemption process is fully and completely within CEQA, and going through that process and being eligible for one is being fully compliant with CEQA. You can only be eligible for an exemption if you meet the standards upon which the exemption says you're allowed. And the reason why they created exemptions, they have categorical, they got statutory. Statutory exemptions are often big policy decisions. The state said, this might have impacts, but we don't care. This is a thing we want to allow to move forward. Categorical exemptions are these ideas of all these different things that policymakers have decided if you can meet all these conditions, then there's really very little chance that there's going to be an impact from that. And so I want to speak a little bit more clearly about the existing facilities. Even the existing facilities exemption has numerous examples of expansions of uses that are still eligible for the existing facilities condition or exemption. In this case, we're not asking for any change. The grading that happened at the site, I think in retrospect, my client understands that that was probably caused more confusion than it helped. But the reality is the county went out, looked, it wasn't even subject to the permitting requirements for grading. It was small enough to fall outside of the permitting requirements for grading. There's been a lot of ideas about whether it might be a house, whether it might be a building. These are concepts and thoughts about what he might do with his property, something that when he bought the property and spent substantial sums, he knew going in that he had an ordinance that said that he could do a cannabis operation there, and if he followed the rules. And so I would remind you that it's not just neighbors that have invested substantial funds into this community. My client has also done so. And the idea that he had an ordinance that he could rely upon and then and ensure that he was in compliance with. So what I want to close with, because I don't have much time left, is I know there's a lot going on, and there's probably what I hear. I used to be a county planner for 8 years before I became a lawyer. I've seen these kinds of meetings. There's clearly a lot of things that need to be worked through in the community to make them happen. But that's a different problem and a different issue that needs to be addressed eventually, but it's not fair to apply to my client. What should apply to my client is, have they followed through the process, and your staff has already committed to you that they have and that they did everything they needed to do. They've also are complying with all of the standards that apply under the new EIR. We've talked to our client whether or not there's some argument that he doesn't have to, that he should apply, that he should be subject to those operating conditions in order to be as good a neighbor as he can. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your review. Do you have any technical questions from the board? And start down here, Supervisor Groves.
Hi, Kim. Did the previous owner have a CE on this?
Yes, it was filed in 2019 for that year, and one was not filed in 2020. Usually the NOE is filed once a decision is made. Approval is made, and that would have been filed shortly thereafter had not the appeal been filed. So to sum it up, a categorical exemption was filed, a notice of exemption was filed with the clerk in 2019 for the site.
Okay. So we've heard references of lights at night and fans going. So does this have a licensed greenhouse on it?
You know, I'm checking building permits right now as we're sitting here. I have not been out to the site. Maybe somebody could speak on that.
To answer your question, Supervisor Groves, the outdoor license does not allow lights, it does not allow fans, and our client does not have either. So we're not sure where this experience is coming from. I'm sure it's real, but again, you know, I hate to sort of, you know, throw it off in the other, but the reality is the county and staff can follow up with you on this. Our understanding is there has been an active enforcement on those properties, and we believe that that's where the lights and the fans come from.
May I comment on this?
Not yet. I'm going to get through some questions first, and then.
Well, she's rebutting. We allowed the lawyer one lawyer to speak. So.
I want to say there is no greenhouse on the site plan.
Go ahead, Rachel.
I just wanted to reference the May 8th, 2018 inspection report, which requested downward-facing security lights, and then addressed that lights were not allowed in hoop houses. So from time to time at this property, there have been hoop houses in mine. And that was the prior operator, but that is part of the consideration.
So that was a different licensee?
The same license, however, yes.
Different.
All right. That's all I got.
All right.
I do.
Okay.
There was let me start. Did this license expire on May 27th of 2020?
Yes, and I'm glad you asked that. You're asking that question because there's some things I want to clear up. It did expire in May. However, when we realized we were very behind in renewal applications and transfer applications around March of 2020, I made the decision to extend licenses because we were so backed up. There was a 90-day extension granted to March, April, and May licenses because there was no way we were going to get those renewals out with our staff resources. and COVID. That's right, when COVID was hitting, there was a number of things going on, again, still short of staff. So there were 90-day extensions granted to those licenses. In some cases, the licenses actually got printed. In most cases, I don't see a copy of the printed extension in here, or else that would have been a part of the file and would have been more understandable to the appellants. But so basically that license wouldn't have expired until 90 days after that expiration date.
So 90 days after May 27th would be August 27th. Right.
And the application was received June 5th.
Except I see a payment on September 11th.
Right, and that has happened in the past. That was past protocol, and this is pre-Kim. That there was not that renewals and payments would come in separately, and it wasn't necessarily by the time of the expiration. That's why the December 8th memo was so important. The director's memo where you said, okay, you have to get this in prior to expiration, because that had not happened before. So that was the December 8th memo of 2020 saying, okay, you can't transfer applications no longer, and once the license expires, it's considered inactive.
My recollection is that was October 8th.
That was December 8th.
But on October 8th, there was a planning commission meeting where you spoke, a lot of people spoke, and Derek spoke, and you said a letter is going out that we're not going to be accepting any more renewals as of this date.
We've always accepted renewals. We're not accepting new applications, but we've always accepted renewals.
Okay, I'm stating it wrong. I'll come back to that.
Supervisor Fraser, any questions yet?
Not exactly yet.
And last but not least?
So I have a few questions here, not concerning this license grow, but how many other grows are around this grow here that could be contributing to some or lots of other problems in this area?
There are 2 licensed sites on Coffin Road, and then this site, those are the legal license sites. And there are reports of several illegal sites.
And I heard that the illegal sites were just visited by our police department. Does anybody know what came of those?
Our code enforcement?
Yeah, code enforcement. Do we know what happened there?
It wasn't code. It was code. I'm sorry. Actually, I think it was the sheriff's department, and they.
Were they abated?
I believe they were. Yes. It came in as not a code enforcement. It came in as a legal action.
I mean, I'm open to. I guess if it's legal, I'm open to anybody from the crowd answering that.
Oh, yeah.
If it's legal.
Can I?
It's up to Jeremy.
At this point now, we're at the commission. If you have a question of staff, we can research it. And so the question is there any code enforcement on this property?
Well, not this property, on the surrounding property.
The surrounding property.
Theoretical illegal activities surrounding
Yeah.
the property.
Find that.
Well, a couple of the issues that I heard, well, I should think if I have any questions actually. That I would like to say, I definitely sympathize with the issues at hand. It's very, you're not alone. This is something that has happened in Willow Creek, worked its way all the way down to Weaverville, and it's hard sometimes, I think, at least in my perspective, to figure out exactly what the source of the issue is, like the actual culprit, so to speak. My example being, in my opinion, yeah, of course the cannabis is very odorous.
And it's odorous to the point where even 6 plants is very odorous and that smell can travel. And I get concerned about, there's no way of differentiating what cannabis smell you're smelling. Is it from the licensed grow? Is it from the 6 plant, personal grow? Or is it from the illegal grow? So you have these 3 variables that someone has to determine, where's this smell coming from? Unfortunately, technology plays no role in it. You can't do that. As someone wrote in the document, it's at night, the downhill air comes down, and you drive down 299 from Willow Creek to Weaverville, the whole highway smells around September, October, and it's almost the whole entire highway from my experience commuting. And so I worry that, okay, what's the follow-up for someone that does their 6 personal use plants in their backyard? And if the odor is still going to be an issue, even though it's totally legal at that point, I'd love to have a solution for that, because that is something that is going to happen inevitably, most likely, because we can't get rid of those 6 plants in anyone's backyard. That's something that everyone's been entitled to in the state of California. And so I get concerned about, all right, how do we get rid of this odor when we won't be able to necessarily get rid of this odor? It might be more potent, but at the same time, if X number of neighbors in that parcel or in that neighborhood all have their 6 plants, it's probably going to be just the same amount of smell, unfortunately. So I get concerned about that and trying to find an actual constructive solution that's going to eliminate that. If the licensee goes into greenhouse structures with carbon filters and eliminates their odor, and you have this perfect licensed operation, there's no dust, there's no odor, but you guys still smell the odor from the other places, well, what's this next step after that for you guys? And I'm not necessarily putting you on the spot to answer, but something to consider, and something I would love to, I'm just going to take this off a little bit, love to find a real solution for, so that if the odor is an issue for people, how do we actually prevent it from happening when people can all grow 6 plants in their backyard? That's the odor. With the water, I live in Burke Ranch, and there's private parcels above me, and 2 years or 3 years ago, there was a chemical leak. It was an illegal grow, and it was a chemical that's not allowed in the United States. So our whole watershed got a notice saying your drinking water is potentially contaminated in this whole entire watershed, which is almost a 1 mile wide basin and feeds probably a dozen property parcels or something to that degree. And so there's nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing except coming into compliance that can actually help detour that occurrence that's already going on. With water also, I think everyone's experiencing less water across the board, across the state, maybe even beyond our state borders. And so there are some issues that I think are regional or global or statewide issues, and then there are some things that are theoretically able to be pointed at to a certain source that is contributing to the nuisance. But those are some of the things off the top of my head that I felt were relevant to share and discuss. So that's all for now. Are there any other questions or points of clarification from supervisors?
Margaret, go ahead, Keith.
Is Tim is Sheriff Saxon on Zoom?
Yeah, as soon as I can find the unmute button, I'm here, yes.
You're there. So, Tim, you had sent me an email when you did that code enforcement action, I believe on the properties that we're talking, the next door neighbor properties. Is that appropriate to read the email, or is that part of your investigation that should not be read?
That really should be read. That was just for your personal information with regard to our actions continuing in that area with regard to your constituents complaining.
Okay, well, we'll just say that there was an action taken on the property by the Sheriff's Department. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's still in enforcement action at this time.
Okay, thank you. The neighbor property that we were talking about.
And Keith, this property, it happened while we were here today, correct?
No, this is
something else,
this
okay.
is a past. And this, again, to be clear, this is the neighboring property that's not
Exactly.
part of this license.
Absolutely.
It's the neighboring property that has been referred to as the illegal grow property.
Supervisor Frazier, you have any questions yet or comments?
The only question I would have would possibly be if county council would weigh in on that. Thoughts of if all of this has been matches up with our ordinance, because we've had attorneys from both sides say that it doesn't meet up with our ordinance, and the one side says it perfectly follows the ordinance. So I would ask if county council would be willing to give her opinion on that.
Absolutely. So this was looked at originally when Director Hunter was issuing the license or the process, and it was determined to be an appropriate action by Ms. Hunter when she did so. So from a legal perspective, we don't have any concerns. Ultimately, again, it comes down to you to make the decision as to the other factors, but strictly from a compliance issue, we're comfortable with proceeding forward.
Thank you.
I have another question. In the supporting paperwork, there's question about a bus stop. And they have pictures of a bus stop being there, evidence of somebody stating that they saw someone tampering with the bus stop, and then in another photo, the bus stop is no longer there.
And that was a sign for the bus stop you're referring to?
Yes.
So that would be my question. Is the sign for a bus stop actually the bus stop?
It is not,
Okay.
but the sign was removed. We don't know who removed it, but there is not a bus stop within the required setback from the cultivation site.
How is the bus stop sign not a bus stop?
It's
It's a sign. Yeah, it happens all the time. They modify, the school district modifies where they place their bus stops based on certain needs. They administer the bus stop signs outside of our jurisdiction as a county, and sometimes signs just get left up. But they have an active list of what bus stops are active and what are not, and that's what we rely on.
Bus stops are changed based on where the kids are, they're picking up.
This is true. And so I called Lewiston Elementary School and talked to them about the bus stop schedule and which bus stops are being used this year and which aren't. And they said, yeah, no, we actually don't use that bus stop this year. So I made other phone calls, which took a long time to wrap it around, and finally it lands on CHP. So I talked to Officer Merriman this morning, and he read me the statute that said that bus stops are established by the school district themselves. The superintendent and the principal decide where those bus stops are going to be, and the only way to remove them or to have that not be even a potential bus stop site in the future is by a decision of the school board, or not the board, but the superintendent and the principal. And this has to be in conversation, deciding, are we going to have, because it could be that there's no little 6-year-old that needs to be picked up at that particular location this school year, but maybe in the fall, someone's child is now of age that they need to be picked up, and so it's kind of like reserving the right to let that be your site again. And it does not fall within the purview of a citizen to just go remove a sign and say, well, that's never going to be a bus stop again. It's not your prerogative.
No, and I was not indicating that it was removed, and I don't know by who, but I'm not saying that was the right thing to do.
Sure, most certainly. My concern would be it wasn't the right thing to do according to the CHP officer, which means that the sign there or not, that's still a registered bus stop site with the Lewiston Elementary School. And that bus stop apparently falls within the 500 feet of this project, which would make it, in my mind, not eligible for licensing. Okay.
For my clarification, the sign that was there and that was not there was inside the 500-foot variance. Was the actual bus stop inside that variance?
We'll rephrase it. The active bus stop that's currently been using when we looked at this matter was not being utilized as a bus stop. An active bus stop is outside of that setback. The sign was within the setback, and evidently a potential bus stop that could be utilized if needed may still exist, according to what Supervisor Cox has told us.
And just to be clear, we don't go off where the sign is, we go off what the active bus stop is as determined by the school district. So again, that's the list we go off of. The active list determined by the school district has their active bus stops outside of the range.
Fair enough. So if you don't, we'll say, kick off the previous bus stop, and I live on a road where my son was picked up at various different spots. If the superintendent and the principal doesn't, we'll say, kick off the last bus stop and we'll say makes another one down the road a little further because there's more kids down that way than the beginning of the road, is the previous one still considered an active bus stop?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to have these approved by CHP. Many times, the bus stops someplace that's not a official bus stop.
But you have.
But it remains a bus stop until they kind of remove it off the list.
Was this ever removed off the list?
I would have to verify that. According to what Supervisor Cox is telling us, it appears it is not removed from the list.
Again, we don't know that. I don't want.
But we don't. But I don't know. We'd have to verify.
Yeah, we could verify it. If you wouldn't mind, Kim, explaining how you verify. So when you get this information and you're doing a verification, what list do you rely on in terms of making a determination if it's in or outside of the jurisdiction? It's from the school district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's their official documents, and they came and presented several years ago and said that sometimes they do fall behind in terms of updating their lists. But from a county perspective, all we can rely on is the information that they provide us, because they're the ones that create the list, and they're the ones that update the list. So what we do rely on is what the list that they provide us, and that's the appropriate thing to do. If we run into a situation where somebody says, and this has happened, this is not an active bus stop, then we hold what we're doing while they work out with the school district and with CHP about getting that officially removed from the list. But again, all we can do is rely on the information from the school district.
It seems like it might be important to ask that question, a really definitive answer. If the only way to remove one is to have it formally done, which takes discussion and a process, then we should know about that.
But the testimony is that it doesn't matter if it's a real one or not, it's not within the 500 feet.
Yeah.
That's the testimony we just got.
The sign was within the feet, but the actual designated bus stop is outside of the 500 feet.
Right. But that's what I want to know. How do you know where the bus stops in comparison to where the sign is?
It doesn't matter for the purpose of our ordinance. It matters where the designated bus stop is by the school district. That's what we rely on. So when they give us a list, I think they actually do it in a map form, if I remember correctly. But they give us a pinpoint of where that bus stop is. That is what we have to use to determine the 500 feet. They could put the signs anywhere, doesn't matter to us. We have to have something we rely on, and that is the official list from the school district.
But the reason I'm uncomfortable is because, and I know what you're talking about, and I've seen that printed list too, which doesn't include this particular stop. And that's probably what you were going by when you looked at it, except that it is there, meaning it's never been removed, meaning it could be utilized in any school year, that the needs of the families in that community need to rely on that. And so until that's formally removed by an act of the school, just because it's not being utilized this year, you're placing a whole operation within something that the school still has under their purview to be able to utilize.
Well, the school can utilize any location for a bus stop if they formalize it. So again, we go off the formal list, and that's all we can rely on. You are correct that next year this could change and there could be a different, but again, we have annual renewals, and this is something we do consider as the process moves forward. So all we can do is look at a point in time, which is now, what is officially on their list, and that's what we have to go off of. The signs mean nothing. The fact that they could in the future put a bus stop there, we can't rely on that because we don't know. All we can do is this moment in time.
So I guess I have two questions on that. If they did put a bus stop within 500 feet, could they even do that? Will the license grow there?
Yes, they could. In the future, they could do that.
And what would happen at that time to the license grow?
As we do our annual renewals, that would come up as a factor, and we would have to look at that.
So back to, I think what Joe was trying to get to, when you have a bus stop here, and then you move it to here, does this one fall off the list? Is it now an extinct bus stop, which may be used in the future, but is it now not a legally listed bus stop that has come off, we'll say, the ledger of the way it lives in elementary school district?
I'm relying on my time on the school board. And this is not a legal opinion that how we operated. No, you go, you get a bus stop approval, you have to submit that to the CHP. They go out there and look at it and say, yes, that's fine. That remains a bus stop if you're using it or not. And that's on your list of bus stops until you remove that off the list.
Additional questions from the board? If there are no additional questions, I would entertain a motion.
I would move that based on dates of expiration, based on dates of license transfer, that you can't, I don't see how you can transfer something that's expired. Just make the motion. Oh, sorry. I would move that we uphold the appeal.
I apologize, but that way I need a little more specification. You uphold the appeal allowing the permit. What are you asking to do?
Don't we have appellants that are coming before us today that are appealing a license renewal?
Yes.
Well, they're appealing the planning commission's decision to uphold the director's decision to grant the permit, which is why I want to be clear.
Can you flip it for me?
So are you looking to allow the permit or not allow the permit?
Not allow the permit.
Okay. So you are going to uphold the appellant's request to overturn the planning commission's decision to uphold the director's issuance of the permit.
And that's why we need you.
Sometimes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, second, motion, discuss away.
First off, the point of order, if there's not a competing motion and this motion fails, then that's the same as
Before, means that it would be approved.
it would be approved.
The license.
I will say in this, my biggest heartburn in this is that I have a tendency to agree with the Green Fire lawyer that why the applicant doing activities on the site and then saying it's going to be a house, it's not a house, I apply. I understand the argument that I can't get my license until I go through the process, but that does fall under under piecemealing as I know it. And you start, when you go to get a building permit and you say this is going to build for a winery, and then you say no, I don't like those rules, I want to change it to something else, you're kind of stuck. So I do have heartburn, and I think there needs to be more environmental looked at because of those actions that show intent. And I'm probably not wording that correctly, but it does seem to me that it becomes a piecemealing situation where you get a CE, then you're trying to do something else in. That's probably more than I should say.
Director Hunter, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Based on the size of the parcel or parcels, does this applicant have the option to try to expand their license down the line?
Not under the current ordinance, no.
Thank you.
Did they apply for a state license to expand their current footprint?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, I guess I'm up. I do believe in the things that Nikki said there. I think that there's been some things that probably happened on the site that shouldn't have happened. I also, this residential thing pains me more than anything that I've done up here, which hasn't been a lot. And with that being said, and with people in the crowd here showing, voicing their opinions about this, and the possible legality of that being an actual bus stop legally under law, I would vote to overturn the planning commission's decision to deny.
Are you making a motion, Supervisor Gogan?
I think he's
I am
agreeing with the motion on the table.
I am. That I am.
I also have issues with some of the secret stuff. I don't know. We've heard over and over for a long time the cumulative impact issue. The issue I have with this is letter of the law they're following. I do believe there is some spirit of the law issue. So I do have a hard time. One of my biggest issues is private property rights. I think that we need to really think long and hard when we start telling people what they can and cannot do with their property. But at the same time, the spirit of the law sometimes is a little bit different than the letter of the law, and I'm having a hard time with this one. It's not as easy as it should be.
Well, I'll offer a subsequent motion to deny the appeal. There's no second, and the subsequent motion fails.
I would offer a couple more comments that are just kind of billowing out. We are, my understanding of our job is to be that body of governance that listens to people. That if we don't have that, we face that exact same thing, and we did last week and on a fringe today also, looking at legislation that's going to come down from the state that's going to affect our county negatively. And we sit around with each other and say, how can we appeal that? How can we speak into this? How can we get a voice with a senator or a congressman that says, wait a second, that may be great on the whole, or as you see it, but Trinity County is different. We have these issues, we have this going on, and we do our best to collectively cry out, hey, wait a second, notice us, we're different. With what's happened here today, we've had a process that is set up, that granted isn't perfect, and I'm not in any way insinuating that anybody tried to do anything that wasn't best intent, that wasn't what they thought was following the way the laws were written. I'm not insinuating anything like that. But I think that we also have to look back and realize that with all of the other items that are all of our governing ordinances, we have a resolution here that says that Trinity County will be a safe place for all residents to live, where historical quality of life and natural environment will be protected and restored, and that where cannabis cultivation in Trinity County will take place without environmental damage and without detriment to neighbors or communities. And I just don't see how I can read that and say I'm going to uphold what's in front of me and not listen to the 48 letters and emails that I have documented here where people are crying out, I do not feel safe, I feel threatened, every year my water runs out, I can't even clean out the smell in my house because when I open the windows to try to air it out, it just continues to permeate with what's there. I don't know what that feels like because I don't live in that environment, but I do know what it feels like when we're in our terrible fires, and I do my best to keep my house shut, and it just gets the best of me, and I can't reverse it. My air system can't reverse it, and then I'm stuck until we live with that headache. And that's a fire, and I feel bad for what's going on, and I know that eventually it will end, or I get away to the coast and get rid of my headache. But to live like that and to hear people crying out to us, I think that the other important point is that we have a moment where we get to be discretionary in this. And that discretion matters. It says, are we going to listen to our community or are we not? And yes, we all agree our general plan is way outdated, and yay, it's coming, right? That's awesome. Except that until that happens, we have to rely on what we had, which was communities who said what they wanted their communities to be. And where this one, it's not just, I want this and I want that. There are also just facts and orders of events and timelines I'm not comfortable with. The bus stop is really a concern. But I think that ultimately, there has to come a point where we listen to the people and what they want.
And I would just add one thing about the discretionary part of this. The rural residential ruling that I'm going to make today is definitely a one-off. I won't rule this way on every rural residential issue that comes up. I take it as an individual case. So I don't want any precedents to be set by what I'm saying today, but in this situation here, I am using my discretion to overturn the appeal.
I'd urge you to consider your thoughts because if you are going to approach this by a case-to-case basis, you're putting yourself in the position of making preference that's not based on legal grounds and legal ordinance outlines. So I would just stress caution, and yeah, the what people want to do and what people are legally allowed to do are often different things. And that's the most challenging part in that, you know. I don't think anybody wants to upset the Lewiston people that are opposed to the project. That's probably the last thing we want to do. But do we want to also enable a predicament where now all licenses that have had similar situations and have been worked through can be all revisited again and reissued, because they'll say, well, that happened with that one, and how come Supervisor Gogan felt that way with that, but he felt different about it with the other one? And so if it's the bus stop, I think that's great, and I would suggest you have very concrete footing for any supervisor, not just you, you know. Anyone who's going to make a decision, make sure you're basing it on a legal grounds that's based on the ordinance and the raw of the ordinance, and not, you know, I hate to sound cold, but you can't base this on emotion. And I'm an emotional person. I'd be happy to talk to anybody outside of the meeting about, you know, the emotional side of this and the frustrations of it. I'm well familiar with it for years and years myself. And so it's important to me to make sure that our decision as a board is made on a legal basis, not on an emotional basis. Sympathy has a place, empathy has a place, and I'm not sure, you know, that line needs to be drawn. Maybe that's each individual's ability to draw that line, or maybe that is what is defined as the law. And more clarity needs to be provided to understand if that we are doing that, and that the staff process that has already happened leading into this moment now, has that been legally sound? I think those are some of the important questions to weigh into it, and I'll comment again on odor. No one's getting rid of odor in Trinity County. I hate to say it. You know, it's just not going to happen. So,
So I would like to say that my ruling here is not sympathetic, empathetic, or emotional. It is merely to do with the bus stop and breaking the law there. It hasn't been changed. We've asked this question back and forth, and I'm not a sympathetic, empathetic, or emotional person. So you won't find that happening with me at the time. But this bus stop thing and some of the other things that came up, I think Dan brought them up, concerns me, and I will stick with my decision.
Margaret, concerning the bus stop, as far as the legal sound stepping through that process, is there a way we can get sound, is there a current map that has been used as evidence in this appeal? Do you know?
Yeah, and I think it's either, I don't know if it comes in a map form or in a written description form, but yes, we do have I apologize, the meeting is about to end in 1 minute.
Oh, thank you.
We do have a list provided to us through the school district that we do utilize to make that determination. That is the active list. That is the list that they have confirmed. They've gone through the process of getting approved through the proper channels as discussed by Supervisor Groves. That's the list we're using.
Okay, and that list does show a bus stop within 500 feet of the proposed?
No, it does not show a bus stop within 500 feet of the proposed.
So I would ask, what?
Okay, so my question that I asked earlier, and I understand what Jeremy's saying, and I think what he said, if there was a bus stop here, and then they moved it to here, no matter where the sign was, when you move the bus stop to here, does the legality of this bus stop, is it automatically terminated? Or does it have to be terminated by the school board, the principal, the head administrator? I guess I would defer somewhat to Keith on this. He's on the school
We
board.
could just pause for a second.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties.
We don't have our meeting.
I'm not sure what
I'm out of
happened.
here then.
Could you put some coins back there?
I'll take this opportunity to take a 5-minute break.
apologize.
Don't worry, it's a blessing in disguise.
Jill.
I'm sure that that's the case, but I don't know if the bus stop was ever, that's the problem. You're saying it's not.
We had unlimited time.
Well, it's because I have to schedule the closed session Zoom, and it's usually set to start at 3 or 2, and so it auto started it and not.
No worries. You stressed all week.
Yeah.
I like Susie. You like Susie? I like Susie.
Okay.
That's my understanding. Yeah, but I don't think we're the same.
Oh my God. 7 people emailed me and 15 people commented already.
That's my
All
understanding.
these people are here.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
You might be watching, we're having technical difficulties.
Captain Obvious. Well, I'm trying.
Put that up on there.
I love that commercial. Who doesn't want to-
She doesn't like suggestions. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
That's my understanding.
I thought I fixed it, so I didn't say anything, and then it gave me 1
I
minute.
know, I thought you had all hands
Yeah,
on this and.
I like changed it so it didn't start till 7. I thought I fixed it, and then it said 1 minute, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, just want an active myself, but still may be there, and that would be nice to be able to verify.
Let's stop right down there in the
Let me go grab this. Actually, does a research.
But there was no.
We're supposed to leave when it's over. Said it was over.
I wish. I didn't think this one was gonna last near as long as last time. I thought, whew.
Oh, yeah. So my question is,
Hello.
original.
So I scheduled that closed session to start at 3 because that's how I normally do it, and it automatically started it.
And is there a lawyer here?
Yeah, I saw it say like, oh, 10 minutes and it'll automatically start, and I got on and changed it to 7 o'clock, and I thought I had fixed it because it didn't give me any more of a countdown. And then it just said, your meeting will start in 1 minute.
Our understanding is it was the prior.
And so I switched the host over to the laptop so it didn't end the meeting. Because I had enough time to do that, but I didn't have time to like fix the controller. Yeah. So I had enough time to save it, but not fix it. So that's kind of working now, but yeah.
For the school.
Yeah. So it just, yeah.
I don't like the idea, I do not think there's a way.
Yeah. We have to.
I know. I agree with you.
Yep, thought I had fixed it, because I thought it said 10 minutes, and then it said 1 minute, and I black marked and said something, because I didn't see it, I was.
Margaret?
Yeah, I did the same thing. Yeah, so it worked out well.
You can talk to your staff, you just can't talk to the public.
So let's go over.
So, I mean, that is the basis. So,
I know. I'm really proud of that.
We have to be done by 4.
Fancy.
We'll have to be done by 4. We'll have to continue every time it's not.
Most of the time we just blow off after.
I don't mind that, but they did reserve it.
Yeah. Yeah. They should.
Yes.
Yep.
And they're noticed, so we can.
Yep, we did it. We're doing
Mine
good.
was
First Thursday at lunch.
Thanks for checking in. I got a protein shake. I appreciate it.
I guess, how is I eat that chocolate now, it's sick. Well, no, I'm not saying it's bad, it's just that much sugar. No. It's that if I don't have like real food.
Can you imagine the jitters of
Yeah, no.
How's your, remember when I told you about farms and I broke my wrist? That was.
Get a chance when the R concept, the triple R, relocate, restore, and remove.
Time I tried to play golf, Jill was being so nice.
I haven't tried to read that much about it.
So we're
We're good. Thank you.
section 1.2 or something, it's in the very beginning of the and Humboldt did one, it's essentially for these.
And I should have said, I mean, I like the taste. So after that meeting, I mean, I went driving my car, I had to pull my car over because I was just like, just shaking my heart.
To remove it from it, down to tax one, things like that.
No.
Tax incentive.
That was just a call.
Or,
I was like,
Oh, I like the way this. Feel good? You have
No, so what I did is I scheduled the closed session Zoom for 3 o'clock, which is what I normally do.
unless it can't smell.
And it just automatically started.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I tried to like 10 minutes on it, and I changed the time of the Zoom to 7 o'clock.
It smells pretty well.
I know.
And then she's like, 1 minute.
That's for the
So I transferred over to the laptop, so we could get kick everybody off, and then I was able to
Yeah, this is the one.
just transfer it back and keep it all going. It was fine, it was just.
So that's why I wanted to clarity on this.
Unexpected.
Yeah, just something we'll have to get around.
It
It didn't give you any warning though for the 3 or 4 others.
Not really, I mean, it gave me a 10-minute warning and then a 1 minute warning.
I think it's 8.
All the intervals and they're like 5 and 3 or
I don't know.
Yeah, if I had a little more warning, I would
Maybe
have
per hour, maybe not.
been, I don't know, but, yeah, thanks.
I heard you talking, I was like.
No, that's okay. We're good.
All right.
all these things.
Are we fixed yet?
We're good.
Alright.
It was an easy one.
Gilligan, you ready?
So that's what I'm gonna go with
We're live.
All right. Back in meeting.
We're awake.
So in case people are just joining us, you're not aware, we are on item 5.5, planning and zoning.
Yeah, I mean, if, as long as there's lights.
Ryan, please mute yourself.
I got it. Thank you.
We have a motion on the table from Supervisor Cox to overturn the decision of the Planning Commission. We have a second by Supervisor Groves. We were in mid-discussion. I had brought a motion to deny the appeal and, or sorry, disregard that. I brought a motion, but it failed. So that's where we are currently at. And I'll ask if the supervisors have any comments or discussion they are ready to bring forward.
Chair, if I could just put something on the record to make sure it's clear. I did notice that Supervisor Grogan was having a conversation with an attorney. I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of what that conversation was about so we don't have anything off the record. It related to the fact of the bus stops, and correct me if I'm wrong, and the attorney, I apologize, I don't remember her name, but he was informing Mr. Grogan that under Gogan. I'm getting everyone's name wrong today. advising him that CHP doesn't get involved in the bus stops unless they are on a official roadway, a state roadway. And so I just want to make sure that was, everybody heard that, so we didn't have anything said that was not on the record.
I don't remember him saying anything about the CHP.
Oh, I apologize, that's what he told me was, okay, I
I don't think
apologize.
he did. I don't think he said.
I thought he was referencing in his letter, he had made an analysis of that.
No, I don't remember him saying anything about the CHP when we spoke.
Okay.
When I spoke to the CHP officer today, he said they do get involved in school bus stops, though.
Again, I'm not making an argument legally either way, I'm just saying, I'm just putting on the record that, from what I understood, that there was a reference to this letter that was provided, and in that letter, there was a reference to CHP not getting involved unless it's on a state highway.
Right, so my recollection of my short talk with him was, he came up to me and said, did you read the bus stop stuff that I put in his memo to us, his packet? And I said I did, and then I think at that time he said that we shouldn't be having conversations or somewhere near there.
I'm sure I did, but again,
Yes, you did.
and there's no issue, again, we want to make sure we're transparent, so anytime
Absolutely.
putting it on the record.
100%, and then, so here's something I need to bring up, because it bears a lot on my decision. No one else's but mine. So I talked to Kim, and we are not sure about this bus stop situation. It is not 100% sure. It is a big part of my decision, and at this time, I would not go forward with overturning this without knowing exactly about this bus stop and how they come off the rolls. And I know they move up and down the street, I get all that. And the sign is irrelevant to me. Is that bus stop, the first one, within the 500-foot mark? Did it move to the second one, and did the first one come off the register? And that's what I need to know legally, did that happen? And that's where I'm hanging my decision on.
Well then,
Chairman, let's call for the vote.
But I'll offer a subsequent, is it sub one? Because the other one fails? Okay, I'll offer a subsequent motion to deny the appeal if the school board can provide a letter stating the bus stop is not within the setback, the required setback.
And that is the original one or the currently used one?
Either, honestly.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to know where the legal bus stop is or isn't, and if it's within the setback or not. So I'll state my subsequent motion, deny the appeal if the school board can provide a letter stating that the bus stop is not within the setback.
Can we also...
Well, then let's get a second on that before we have discussion.
Any second?
I will second that.
Okay.
Proceed.
Is this open for discussion now?
Yep.
I'd also like to get clarification from the Highway Patrol on this, since I think that they have a say in this matter. So I think it'd be good to have the school and the Highway Patrol voice their opinion on this and the legality.
And then as far as a legal housekeeping thing, Margaret, so if we're basing a motion on information we are yet to receive, how does the theoretical action roll out?
First of all, just to clarify, are you amending your motion to include Supervisor Gogan's?
Yes, that's fine.
And is the second amending your second to include the request for CHP information?
Yeah. I would like clarification from both the school and the CHP, since I think they're both involved in taking or putting off the school bus on the rolls.
Okay, perfect.
Officially.
So the request is to get an official letter from both of those. So what we would do is we would hold the license being issued until Planning Department received both of those. If Planning Department doesn't receive them, the license will not get issued. If it does receive them, we'll immediately get get approved and move forward on.
Okay.
It's been issued, but it will be allowed to move forward without any hesitation.
Are the supervisors clear on that?
Yeah, there's, the problem is you are ignoring other supervisors' views on fixing those problems. So, well, you're passing this based on one contingency.
I think I actually referenced all my other contingencies that I felt were essentially moot and, not
in this motion you haven't. I mean, I'm not.
I don't have to.
Well.
May I make a suggestion? There's a lot of, there's information we need to verify. And I know we have a couple motions on the floor, but would a continuance to the May 4th meeting, could that be considered so we can verify this information and present it to you, and then action can be taken accordingly based on that information?
That's fine with me.
I will make that subsequent motion that we continue this item to May 4th and allow staff to try to answer some of these questions so that we can make an informed decision.
Okay. One moment. Okay. We have a motion on the table. I'll second that motion.
I just want to clarify that if we do bring it back for continued motion, that reopens public comment and we will start over in terms of hearing the public comment. There is a recent court decision that says every time you have a hearing, you have to let public comment occur.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I mean, that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do.
I think it is important to give the community the opportunity to voice their concerns and speak about it. And there's no better format for it as far as I'm concerned. So we have,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So before, on that one, can we clarify what information you want staff to bring back? Because I don't want to get into the next time where we go, well, we don't know this, and we continue. So can you set a list of things you want clarified? So that's the parameters in which the staff has to bring back.
Yeah, so it's my understanding with the subsequent to motion from Supervisor Frazier is that this item would be continued to the May meeting, at which point we would be presented with the facts on the school bus stop, either from the school district and or CHP, whichever jurisdiction authorizes that. At that point, we would proceed.
Could I toss in here that I think you need both?
That's it, and or. Yeah.
I don't think there's an or. I think there's an and.
And
there's only one legal way, so.
I think the main thing I was trying to get across with my motion is Kim has questions she wants to answer. That's what I want to do, is give staff an opportunity to clarify what they need to clarify to present to us. Not so much that we're directing staff to answer all of our questions. The school bus question would be a very good one. But I think we should give staff the opportunity to answer the questions that they need to answer for their own good. And then.
So, do you need to repeat clarity, Dr. Coons, or is that good? Subsequent to motion is a continuance to May with the assumption that we'll be presented with the facts of the bus stop.
Is that clear enough for
And any
everyone?
information the department head feels would be appropriate to render a decision.
Yeah. Is that good?
Yes.
Consensus? Okay.
Can I add some clarity to that? I hate to add anything to this, but support. So what I want to know is, was there ever a bus stop within 500 feet that was an official bus stop, and then it was moved to 5,000 feet? And at that time, did the CHP or the school board delist that first one, or is it still considered by law an active bus stop?
All right, are the supervisors clear on all three motions on the table? Any clarifications needed? All right, then we will start with our subsequent to motion. Emma, we had a motion by Supervisor Frazier and a second by myself. Please pull the board.
Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
No.
Supervisor Cox?
No.
Supervisor Gogan?
No.
Okay.
Okay, motion fails. So,
Let me
Yes.
record the votes real quick, please.
Ask-
Oh, sorry,
ask
you
the
can go.
Supervisor Gogan if he wants to reconsider, because that's not what I understood him to want.
So let me reconsider. So what we just voted on now was the 500-foot?
No. That was
Whether or not
the.
we're bringing it back in May or.
Oh, we're absolutely bringing it back in May.
Okay, then you should have
Okay.
voted yes on that.
Sorry.
So what I would ask is you to do a motion to reconsider.
I would do a motion to reconsider and change my vote to yes.
Okay, and then I would ask the remainder of the board, we have to vote on that, so we need to have a 3/5 vote.
I would, you need a second on
We need
that?
a second and a
I will
third.
second this.
Let
And
me
I'll
write
work with you,
this.
Emma, to get these notes right.
Okay, thank you.
all right, and then we've got a motion to,
Hold on a second, we got a motion to reconsider on the table. I'm gonna need to vote on that first.
that's what I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy, you're so ahead of me.
The motion to reconsider by Supervisor Gogan and seconded by Supervisor Groves. Can you please pull the board for the reconsideration?
Okay. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
So now we'll hear the motion again.
All
as
right.
It's the first time.
This is the subsequent to motion to continue to the May meeting where we'll be presented with the facts of the bus stop.
This is a motion by Supervisor Frazier and a second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
No.
Supervisor Cox?
No.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
All right.
That was your one chance that I feel
So we
you have.
are bringing this back for the
Yes.
500.
That's your one chance in the future.
So the motion passes, to be clear, so
On the thing.
this item will be brought back at the May regular Board of Supervisors meeting. I believe it's the 6th, don't quote me on it, but pretty sure.
It's the 4th.
It's the 4th. At which point, the additional facts will be brought forward and we will be able to repeat this process. Thank you. With that,
We did the proclamation for,
is Tim here?
he's not, but I spoke with him, he will watch, and we had to, we presented to him later, but at least your authority to sign.
You want to do it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're on to item 1.1.
Yeah. So, for those on the Zoom meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, we had pushed back item 1.1, adopting a proclamation, and we are going to do this item right now after the order quiets down.
Excuse me, if you're in the room, can you please not talk or leave the room to converse? Thank you.
All right, so I'm assuming, Tim, are you on the Zoom yet? Are you on a phone? You listening? What should we do the other item first? All right, well then, we're going back to planning and zoning. Right?
Where are we at?
What? Yeah, we're just going. Item 5.6, waive the reading of and enact an urgency ordinance, amending urgency ordinance number 1355, making various language modifications regarding commercial cannabis cultivation licensing, unknown fiscal impact. Director Hunter.
I can handle that one quickly.
Oh, nice.
This is just being brought back because there was a technical issue in terms of how it was passed. Last time we had waived the reading, but we forgot to have the word enact. So we need to make sure we enact it. So it's just a formality of making sure we've done it correctly.
Okay.
But the original dates apply?
Everything, there's no changes except for that. So it's
You
exactly what
need-
you passed last time.
All right, any technical questions? And we have public comment on this item.
I have no hands raised. No chats.
5, 4, 3,
Oh.
2.
Rachel,
Hi, I have a comment. It appears, and maybe it's a typo on my side, I'm sorry, I don't have time to look right now because this came out fast. But it looked like the language was for May to, the dates is from April 12th to May 11th, 2021. That probably should have been 2020 based on the comments made earlier.
No, it's meant to be 2021, because we're giving a grace period now, so it's going to be coming forward, but I appreciate that comment.
And then I'll stand by the written comments I submitted earlier that that seems rather arbitrary. And then also that there are secret issues with that. I raised them there.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any additional public comment from Zoom?
I have no one else on Zoom.
All right. Mr. Brower?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the introduction of the item. Is this the extension of the amending of the urgency ordinance?
Yeah, this is waiving, item 5.6.
Yeah, I was under the impression this already passed at a prior meeting, but...
This is a technical issue because the word enact was not included in the original wording.
Yes, and I agree we should definitely add the word enact, and I encourage approval of this. It does seem reasonable and gives staff a chance to do what they feel is important. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Emma, any?
We have no other comments on Zoom, and I don't think we have anyone else in the room.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second. All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Groves and a second from Supervisor Frazier. Emma, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Well, hold on, I should say, is there any further discussion? Keith would normally be reminding me, but I'm finally learning. Okay, please pull the board.
Supervisor Frazier, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Margaret, closed session, you want to just keep going, or does this need to be put on hold because this room is reserved?
We have half an hour till LAFCO, so I say we get started.
Okay.
Let's,
Oh, all right, Tim, you're there. Let's see your face. I'll have to see it to believe it.
There we go.
Hey!
Hey, sorry about this morning.
Oh, don't worry. You earned it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Okay, well, item 1.1, adopt a proclamation of appreciation recognizing Chief Probation Officer Tim Rogers upon his retirement. No fiscal impact. I think that's an error, though. So I'm going to go ahead and read the whole proclamation because you're worthy of it. This is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the retirement of Trinity County Probation Chief Tim Rogers. Whereas, beginning on September 4th, 2012, Trinity County hired Tim as a juvenile hall superintendent in which he served with dedication and distinction. And whereas, on May 1st, 2014, Tim accepted the position of interim assistant chief probation officer and continued to serve his community in a manner consistent with his upstanding character. And whereas, on January 1st of 2015, Tim promoted to Assistant Chief Probation Officer, and whereas on January 1st of 2017, Tim promoted to Chief Probation Officer, where he has served his community since. And whereas for the past 9 years, Tim has professionally performed all his duties and responsibilities above and beyond what is expected of a county employee. And whereas Tim has played a key role in successfully guiding the department through a number of challenges throughout his tenure as chief, and has positioned the department well for his successor. And whereas Tim understood the lack of resources we have in Trinity County and was consistently looking for money to help not only his department, but every department and the county as a whole. He truly understood that in order to make this a better place for all, he needed to go above and beyond. And Tim always did go above and beyond. And whereas Tim will greatly be missed, but can now spend his time enjoying Trinity County life to the fullest, instead of worrying about how to effectively and efficiently run his department on a shoestring budget. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity commends Tim Rogers for his 9 years of dedicated service to the County of Trinity and hereby wish him the most happy and healthiest retirement. Duly passed and adopted this 20th day of April 2021 by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity. Congratulations, Tim, and thank you so much. And we'll see you at all the volunteer places and all the fires and all the search and rescue. So I'm sure you're not done. Here's the proclamation, where it's going to go or who's going to give it to you, but I'll give it to Richard and you'll meet up with Richard.
And I move to pass.
And I second that. Well, sounds great. I'm very honored and touched. This has been kind of a humbling experience right at the end of my career. I retired once before when I took this position coming up here, starting as superintendent. It was different back then. I don't know, it now just seems like it's really starting to hit me that I'm getting out of this field completely and I'm going to start a new chapter. So I'm really excited about that. And I also feel like I'm leaving the department in a really good place. So I've got a lot of hope for the future. And I'm also excited to see the direction that the county's going now. And I've got full faith and confidence in yourself and the rest of the board. So my wife's been retired for 9 years now. She reminds me about that almost every week, sometimes daily. So I think we're both excited that we're going to be able to do some things that we hadn't done before. So I thank you for all the support that the board has given me. I definitely, it's made my job so much easier feeling that kind of support. So I see some other folks on as well, and you know, normally you just address the board, but I guess since this is my last time here officially as a department head, I can go off script a little bit and just want to thank all of the department heads as well. It really does take a team, and we really are a team, and we're in most cases a high functioning team. It makes all the difference in the world. So, and like you said, I'm still here. I'll be around. You'll see me in various capacities helping out. May not be for money, but I'll definitely be here and still be working alongside of all of you. So thank you again. I appreciate everything.
Thank you so much, Tim.
Call for a vote.
All right, let's vote on it.
Wait, we got a motion by Keith.
We have a motion by Supervisor Groves and a second by Supervisor Frazier. Supervisor Frazier, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in real quick, just a couple say things. I agree with you that there will be a fiscal impact with Tim leaving. I've sat on dozens of budget preparation. I think both Jill and Liam were in this last one. And all my years of doing budgets, I've never heard our fiscal analyst say, you came with a budget too small, we need to raise your budget. Because Tim was always so fiscally conscious. And we just appreciate that, and he's right, it does take a team, and he was one of the leaders of that team. So I really appreciate the time I got to spend with him, because he was just, I never had to, I always say, if I talk to you very little, I like you even more. And Tim and I never really got to know each other because he did such a wonderful job. I never got to spend any time with him.
Yeah, he was a great guy. He lives right down the street from my store. His wife is great. The girls are fantastic, same age as my son. He raised a great family. He's an asset to this community. And I think he will continue to be an asset to this community. And I know his wife said to me many times about you retiring. So I'm glad you are. Enjoy yourself.
Maybe one day you'll run to be a supervisor.
Oh my gosh. I think my wife would definitely have a few words to say about that.
All right, thank you so much, Tim. Enjoy it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, with that, we're going to go into closed session. Oh, sorry, Charlie, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just wondered if I could just give him a few words from Human Resources.
Of course.
I know you're in a bit of a hurry. But Tim, I just wanted to let you know it's been a real pleasure working with you over the past 8.5 years. You've always operated with such professionalism, fairness, thoughtful attention to the work that you've always been doing, you know, and really thoughtful to the people that you were serving. And I know I speak for many, but you will be greatly missed. And I wish you nothing but the best with you and your wife and your new endeavors. Excited to see what happens.
Thank you, Shelley. I appreciate that.
Hey, Tim, real fast, just want to say great to have you as a law enforcement partner and a great friend, and we've had a wonderful working relationship between probation and sheriff's office, and you're going to be sorely missed, and best of luck to you, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Tim, if you get bored, go try to get a cannabis permit.
Or a compliance officer like job.
All right, we're going to go into closed session.
Did you already read them?
We'll go through them until we don't have time, and then we'll save the rest for later.
Hey, guys, have a good day.
No, I didn't read them.
That's okay, I already ended it. It's too late. You hit the gavel, I said, done.
Sorry about that.
We all learn together.
We do. Some of us slower than others.
Makes a good team good.
Okay, the overflow is off, all the other
I
mics.
take it Tom has.
Tom's
Oh,
got it.
do I get my 3 minutes before you close?
Closed session comment?
We're done.
I'm timing you on my phone.
Okay.
Because I
promise
already
I
shut
won't go
off.
over.
It's not going to be on the video, so.
You're pretty good at it.
All right, whenever you're ready,
Ready.
go for it.
I'm Tom Belenko, Douglas City.
Sorry.
I don't know about you, I spent too much time and energy dealing with Trinity County cannabis license. I'm just kidding, of course. I know all of you spent too much time and energy dealing with that. Obviously, funny to say for somebody in a lawsuit who's causing more time, including the moments you're going to take right now. There was a time, a couple of minutes before the vote on the renewal of the urgency ordinance in 2017, when the county spoke more or less with one voice on some of these subjects. I think we can get back to that. I think it's essential we get back to that, and that requires dialogue. I'm not getting into the strategy. You guys have your own legal counsel for how to meet the lawsuit I'm bringing, the other lawsuits that are out there. But I will say this, the lawyers that are in various, either CEQA, and I include TA's suit in that, other cannabis licensing, we're having a meeting next week. It would be great if you would authorize county council to attend that meeting. If we can clear off the bulk of this litigation and focus on transition and focus maybe on some of the other things that Trinity County needs to do that isn't just commercial cannabis. This is very important. I don't want to deny that, but it doesn't need to take 95% of the county's energy and resources. So I would encourage sending a representative to that meeting. You're invited. Call it a settlement conference in the context of this CEQA lawsuit. I think it fits. I will say, based on what I saw at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I'm encouraged that we're closer than it seems on resolving some of these issues. So I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to see us mature this program and get to the, I think we all know what the end goal needs to look like. So it's just sorting out this stuff. So anyway, I encourage us to keep the dialogue going, and I hope you authorize council to attend next week. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Tom.
My pleasure.
Okay, Margaret has the sign-in sheet. Thank you. The Zoom is up. closed session soon, because Derek is joining. Yeah.
So they're going to close now?
Yes, thank you. I was.
Got back in time.
Yes, just in time.
Why am I looking at myself? I got you. I don't want to see myself.
Why am I looking at myself?
I thought we were off. I could say whatever I wanted. First it was Darrow, now it's. Yeah, but it keeps catching me on camera.
Oh, no, I never. Here, you don't.